Chapter 589. In a situation where everyone had the same number of matches, they had already lost 1 or 2 matches before the very end. The remaining 4 people of the noble clan had already lost their qualifications to fight for the top 8. Due to the intentional arrangements of the organizers, the 8 giants did not meet each other in advance. As the competition went on, the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. The situation became more and more obvious. The strong cultivators had golden dragons circling above their heads. For example, Sima Lingxian was already 25 meters long. He was only 1 meter away from reaching the peak and obtaining all the luck of the 4 dragon veins. As for the weak cultivators like Murongchong, they had very little dragon chi in the first place. Not only could their golden dragons not break out of their jade pendants, but their luck would also be stolen. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant no longer had any luster. It was no different from a real earthworm. All the geniuses under the starry heavens gathered in the 5-nation youth competition. Who was the true dragon and who was the false dragon would be revealed at this moment. No matter what pride one brought, no matter where one came from, this place did not care about one's background or clan. It only cared about the sword in one's hand and the saber in one's hand. Whoever was strong would obtain luck. If one was weak, they would be stolen by other geniuses, weakening their luck. Even the people of the 8 noble clans were no exception. The 49th match, Noble Clans by Qi vs Nangong Ziyue. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. It looked like it would soon turn dark. After this match, the competition for today would probably end. Nangong Ziyue had only lost 2 matches since the start of the competition. The first was in the elimination round, where she lost to Xianxia. The second was in the ranking matches, where she lost to another noble clan disciple, Li Tianhua. However, the 2 matches were not one-sided. Furthermore, her opponents were not ordinary cultivators. Although she had lost 2 matches, the crowd did not underestimate her strength. They felt that she could still fight for the top 10. The golden dragon above Nangong Ziyue's head was 23 meters long, slightly shorter than the golden dragons of the 8 giants. Xiao! Bai Qi leaped off his spectator stand and landed on the arena. The golden dragon circling in the sky descended and hovered above Bai Qi's head. The 20-meter-long golden dragon bared its fangs and claws as it glared at Nangong Ziyue's clearly smaller golden dragon. Under the pressure of its aura, Nangong Ziyue's golden dragon cowered, not daring to be impudent. When Bai Zhan saw this scene, he smiled gently and said amiably, "Nangong Ziyue, you are not a match for me. You should just admit defeat and preserve your strength for the next matches." Nangong Ziyue frowned slightly and said sullenly, "We will know if it is true or not after we fight. Li Tianhua defeated me only because his state countered mine. Do you really think that I am someone you can defeat easily?" Bai Qi's expression was neither happy nor angry. He said calmly, "Then make your move. As for Li Tianhua, I have never considered him an opponent." Voila! The sound of flowing water rang out quietly, and the artistic conception of mountains and rivers quietly appeared. Among the overlapping mountains, a river flowed smoothly. Nangong Ziyue stood on the flowing water, drifting with the waves. Her legs did not move, but the mountains moved behind her. Nangong Ziyue's graceful figure gave off a gentle charm. She hid the artistic conception of mountains and rivers in her heart as she moved quickly towards Bai Shuehe in a strange manner. Mountain and river hiding the heart. At the start of this round, Nangong Ziyue had not been able to execute it naturally and smoothly. She could only unleash it at the crucial moment. However, after a few rounds, she had become increasingly familiar with this mountain and river hiding the heart. If Nangong Ziyue ran into Xianxia again, the victor would be hard to predict. This was also why Nangong Ziyue dared to challenge Bai Shuehe. Bang! When Nangong Ziyue arrived before Bai Zhan, the calm and natural Nangong Ziyue suddenly made a move. When she punched, the power of mountains and rivers that had been brewing in her heart for a long time erupted. The fist wind surged, and space trembled. The might of this ordinary punch actually contained half the might of Nangong Ziyue's trump card, the mountain and river breaking fist. Bai Qi was slightly stunned. His expression was somewhat astonished. He had not expected Nangong Ziyue to have improved so much in such a short period of time. If Nangong Ziyue continued to preserve her strength, she would have to put in more effort to defeat her opponent. Never mind, I have already come this far. It is time to use the 4-season saber technique. Nangong Ziyue is now qualified to use it. After Bai Qi made up his mind, he slowly placed his right hand on his saber's hilt and circulated the first move of the 4-season saber technique. Flash, flash. Something strange happened. The clear sound of flowing water came from behind Bai Qi. When he drew his saber, the power of the cycle of seasons surged out. Suddenly, the distance between him and Nangong Ziyue lengthened. No matter how fast Nangong Ziyue was, she could not catch up to Bai Qi's punch, which could shatter mountains. Nangong Ziyue remained 1 meter away from Bai Qi. The fist wind caused his clothes and hair to flutter continuously. Xiu. When Bai Qi drew his saber completely, the power of the cycle of seasons erupted. The distance between Bai Qi and Nangong Ziyue immediately widened. It was not that Bai Qi retreated. Instead, it was that the power of the cycle of seasons shattered the power of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue had been building up in her heart for a long time. Thus, her punch broke on its own. Leisurely spring water, suddenly warm, then cold. A river flowed down from the horizon. The water was clear and ethereal. Bai Qi hacked at Nangong Ziyue with his saber. Taking the state of spring water and containing the power of the cycle of seasons, a river-like saber qi quickly flew at Nangong Ziyue, changing between warm and cold. Amid the mountains and rivers, Nangong Ziyue felt a huge saber qi carrying the power of the cycle of seasons sweeping over, increasing the pressure on her. That saber qi was as warm as jade at one moment and bone-chilling in the next. It was hard to fathom. As Nangong Ziyue hesitated, she did not know how to break this move. No matter what trick he played, it was just a strand of saber qi. Immortal mountains and rivers. Break for me. Nangong Ziyue could not guess whether the saber intent was hot or cold. She directly materialized the power of mountains and rivers. One punch was a mountain, the other a river. The mountains and rivers froze, preparing to use force to break technique. Bang! When the saber qi arrived, it was like the heavenly river flowed in reverse. The power of the world surged over. Nangong Ziyue's expression immediately changed. She wanted to use force to break technique. However, she was horrified to discover that the energy contained in this saber qi was much stronger than her immortal mountains and rivers. She could not clash head-on with it. When the state of her fist shattered, Nangong Ziyue vomited a mouthful of blood. She used the power of mountains and rivers to quickly retreat among the mountains and rivers, resolving the energy contained in the saber qi. Rumble! Rumble! Instantly, waves surged and the mountains trembled. The energy contained in the saber qi was very strong. Just the remnant waves caused the mysterious phenomenon of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue materialized to show signs of instability. Is this the power of the 4-season saber technique? How strong! Unexpectedly, it nearly broke Nangong Ziyue's entire state of mountains and rivers in one move. Only Nangong Ziyue can continue. When the other cultivators encountered this saber strike, any state they had would crumble immediately. Earlier, he broke Nangong Ziyue's attack in half a move. The moment he drew his saber, Nangong Ziyue's attack crumbled. Based on this Bai Qi is even stronger than Li Tianhua. In this 5-nation youth competition, he is the person most likely to defeat Sima Lingxian. The other noble clan disciples are no match for him. When the many cultivators in the spectator stands saw this startling saber strike, the 4-season saber technique that they had been waiting for finally appeared. Everyone's hearts immediately surged. Their faces flushed red, and their emotions surged. You are still not willing to admit defeat? Bai Qi frowned slightly, appearing somewhat angry. His saber trembled slightly, and a misty saber intent started accumulating. He said sullenly, 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. First saber strike, second saber strike, third saber strike, fourth saber strike. Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. Then he executed another strong martial technique. As the saber light danced, a boundless light spread out. This was because the saber chi was too dense, giving off a faint light. Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent shot out together with the saber chi towards the mountains that Nangong Ziyue materialized. Bang, bang, bang. With the support of the saber intent, the might of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes reached its peak. Every time Bai Qi sent out a saber strike, a mountain peak would shatter. After the 18th saber strike, the mountains and rivers were all destroyed. The state of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue was so proud of had been completely destroyed by Bai Qi in an extremely cruel manner, leaving nothing behind. The mountains could no longer be seen, and the rivers could no longer be seen. Only the boundless saber light and the misty saber intent remained, resounding in all directions. It was as Bai Qi had said before. As long as he chopped down the mountains and shattered the rivers, no matter how strong a state was, it would just be a decoration before absolute strength. When Nangong Ziyue was defeated, the golden dragon above her head cried out miserably. Bai Qi's golden dragon had devoured 1.5 meters of its length. Its luster dimmed significantly, and it looked weak and listless. On the other hand, the golden dragon above Bai Qi bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring ferociously. Its eyes were spirited, and its aura was very ferocious. It was now 25 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxuan's 25 meters. As Xiaochen recalled Bai Qi's 4-season saber technique, he entered deep thought. This was different from what he had imagined. Originally, when Bai Qi learned the 4-season saber technique, he would have comprehended it on his own. Now, it looked like he was wrong. Bai Qi's path was the same as the Bai clan's ancestors. It was probably after Bai Xuehe successfully comprehended the 4-season saber technique, he passed on his comprehensions and experiences to his descendants. Now that he had a rough idea, Xiaochen muttered to himself, "If I follow the path of my predecessors, naturally, I will be able to take many detours, and it will be much easier." However, this 4-season saber technique is different from other martial techniques. It does not have a fixed state. Comprehending it on one's own is the most suitable. Simply put, if Bai Qi only followed Bai Xuehe's path, he would lose miserably when he met Xiaochen. There would not be any surprises. However, Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, was astonished. He was also a person who practiced the saber. He could feel the vast might of that leisurely spring water more clearly than others. He sighed and said, "What a strong saber technique." No wonder others say that the 4-season saber technique is the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. It truly lives up to its reputation. The surrounding elders of the heavenly saber pavilion all nodded to themselves. Even if it were them, they would not be able to turn the situation around. They would only suffer a crushing defeat. Chapter 590. The first elder, Jiangqi, asked, "Xiaochen, how is your practice of the lightning tribulation saber technique's final move, divine lightning tribulation?" Xiaochen thought for a while before replying, "I do not dare to compare myself to the ancestor. However, I can still easily bring out 70 to 80% of its might." Jiangqi smiled and nodded. Then he said with some regret, "The lightning tribulation saber technique was created by our sex ancestor. If you could comprehend the state of wind, the state of cloud, and the state of thunder, you might be able to compete with this Bai Qi. However, it is fine. Being able to enter the top 10 is the best result the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has achieved in the past few thousand years. Xiaochen, don't be too depressed." Xiaochen smiled gently and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. He did not say anything. Match 50, Sima Lingxian vs. Gong Yangyu. This was the 92nd round of the 5-nation youth competition. This match was the final match of the day. The two participants from the previous 5-nation youth competition would fight each other. This made everyone somewhat excited. Gong Yangyu is pretty strong. His golden dragon is 23 meters long. He has only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Even if he loses this match, he still has a high chance of getting into the top 10. I wonder how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength he can force out? Sima Lingxian has been winning too easily. Indeed, just his oppressive self-confidence is enough to make one feel suffocated. How can one have the confidence to fight him? Without a doubt, everyone could predict the result of this match. The only thing they were uncertain of was how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength Gong Yangyu could force out. After all, no matter what, Gong Yangyu's strength was clear for all to see. This was especially so for that tossing heaven and earth. It could even shatter space. Several giants did not dare to receive it head-on. How would Sima Lingxian deal with this move? In the wind cloud platform, Sima Lingxian wore long robes. There was not much expression on his handsome face. The self-confidence in his chest seemed to be one with the world. When one looked at him, there seemed to be a faint glow on his body. It flickered constantly. With one glance, one could tell that he was extraordinary. Under the pressure of Sima Lingxuan's confidence, Gong Yangyu took a deep breath and expelled the negative thoughts in his heart. Without saying anything more, he swung his black staff around and walked towards Sima Lingxian. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 7 steps. With every step Gong Yangyu took, an afterimage would appear on the ground. Each afterimage held the staff in a different posture. By the time Gong Yangyu finished taking 7 steps, his aura had already reached its peak. The pressure that Sima Lingxian gave Xiaochen earlier was swept away. His gaze turned sharp as he swung his staff around like a dragon or snake dancing in the wind. This was Gong Yangyu's specialty, Everlasting Universe. By combining 7 ultimate attacks, he could suppress his opponent with absolute offensive power. Back then, even Xiaochen didn't face this move head-on because its power was too great, and it wasn't worth it to face it head-on. Sima Lingxuan's expression remained calm as he looked at the staff strike that could shatter mountains. Then he took a step forward. 1 step. Just 1 step, and the situation on the field was immediately turned around. A boundless strong wind blew from Sima Lingxian. The clouds in the sky churned endlessly. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, a vast state of kingship erupted from Sima Lingxuan's body and soared into the sky. Tyrannical, supreme, undefeatable, absolute, all sorts of auras of kingship came from Sima Lingxuan's body. Unexpectedly, the state he comprehended was the state of kingship. As the saying went, everything under the heavens belongs to the king. Unexpectedly, Sima Lingxian made this state of kingship his main state. After Gong Yangyu took 7 steps, the momentum of heaven and earth that he gathered was immediately suppressed by Sima Lingxuan's 1 gentle step. Kasi. Sima Lingxian grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and drew it. Riding on this momentum of kingship, he displayed his sharpness wantonly, giving off an undefeatable aura that could sweep through the world. The sword and staff clashed, and countless cracks immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform under the two. The 2 strong forces clashed continuously. Gong Yangyu clenched his teeth and endured. Unexpectedly, he did not retreat immediately. The tip of Sima Lingxuan's sword trembled and a vast sword intent poured out. The might of this sword increased explosively. Gong Yangyu was instantly no match for it. He took 9 steps back and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Sovereign descending. Sima Lingxian shouted and took another step forward. The vast state of kingship was like an ancient mountain pressing down on Xiaochen. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like a sovereign descending. The surrounding wind-attributed essence quickly surged towards the tip of the sword like it was paying homage to the king. With the boundless strong wind pouring in, this sword was unimaginably fast. Gong Yangyu could only rely on his senses to block with his staff across his chest. Bang! Gong Yangyu had just made his move and had yet to infuse his essence into a defensive stance when the sword struck his staff, splitting it in half. When the sword wind blew, Gong Yangyu flew backward like a broken kite. He crashed into the wind cloud barrier and bounced heavily before landing on the ground. Gong Yangyu knelt on one knee. Under his tattered clothes, horrifying sword wounds spread all over his chest. The sword intent hidden in the wounds had not faded yet. His wounds seemed to be growing more severe. Gong Yangyu knew that he had lost. He had barely managed to block 2 moves. The difference was too great. He smiled bitterly to himself. He did not know if there was anyone who could defeat him in this 5-nation youth competition. My skills are inferior. Gong Yangyu admits defeat. Gong Yangyu stood up and chose to admit defeat. Sima Lingxian sheathed his sword. After the golden dragon above his head swallowed for a while, it grew to 8 and 7 inches long. Now, it was less than half an inch long and would be 23 meters long. This is probably Sima Lingxian's true strength. Unexpectedly, he comprehended the state of kingship from the state of wind and cloud, which is higher than any other attributed state. Compared to 3 years ago, Sima Lingxian's strength has increased at a horrifying rate. I finally know why he is not afraid of the 4-season saber technique. When he executes a powerful sword technique with the state of kingship, it is sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. However, we will only know what will happen after they fight. The two of them have not used their full strength yet. The battle between the giants tomorrow will definitely be interesting to watch. However, I still favor Sima Lingxian. He has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Bai Qi has revealed at least 60% of his strength. In the final match of this round, Sima Lingxian finally revealed the absolute strength of the top-seeded participant. Gong Yangyu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the previous 5-nation youth competition, lost to Sima Lingxian in 2 moves, unable to resist at all. Li Tianhua looked at the golden dragon above Sima Lingxian's head and shook his head. He smiled bitterly and said, "It is truly a tragedy to be in the same generation as him. It seems like all the stars in the sky are on his head. We are just supporting characters." Xuanyuan Zhantian's unruly face revealed a grave expression. After a while, he smiled gently and said, "The state of kingship is really coincidental." The 92 rounds of matches were already over, but the 8 giants had not fought yet. In that case, in the final 8 rounds tomorrow, the 8 of them would have to fight each other. From the start of the ranking matches until now, the 8 giants had not lost a single match. Sima Lingxian, Li Tianhua, Bai Qi, Wang Quan, Chu Chaoyun, Xuanyuan Zhantian, Yu Chenxi, and Xiao Chen were tied for first place. However, since ancient times, there had been no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. How could there be a situation where 8 people were first? In the battle between the giants tomorrow, there would definitely be a victor and a loser among the 8. The true dragon ranking would also be decided. Who could rank first and obtain the luck of the world, becoming the main character of this era? Before the sun set tomorrow, everything would come to an end. The Age of Geniuses would officially begin at that moment. The long night finally passed amidst the cheers of the crowd. The wind cloud platform was packed with people. Their voices were loud. Before the matches started, the atmosphere had already heated up. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the giants would fight. They were waiting for the moment when the true heroes reached the peak. They wanted to see who was the main character of this era. First match, Lu Xiaoyun vs. Lin Fei. The first match of the 93rd round officially started. However, it was not the anticipated match between the giants, which disappointed everyone. However, the 2 people in the wind cloud platform were experts of their own domains. Their matches would not be boring. When facing the genius bladesman Lin Fei, Lu Xiaoyun did not get careless. He would not make the same mistake as he did against Chu Chaoyun. He used his full power from the start. A cold wind howled, and frost instantly covered the wind cloud platform. As Lu Xiaoyun sent out his sword intent, snowflakes drifted down. The various powerful techniques of the drifting snow sword sect were perfectly executed in Lu Xiaoyun's hands. At this moment, Lin Fei was much more mature than when he first started the 5-nation youth competition. There was no longer any arrogance in Lin Fei's eyes. Instead, there was only seriousness and caution. He was clearly enduring. Dang, ding, ding. Saber lights shot out everywhere, and sword images filled the air. Sword chi and saber chi moved about wantonly. The strength that the 2 displayed was equal. In terms of saber intent and sword intent, they did not give way to each other. However, Lu Xiaoyun's state of ice was stronger than Lin Fei's state of earth. Based on the current situation, Lu Xiaoyun held a slight advantage. However, this was only temporary. Everyone knew that Lin Fei still had not used the Earth Vein Saber technique. If Lu Xiaoyun could block that unpredictable Earth Vein Saber technique, he would be confident of obtaining victory. If he could not block it, the victor would be hard to predict. Xiao! As the saber hummed, Lin Fei, who had been silent for a long time, finally found the most suitable opportunity to execute the earth vein saber technique. A strand of cold saber chi exploded the ice on the ground and quickly headed for Lu Xiaoyun's chest. Lu Xiaoyun smiled gently, not flustered at all. He said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Absolute Ice Shadow Sword. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Lu Xiaoyun's upper body trembled. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he split into two. Two strands of sword light flickered. One blocked the attack from Lin Fei's main body while the other blocked the saber chi shooting out from the ground. When the two figures merged back together, Lin Fei's eyes widened. When the two figures merged back together, a cold chill turned into a snow-white sword chi and shot out from the sword, forcing Lin Fei back. With the earth vein saber technique broken, Lin Fei could not gain the upper hand with his saber intent. His state was also slightly weaker. After 100 moves, Lin Fei could only helplessly admit defeat. Lu Xiaoyun sheathed his sword and said softly, "Thank you for letting me win." This battle had proven Lu Xiaoyun's reputation. His miserable defeat at the hands of Chu Xiaoyun was not because he was weak or because the disparity was too great. It was because he had been careless. Chapter 591. Second match, Feng Hua vs. Lu Cheng. Just like that, another 5 matches passed. None of them were battles between giants, causing the cultivators who were anxiously waiting to watch the battles between giants to feel a sense of irritation. Just as this frustration reached its peak, the referee in the arena finally called out the names of the giants. 12th match, Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King, Xinyuan Zhantian vs. the noble clan's Li Tianhua. The entire arena immediately erupted into an uproar. It's finally time for the giants to fight. The 8 giants only have 8 matches left. They all have the same number of points. Every match will determine their final ranking, so they will definitely do their best. Indeed, at this moment, they cannot hide their strength. Otherwise, if they lose, they might lose the chance to fight for the first rank. Xinyuan Zhantian vs. Li Tianhua. Both of their strengths are unfathomable. I wonder who will win? One is a coiling dragon of the continent, and the other is a flood dragon of the Eastern Sea. This can be considered a fight between 2 dragons. Everyone's gazes focused on the wind cloud platform. All sorts of discussions rang out. When all the voices merged together, it was very noisy. In the crowd, Xiao Chen also looked over. These 2 people were worthy of being called giants, especially Xinyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen felt that Xinyuan Zhantian's strength was much more horrifying than he showed. Xinyuan Zhantian was one of his strongest opponents. After the 2 giants ascended the wind cloud platform, the noisy discussions quickly stopped. Everyone stared at the wind cloud platform. The 2 of them stood in a corner of the arena and looked at each other. Their sharp auras clashed intensely in the air. Before they even made a move, strong winds blew continuously. Li Tianhua smiled gently and said, "I have long heard that there is an absolute genius in the Eastern Boundless Sea, known as the Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King. Now that I see him, he truly lives up to his reputation." Xinyuan Zhantian held his heavenly war halberd and remained silent. He knew that the other party still had something to say. Indeed, Li Tianhua stopped smiling. His gaze became as sharp as a sword. He said sullenly, "Unfortunately, this is the Tianwu continent, not the Boundless Sea. There is no water here. What can you do?" Xinyuan Zhantian's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "If you really think that way, you will probably suffer a miserable defeat." Their words clashed with each other, and their auras refused to give in to each other. Immediately, the 2 of them were filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if they would explode at any moment. Boom! After a long moment of silence, when the atmosphere had reached its pinnacle, the 2 of them suddenly moved at the same time. 2 blurry silhouettes crossed each other in the air. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Everyone could vaguely see 2 dragon-shaped gases entangling and tearing at each other in the air. Li Tianhua's spear transformed into a coiling dragon, known as the true dragon of the land. There was also the flood dragon transformed from the heavenly battle halberd, known as the overlord of the sea and the king of the abyss. Bang bang bang. As the spear and halberd clashed, a thunderous boom resounded on the stage. As the flood dragon soared up and down, the sound of seawater rang out as it moved. The coiling dragon stood firmly on the ground. When it was still, it was like a towering mountain, not trembling. When it moved, it was like lava erupting, destroying the world. The two of them used the special characteristics of the flood dragon and the coiling dragon to infuse into their martial techniques, bringing them out to their fullest. The state of the battle made everyone sigh in amazement. It was like there were really two dragons fighting on the stage. However, no matter what, the coiling dragon was on land. After more than 100 moves, Xianyuan Xianxia's overwhelming attacks crumbled. On the other hand, Li Tianhua's counterattacks caused Xianyuan Xianxia to suffer a small disadvantage. The situation did not look good for him. "Ha! What Eastern Sea's little dragon king? You are only a sosa. Receive my double dragon playing with a pearl." Now that Li Tianhua had the upper hand, he laughed loudly. His spear moved left and right, forming two indistinguishable spear images. Each of the spears materialized a ferocious coiling dragon. The instant the spear images merged, the two coiling dragons roared ferociously and charged over. Based on the ferocious look in the coiling dragon's eyes, they clearly treated Xianyuan Xianxia as a toy. Xianyuan Xianxia smiled gently and scattered the dragon images circling his war halberd. He said sullenly, "Two false dragons, do you really think of yourselves as true dragons? Today, even if you are a true dragon, you will still have to coil up." Bang! The tip of the heavenly war halberd struck the wind cloud platform heavily. Cracks immediately appeared on the flat platform. Countless strands of dragon chi leaked out, and dragon roars resounded endlessly. A vast sea appeared behind Xianyuan Xianxia. The blue waves stretched as far as the eye could see. As Xianyuan Xianxia stood on the sea, a state of kingship suddenly burst out from his body. The waves surged into the sky, and 18 pillars of water shot up. The state of kingship soared into the sky. The king of the sea. He actually comprehended the state of kingship as well? When Li Tianhua saw the scene, he could not help but reveal a flustered expression. "Haha! Lie down for me." Xianyuan Xianxia laughed maniacally and thrust his hands forward. The two coiling dragons, which had been toying with him, suddenly turned around. The two coiling dragons, which were originally toying with him, were immediately pressed down on the vast sea, letting out miserable cries. "Just two little worms and you dare to show off before me? That..." Xianyuan Xianxia shouted ferociously. His thick eyebrows knitted together tightly, and his face filled with rage. He squeezed the dragon heads with both hands. "Kasi!" There was a faint scarlet light. Xianyuan Xianxia broke the heads of the two coiling dragons made of essence. Xianyuan Xianxia held one dragon head in each hand and casually tossed it aside. Li Tianhua's double dragon playing with pearl was destroyed just like that. Li Tianhua's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, Good. How dare you humiliate me like this? Xianyuan Xianxia, I do not care if you are the Eastern Sea's king. Now that we are in the Tianwu continent, I, Li Tianhua, will beat you up into a worm." Li Tianhua shouted loudly and exerted strength in his abdomen. Strange sounds came from his throat, and the rumbling sound waves spread out from his mouth. They formed storm-like ripples, causing the wind cloud platform to tremble continuously. Unexpectedly, Li Tianhua used his body of flesh and blood to roar like a coiling dragon. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands all felt their scalps go numb. That sound wave seemed to penetrate into their minds, making them feel a resolute rage. Li Tianhua looked like a ferocious coiling dragon. As he walked, cracks appeared on the ground. Strands of dragon chi soared up. However, the dragon roar contained in the dragon chi was completely suppressed by his roar. Coiling dragon rage, heaven falls and earth rends. Li Tianhua held his spear and pointed it at the sky. His spear flickered with light, materializing the power of a coiling dragon. It seemed like it wanted to shatter the sky and earth, to crush Xianyuan Xianxia, the ruler of the four seas, into a meat patty. Xianyuan Xianxia's lips curled up in a mocking expression. He snorted coldly and said, "How foolish!" An insignificant ordinary dragon dares to compete with me? Xianxia Xianxia grabbed the heavenly war halberd that he had stabbed into the wind cloud platform with his right hand. Then he roared loudly, and a vast state of kingship surged out from his chest and throat. Bang! 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 The golden sound wave contained the rage of a king as it clashed with Li Tianhua's coiling dragon rage. Kasi. Crunching sounds rang out continuously. The sound wave that Li Tianhua sent out was all shattered. Ripples spread out in the air, forming chaotic ripples that caused the entire space to appear blurry and hazy. The roars of the two giants created such a mysterious phenomenon. The cultivators in the spectator stands were all filled with praise when they saw this. Coiling dragon rage, blood splashes the mountains and rivers. Holding the heavenly war halberd, Xianxia Xianxia clashed with Li Tianhua once again, supported by the state of kingship. When he attacked, he knocked back his opponent by 100 meters. After knocking back Li Tianhua with one move, Xianxia Xianxia laughed loudly and quickly took a few steps forward. With every step he took, waves surged up and down, materializing the boundless momentum of a vast ocean. Defeat! 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 Waves surged into the sky. Xianxia Xianxia's every move was accompanied by the vast state of kingship, forcing Li Tianhua into a retreat. Damn it! Blood leaked out of a corner of Li Tianhua's lips. He revealed an expression of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was a true dragon, unrivaled on land. He should have been able to easily defeat Xianxia Xianxia. However, who could have imagined that Xianxia Xianxia would comprehend his own state of kingship from the unending state of water? Turning into the ruler of the four seas, he managed to overcome his disadvantage. In the final 8 rounds, if one lost, one would lose the right to fight for the first rank. Li Tianhua roared loudly, "I am not satisfied." 9 dragons swallowing the heavens. 9 majestic ancient coiling dragons appeared together with Li Tianhua's spear light. They bared their fangs and roared maniacally. "Ha! How laughable! You are just an ordinary dragon and you dare to speak of swallowing the heavens? Li Tianhua, you are not qualified. I am the ruler of the 4 seas, the son of the yellow sky. Today, I will represent the heavens to punish you." Xianxia Xianxia revealed an expression of disdain. He laughed loudly, and the vast ocean behind him soared up. 9 dragon images appeared on the heavenly war halberd as well. However, those dragon images were deeply carved into the halberd. The vast heavenly might turned into the state of kingship. The halberd gave off a bright golden light. Every strand of golden light was formed by the pure state of kingship. It was even stronger than Yu Chenxi's morning sun fist. Xianxia Xianxia swung his right hand forward, holding the end of the heavenly war halberd with one hand. He swept out with an unparalleled aura, and the 9 ancient coiling dragons shattered. Xianxia Xianxia took another step forward, moving to a blind spot in Li Tianhua's defense. Then, he switched the heavenly war halberd to his left hand and flicked it forward. Li Tianhua was sent flying like a sandbag. Bang, bang, bang. Although it looked like a gentle flick, the force contained in it was startling. Blood leaked out of Li Tianhua's mouth. His clothes tore and eventually turned into dust. The crowd was dumbfounded. As they looked at the godlike Xianxia Xianxia, they felt a sense of worship in their hearts. This state of kingship was no weaker than Sima Lingshuan's. Victory, Xianxia Xianxia. You have gained another 2 points. The referee's calm voice rang out, pulling the crowd's attention back to reality. They saw that Li Tianhua's 23-meter-long golden dragon had dimmed significantly. It had shrunk by 3 meters, becoming a second-rate dragon. After defeating a major character like Li Tianhua, Xianxia Xianxia's golden dragon gave off a bright light. It grew to 23 meters, no weaker than Bai Qi's. Chapter 592. This is the strength of a true giant. How unfortunate for Li Tianhua. In the end, he is not a true dragon of the continent. Finally, there is one more person who can compete with Sima Lingshuan. Of the 8 giants, only 7 remain. Let's see how many giants will fall in this round. Basically, as long as one loses a match, they will lose their qualifications to fight for the top. In the last few rounds, the number of people who can reach the top will shrink. Xianyuan Zhantian strode forward with his head held high. He ignored Li Tianhua, who was lying on the ground with an expression of dissatisfaction and rage. Next round, Xiaochen versus Wang Quan. The referee on the Wind Cloud platform announced the names of the two sides in the next match. The cultivators in the spectator stands, who were immersed in the earlier match, immediately burst into an uproar. Awesome! Another giant battle. Although Wang Quan is clearly weaker than Bai Qi and the others, his opponent is Xiaochen. The result of this match is hard to predict. That's right. Earlier, Wang Quan used many moves to defeat Gong Yangyu. However, he was able to defeat Lin Fei in one move. He is stronger than Xiaochen. Based on the strength that he revealed, Wang Quan should be stronger than Xiaochen. Although the 8 giants were ranked first, the crowd could still use the strength that they revealed to determine who was stronger. Naturally, Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi were ranked first. Xianyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun were ranked second. Yu Chenxi, Li Tianhua, and Wang Quan were ranked third. Xiaochen was ranked last. However, no matter what, this was just a guess. Who was stronger and who was weaker could only be determined after a fight. On the Wind Cloud platform, Wang Quan held the handle of the Dragon Fiend whip in his right hand and held the whip in his left hand. As he looked at the white-robed Xiaochen, he did not rush to make a move. A deep light flashed in Wang Quan's eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, "White-robed bladesman Xiaochen, the only cultivator to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower in the past 1,000 years. Actually, I have heard of you long ago. You are very strong. However, your weakness prevents you from reaching the top. Do you know what your weakness is?" Although Wang Quan's voice was not loud, the cultivators in the spectator stands still heard him clearly. Naturally, they had heard of the ancient desolate tower before. When they saw Xiaochen's calm expression, shock filled their eyes. Unexpectedly, this white-robed bladesman had such a glorious past despite his silent consecutive victories. He was too low-key. Unexpectedly, he had managed to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Just based of this, his background was already comparable to that of the heirs of the 8 noble clans. Xiaochen looked at Wang and said interestedly, "Xiao, Wang of Wang. Xiao Xiao Desof of desolate descend, Xiao. Of Tianif, of Xiao, of Desi's of Dao, of Qin Xiao." When Xiaochen heard this, he was slightly stunned. However, his expression did not change. Wang Quan was right. Xiaochen's cultivation was indeed too low. Even the weakest of the 8 giants was a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The stronger ones were peak consummation half-step martial monarchs. As for Xiaochen, he was only a small perfection half-step martial monarch. However, this was not a problem. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was a supreme cultivation technique of immortal cultivators. It was comparable to a heaven-ranked cultivation technique of cultivators. Xiaochen's essence was abundant and dense. He could only be stronger than those people. Unless those people had already opened their sea of consciousness and started to use their mental energy to refine quintessence, it would be somewhat problematic. Of course, that was all there was to it. An expression of understanding flashed on Wang Quan's face. He continued, "You have figured out the problem, right?" "That's right. As far as I know, Bai Qi already opened his sea of consciousness 3 months ago. Now, 1/5 of the essence in his body has probably been refined into quintessence. Sima Lingxian is even more incredible. He already opened his sea of consciousness half a year ago." Xiaochen's expression remained calm. He could tell that the other party was trying to break his mental state. He interrupted, "Let's cut to the chase. About 1/10 of your essence should have been refined into quintessence, right? You can try and see if I can reach the top." After Xiaochen's words hit the nail on the head, Wang Quan's expression sank. He smiled coldly and said, "The strength of quintessence is not something you can imagine. Originally, I wanted you to back off. However, since you want to fight, I can only grant your wish." Xiaochen released the coiled dragon fiend whip with his left hand and infused his quintessence into it. The soft whip instantly seemed to come to life. It tore a small crack in space as it descended toward Xiaochen. As the whip slid down, the tiny spatial crack rapidly closed. Clearly, although the whip could break through the void, it was still a little forceful. But the speed at which the dragon fiend whip descended was as fast as lightning, as swift as a rabbit. With a schwa sound, it shattered the afterimage that Xiaochen left behind. Then, the whip landed on the ground. A crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Boundless dragon chi spread out. A casual whip possessed such might, flabbergasting everyone. A strange look flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He turned around and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, moving quickly around the wind cloud platform, dodging the whip's sharpness. There were very few people in the Tianwu continent who could use a whip. This was because the whip technique was too difficult to practice. It was a test of talent. However, once someone reached great perfection, they would be very difficult to deal with, just like Wang Quan before Xiaochen. Wang Quan brought out the unpredictable characteristics of the whip technique to its limits. Then he used his quintessence to supplement it. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen kept retreating, unable to find a good counterattack. Indeed, essence cannot compare to quintessence. The difference is too great. This Wang Quan actually opened his sea of consciousness. This time, Xiaochen is going to lose for sure. How unfortunate. He did not have enough time to grow. The Scions are all 2 or 3 years older than him. Otherwise, he would have started refining his quintessence as well. Cultivation is indeed his weakness. No matter how good his techniques are, there is nothing he can do about it. As the spectators watched Xiaochen dodge left and right, they all felt pity for him, feeling that it was not worth it. White-robed bladesman, didn't you already comprehend saber intent? Your saber techniques have also reached great perfection. Why do you not even dare to draw your saber? As Wang Quan held the dragon fiend whip, he had a faint smile on his face as he brandished it. At one moment, it was as soft as a venomous snake coming out of its hole. At another moment, it was as hard as 1,000 cold mountains. The dragon fiend whip was like an extra arm in Wang Quan's hand. Wang Quan was very adept at switching between hard and soft. He executed all sorts of martial techniques that could only be executed with the whip. They rained down on Xiaochen like a torrential storm. As the whip moved, it formed an impenetrable light screen, forcing Xiaochen back step by step. The quintessence infused into the dragon fiend whip raised the might of this light screen to the limit. As the whip images flew around, it seemed like they sliced space apart. Wang Quan glanced at the wind cloud barrier not far behind Xiaochen. He smiled coldly and said, "Are you still not going to draw your saber?" Netherworld demonic whip. Wang Quan swung his wrist thrice in the air. In that instant, the 2-meter-long dragon fiend whip sent out thousands of whip images. They turned into countless sinister and horrifying evil spirits from other worlds. They danced around chaotically, looking like the 9 layers of purgatory. There was no way back. If he went forward, it would be a purgatory made up of whip images. Wang Quan was forcing Xiaochen to clash head-on with him. Since there was no way to retreat and no way to advance, then he would fight. Xiaochen stopped and rooted himself to the ground. He stood firmly on the wind cloud platform like an ancient tree. An intense storm blew from the front, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. However, his body did not move at all. He had a prideful air, not fearing this purgatory. Even more so, he did not fear the quintessence on the whip images. Xiaochen grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and slowly drew the lunar shadow saber by an inch. As a light flickered, his saber intent rose continuously. 10%, 20%, 30%, peak small perfection, 40%, it continued to rise. When the long, pitch-black lunar shadow saber was completely drawn, Xiaochen unleashed his peak saber intent uncontrollably. The dazzling saber light dazzled and flabbergasted everyone. 60%. It really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it has not reached perfect control, it really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. It completely surpasses Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent. He is only a step away from great perfection. With this, even Sima Lingxuan's sword intent will not be able to suppress his saber intent. The cultivators in the spectator stands discussed this. They had not expected Xiaoqun to have such a trump card. They were not the only ones shocked. The expressions of the 8 giants turned grave as well. This was especially so for Bai Qi. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. All along, Bai Qi had considered himself to be the top bladesman of the Tianwu continent's younger generation. However, the saber intent that Xiaoqun brought out completely shattered this halo. Xiaoqun's saber intent was 20% higher than Bai Qi's. Bai Qi clenched his right fist tightly and consoled himself, "Saber intent is nothing. I have the 4-season saber technique. No bladesman will be a match for me. Absolutely not." When Chu Chaoyun saw this scene, he smiled gently and said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it is not mature, it is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. The people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Bai, who were originally worried for Xiaoqun, all heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao! 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 Xiaoqun had yet to fully grasp the 60% comprehended saber intent. Strands of extremely strong saber wind surged out uncontrollably in all directions. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits formed by quintessence were all chopped into nothingness. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits could not resist at all. The strength of the 60% comprehended saber intent far surpassed everyone's expectations. Wang Quan had only refined 1/10 of his quintessence. It was not enough. The situation of the battlefield instantly turned around. The wind blew, the clouds moved, and the clouds gathered with the wind. With the support of the 60% comprehended saber intent, Xiaoqun executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. It carried the momentum of the wind and clouds as it chopped down countless fiendish demons and malicious spirits, breaking through hell. When the saber light struck Wang Quan's protective quintessence, there was a dang sound. The quintessence shield trembled, but it did not shatter. Blood leaked out of Wang Quan's mouth. He laughed loudly and said, "I have a quintessence shield. I am naturally undefeatable. Your 60% comprehended saber intent is not dense enough. You will not be able to break my quintessence shield." "Ignorant? Do I need to break it?" Xiaoqun said softly. The crystal qi whirlpool in his body spun rapidly. The surging essence gathered on the saber. With the support of the saber intent, the leaping electric light looked like a resplendent purple sun. Bang! Chapter 593. Xiaoqun brought out all of his essence, supported by his 60% comprehended saber intent and the peak state of thunder. With one saber strike, Wang Quan vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. That strong quintessence shield fluctuated and rippled, but it did not shatter. However, the pure force that passed through it caused Wang Quan's internal organs to be in a mess. "Stop fighting, I admit defeat." Wang Quan, who landed on the ground, felt incredible pain. When he saw that Xiaoqun still wanted to continue fighting, he quickly admitted defeat. Wang Quan's quintessence was nearly exhausted. If Xiaoqun attacked again, his originally insufficient quintessence would shatter. Xiaoqun's golden dragon immediately swallowed up another 3 meters of the 23-meter-long golden dragon above him. Its light dimmed, and it was only 15 meters long. Xiaoqun's golden dragon was dazzling and full of vigor. It was 25 meters long. Sheathing his saber, Xiaoqun prepared to leave the arena. He paused for a while and said to Wang Quan, "My cultivation is indeed not high. However, you cannot stop me. Even without this 60% comprehended saber intent, I can still defeat you easily." 60% comprehended saber intent and the gathering of wind and clouds, Xiaoqun defeated Wang Quan, one of the giants, in one move. Even though Wang Quan had a high cultivation, even opened his sea of consciousness, and refined 1/10 of his essence into quintessence, he was still not a match for Xiaoqun. When Xiaoqun revealed another trump card, the so-called 1/10 of his quintessence was no longer sufficient. At this moment, no one thought that Xiaoqun was the weakest of the 8 giants. With such strength, he could compete with Bai Qi. If Xiaoqun was more daring, he might be able to fight with Sima Lingxian. However, his chances of victory would be slightly lower. Next match, Nangong Ziyue against Baiming Shang. This was another match between the noble clan disciples. Although the two had lost a few matches earlier and lost the fight for the top 8, their strength was still there. However, his strength was still there, and he was a popular contender for the top 10. This battle was still quite eye-catching. Baiming Shang excelled at palm techniques. His lamenting palm perfectly materialized the emotionless Dao. His palm technique was cold and emotionless. Every move contained a strong might. However, Baiming Shang's opponent was Nangong Ziyue. Her state of mountain and water was as calm as rippling water. However, when it moved, it shook the ground. She did not fear his emotionless Dao. The two were evenly matched. After exchanging 400 moves, an opening appeared in Baiming Shang's emotionless Dao. Nangong Ziyue took advantage of this opportunity to obtain victory. With only 8 rounds remaining, Nangong Ziyue obtained victory. She was one step closer to the top 10. With Nangong Ziyue's victory, Xiao of Xiao, Dao, and Qi Yushang, there were 8 Chen 7 Chen of Qin. Only had Xiao Chen 7 and Qin, the 8 Qin of the 7 of Wang Chen Xiao of Qin of Shang Wood, of brothers, after of the 8 matches, there were only 8 giants. Aside from himself, he could only fight 7 matches against the other 7 giants. Naturally, the remaining match would be decided by the other contestants. How to arrange it was up to the referee. However, the remaining match did not put much pressure on the 8 giants. Lu Xiaoyun looked at the confident Sima Lingxian and sighed softly. He smiled bitterly and said, 3 years ago, I could last 10 moves against you. Now, after 3 years, I probably cannot even block 1 move from you. Sima Lingxian, how about we compete in the sword? We will only compete in the sword and nothing else. Competing in the sword was similar to competing in the saber. Both parties would draw their swords at the same time. Whoever's sword could defeat the other parties would be the winner. Naturally, Lu Xiaoyun's sword was not as strong as Sima Lingxuan's. The reason he said this was because he wanted to compete with Sima Lingxian in the sword. He wanted to comprehend Sima Lingxuan's sword intent and use it to improve himself. Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof personality. He looked down on all the swordsmen in the world. Lu Xiaoyun had a request for him. At this moment, he was extremely humble. His gaze was fiery, hoping that Sima Lingxian would agree. With your status and strength, you are qualified to compete in the sword with me. Prepare to draw your sword. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself for a while and did not reject Lu Xiaoyun's suggestion. An excited expression flashed in Lu Xiaoyun's eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks." After Lu Xiaoyun spoke, he grasped his sword hilt with his right hand. His essence, state of ice, sword intent, and his understanding of the sword Dao all accumulated at this moment. Competing with swords sounded simple. It was just pulling out the sword and throwing it out. However, this simple action contained many aspects of truth. Sword intent, sword move, state, and force of attack. As long as there was a mistake in any one of these aspects, the instant the sword was drawn, it would be full of openings. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The wind cloud platform fell deathly silent. Both sides remained silent, accumulating their moves. Amidst this endless silence, there was suddenly a resonant sword hum. The sword hum was long, continuous, and solemn. As the sword intent trembled, the huge wind cloud arena trembled continuously. The two of them made their moves at the same time. A solitary sword spun quickly in the air, causing snowflakes to dance in the air. The sword intent gave off a silvery white light, making the place even colder. Cold, extreme cold, cold and emotionless. This was Lu Xiaoyun's state. His sword intent also served this purpose. On the other side, Sima Lingxuan's sword flickered with a golden light. Strong winds filled the air and clouds churned. As the winds blew and clouds churned, it contained a vast state of kingship. This was a sword of kingship. With the support of Sima Lingxuan's 60% comprehended sword intent, the state of kingship appeared very tyrannical and mighty. It faintly gave off the boldness of 10,000 swords, It was the King of Swords. Dang! The two swords quickly clashed. Lu Xiaoyun's sword was knocked back with a bang. Then it broke into two pieces. As for Sima Lingshuan's sword, it gave off a xiao sound and easily stabbed into the wind cloud platform with a brilliant sword intent. Cracks appeared in the sword, and dragon qi immediately soared up. The hazy dragon qi increased the aura of that proud sword significantly. The sharpness of the sword of kingship soared into the clouds, nearly breaking the wind cloud barrier in the sky. Before that sword of kingship, Lu Xiaoyun could not resist at all. The difference between their sword intent and sword intent was too great. The sword was a swordsman's second clone. This sword had followed Lu Xiaoyun for an unknown number of days and nights. It had killed countless enemies. Unknowingly, it had already infused Lu Xiaoyun's qi, blood, and soul. Now that the sword broke, blood leaked out of a corner of Lu Xiaoyun's lips. His complexion turned pale, and his mind became extremely fatigued. After being defeated in one move, Sima Lingxian immediately swallowed up a significant portion of Lu Xiaoyun's 20-meter-long golden dragon, making it much dimmer. However, Sima Lingshuan's golden dragon did not grow much longer. It was still 27 meters long. With Xiao Chen's current luck, unless he defeated the 8 giants, it would be hard for his golden dragon to grow any longer. Lu Xiaoyun wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips. He was not in a rush to get off the wind cloud platform. Instead, he closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the state of Sima Lingshuan's sword when the two swords clashed. After a long time, Lu Xiaoyun opened his eyes. His pale face revealed a gratified expression as he picked up the two broken swords from the wind cloud platform. When competing with swordsmen, I always use my full power. I will not hold anything back. Sima Lingxian said something that others could not understand. Then he gently landed on the wind cloud platform. However, Lu Xiaoyun was slightly stunned. He understood what Sima Lingxian meant. He was advising him not to be dispirited. However, Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof character. It would be impossible for him to console others directly. Hence, he was beating around the bush. The first round of the competition ended amidst everyone's excitement. Of the 8 giants, Wang Quan and Li Tianhua were defeated, losing their chance to fight for the first rank. The 2 giants' matches did not disappoint the crowd. Xiao Chen fought against Wang Quan and Xinyuan Zhantian fought against Li Tianhua. These 2 people were the new talents of this 5-nation youth competition. They suddenly rose to prominence and advanced rapidly. Their achievements rose steadily. The golden dragon circling above their heads grew crazily, not stopping at all. This was especially so for Xiao Chen. He was even more unfathomable. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had not been defeated once. Under the circumstances where many cultivators did not think highly of him, Xiao Chen kept on winning, defeating all his opponents. Just when everyone thought that his winning streak was about to end, he would reveal some of his trump cards and defeat his opponent. No one knew how many trump cards Xiao Chen had. This youth from the great Qin nation wore white robes and held a saber. He defeated all the outstanding talents, noble clans disciples, sect disciples, and veteran giants. He was neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing. He always had a clear and indifferent expression on his face. First match, Bai Qi against Yu Chenxi. The 94th round began. The referee unhurriedly announced the lineups of the 2 sides. This is another battle between giants. I wonder who will push who down. On the road to the peak, one has to win everything in order to reach the top. Failure is not tolerated. The competition has been going on for quite some time. Bai Qi has the 4-season saber technique. I wonder what other trump cards Yu Chenxi will have. In the spectator seats, everyone discussed animatedly, and they were extremely excited. In terms of strength, Yu Chenxi was not much weaker than Xiao Chen. On the wind cloud platform, Bai Qi did not have any intention of underestimating Yu Chenxi. It was like a mountain with steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The path was filled with thorns, and too many climbers had died on it. The few people who could see the summit already had no path of retreat. If they fell, they would be left behind by the other climbers. 3 years of hard work, day and night, achieving success in one go. His dream was right in front of him. He had waited too long for this moment. Bai Qi had too many things to prove. He could not afford to lose. He could not lose. He absolutely could not lose. Fight. 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. Without needing to say anything, the moment the referee announced the start of the match, the momentum that Bai Qi had been storing up erupted. His overwhelming fighting spirit turned into a dazzling saber light as he executed the first strike of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, hacking at Xianxia. Xianxia had a grave expression. Caution filled her pretty face. She had no intention of giving up against Bai Qi. Xianxia took a deep breath and infused her essence into her right fist. A golden light exploded and shattered the saber qi, turning it into a rain of light that fell to the ground. Second heaven-breaking saber strike. Right after the saber light shattered, the second heaven-breaking saber strike with an even more ferocious aura descended. Third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike. Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. He held his saber in his right hand and brandished it continuously. The 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes rained down like a torrential storm. Chapter 594. The saber intent contained a strong saber intent, each strike stronger than the one before. At the start, Xianxia was relaxed. The pressure slowly increased and he started to move back. Without moving, Bai Qi circulated the essence in his body and turned it into the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, forcing Xianxia back by more than 10 steps. 18th saber strike. Bai Qi roared ferociously. He had not moved since the start of the competition. Now he finally moved. When he did not move, the saber lights were like a never-ending storm, forcing his opponent back. However, when Bai Qi moved, he was as still as a mountain. There was only a great spirit hidden in his saber. He turned into an ancient divine mountain that could suppress the sun, the moon, the rivers, and the stars. His movements were unpredictable. A grave look flashed in Xianxia's eyes. When facing the final saber strike of the heaven-breaking saber technique, he brought out the might of the morning sun incantation to the 13th layer. A blazing sun slowly rose from behind him, materializing the state of the morning sun. Light illuminates the sky. With a ferocious roar, Xianxia leaped up together with the blazing sun. The golden sun made her look as beautiful as a goddess. Everyone stopped breathing, not daring to breathe loudly lest they ruin this beautiful scene. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten that this beautiful scene hid Xianxia's huge killing move. Bang! A startling explosion rang out, pulling everyone out of the beautiful scenery. Surging shock waves spread out on the wind cloud platform. Beautiful purples and reds filled the air, surging majestically. Cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. What a strong force! It looks like Xianxia only used less than 70% of his strength in his fight with Nangong Ziyue. I can't see clearly. Has the victor been decided? Who exactly is stronger? If Bai Qi loses like this, it would be a pity. He still has the 4-season saber technique that he has not used yet. That should not be the case. Bai Qi will not lose so easily. Who knows? All I can say is that anything is possible. Before he stepped onto the platform, did you expect Xianxia to burst forth with such an intense fist wind? In the spectator stands, everyone stood up and circulated their essence to their eyes. They wanted to find the figures of the two people in the multicolored chi waves. However, the thickness and density of the shock wave far surpassed their expectations. They could not see anything at all, so the group of cultivators could not help feeling anxious. The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Amid the heavy shock waves, everyone heard a familiar sound. It was Bai Qi executing the 4-season saber technique. It looked like the final move of this heaven-breaking saber technique lost to Xianxia's light illuminating the heavens. Otherwise, he would not have used the 4-season saber technique. A delicate shout rang out from the airwaves as well. Xianxia was fearless in the face of this saber that contained the power of reincarnation. It was hard to tell whether it was warm or cold. As the light exploded, a punch that was even more powerful than the light illuminating the heavens burst forth. Since there was no way to know whether it was cold or warm, then he would directly use force to break through. Whatever Nangong Ziyue could not do, she would do it for Yu Chenxi. Morning sun breaks dawn, heaven-shattering punch. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions rang out in the shock waves. The sounds were like mountains collapsing and the ground sinking. A huge storm spread out from the center of the exchange. In an instant, the storm blew away the layers of shock waves that filled the arena. The scene on the wind cloud arena reappeared before everyone's eyes. They saw Yu Chenxi standing on a rainbow bridge. The morning sun flickered behind her, giving off a faint radiance. The wind cloud platform looked peaceful. However, her complexion was extremely red, causing her beautiful face to appear somewhat sickly, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of worry in their hearts. In front of her, Bai Qi's long robes fluttered as he slowly moved back. Then he slowly floated to the ground like a willow leaf. Bai Qi's complexion looked much better than Yu Chenxi's. However, his expression turned completely sullen. He retreated. Everyone immediately became excited. Bai Qi, who executed the first move of the four-season saber technique, was actually knocked back by Yu Chenxi. Breaking technique with brute force. This is breaking technique with brute force. Although it is called coincidence, Bai Qi's first saber strike contained the power of the cycle of seasons. Just the power of the cycle of seasons is not something that ordinary people can block. However, not only did Yu Chenxi knock back the power of the cycle of seasons, but he even broke the other party's state of spring water. Strong. He can still break the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. A woman does not lose to a man. With this move, Yu Chenxi can put us to shame. All the cultivators in the spectator stands became excited at this moment. The first move of the four-season saber technique was actually knocked back. Everyone was filled with shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Their expressions were very excited. Spring is over and summer is coming. The flowing fire mercilessly illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun. When Bai Qi landed on the ground, he did not hesitate. He shouted and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. Spring is over and summer is coming. The flowing fire of the seventh month burns mercilessly. However, there was a boundless fighting spirit in Bai Qi's heart. It was even stronger than the blazing sun of the seventh month. His heart was higher than the sky. This was the state that the Saber Emperor, Bai Shuehe, had obtained from summer. Bai Qi copied it and executed it. When the boundless carelessness turned into a saber technique, it became a dazzling fiery light. There was a valiance that could swallow mountains and rivers. Pointing at the sky and stepping on the ground, there is only one saber. Bai Qi's voice was not loud. However, the instant he executed the saber technique, his aura suddenly magnified infinitely. It was very tyrannical. The hearts of the crowd in the spectator stands could not help but tighten. They had already taken the place of Yu Chenxi long ago. When they saw Bai Qi's horrifying second saber strike, they could not help but worry for Yu Chenxi. The sun rises from the east, red like fire. How can the blazing sun be defeated so easily? The lofty aspirations in my heart will never extinguish. I dare to go up to the 9 heavens to grab the bright moon. A red sun illuminates the 9 provinces. The light of the rivers for thousands of kilometers will never be extinguished. Yu Chenxi's flushed face glowed with pride. A lofty aspiration burst forth from her chest. A 7-colored pillar of light appeared behind her. Scarlet, orange, red, green, azure, blue, and purple formed a miraculous 7-colored light. She turned into the blazing sun and shot out from the multicolored light. A fist several times stronger than the one before clashed with Bai Qi's tyrannical saber strike. Bang! The moment they clashed, the multicolored light behind her shattered, turning into a multicolored light that scattered over the wind cloud platform. She vomited a large mouthful of blood, and her complexion turned even redder. Only the dim morning sun continued to rise proudly behind her. On the other side, Bai Qi was in an even worse state. In an instant he was knocked back 100 meters. His speed did not decrease as he continued crashing into the wind cloud barrier. Once again, Xianxia knocked back the second move of the four-season saber technique. Good. The crowd was very excited. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands cheered in unison. Their shouts pierced through the clouds, and the entire wind cloud platform seemed to tremble. They were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. Bai Qi broke another punch. The Haotian sex Xianxia might really be able to create a miracle. He might use brute force to break technique and defeat the famous four-season saber technique, becoming the greatest dark horse of this five-season saber tournament. The wind is heartless and summer is coming to an end. The people are like leaves, too sentimental. Even at death's door, they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. Just as Bai Qi was about to crash into the wind cloud barrier, he forcefully turned around. He pushed off the wind cloud barrier and executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The world is heartless. The great Tao is heartless. This saber strike is cold and filled with love. It sweeps through the world with the might of the autumn wind. Can Xianxia block it? Outside the wind cloud platform, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. His mind quickly tried to simulate Bai Qi's four-season saber technique. From the moment Bai Qi executed long-lasting spring water, Xiao Chen placed all his attention on him. Xiao Chen's already much stronger spiritual sense pierced through the wind cloud barrier and turned into specks of light hidden in the air. He paid close attention to Bai Qi's every move. Bai Shuehe truly lives up to being a saber emperor. It looks like he held back against me, a junior, in the ancient desolate tower. Otherwise, with the four-season saber technique, I would not even be able to block one move from him. Xiao Chen quickly analyzed in his heart. However, when Bai Qi executed it, it lacks some spirituality. It seems more artificial. How unfortunate. Not to mention Xiao Chen, the other giants, Xinyuan Zhantian, Chu Chaoyun, and even Sima Lingxian, all watched Bai Qi's every move without blinking. The four-season saber technique was too famous. It was rare for Xianxia to help them push Bai Qi to this extent. If they did not properly comprehend the mysteries within, it would be a waste of this opportunity. It looks like I overestimated you. Your saber technique is pretty good, but your talent is still lacking. Sima Lingxian shared the same opinion as Xiao Chen. As he looked at Bai Qi on the wind cloud platform, a calm look flashed in his eyes. The confidence in his chest grew even stronger. Xianxia's pretty face was extremely beautiful. Her bright red face looked like it would bleed at any moment. This was an extremely abnormal state. Clearly, she had already reached her limits. She might not be able to block the third saber strike. In the sky, the pitch-black curtain of night was like an overturned cauldron. It directly flipped over and shrouded this part of the world. Just like that, night fell quietly. Bai Qi had not given up yet. Xianxia still wanted to persevere, so she executed the strongest state of the morning sun fist. In the darkness, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He muttered, "This girl is pushing too hard." The deep night was boundless and boundless. It was so dark that one would not be able to see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Humans had an innate fear and resistance to night. Hence, they called for the morning sun, hoping that the light would never be extinguished. Shio. Amid this boundless anticipation, the blazing sun broke through the night sky. Its boundless light shone on every corner of the wind cloud platform. Under the tempering of the night sky, this blazing sun looked different from the rest. Its light seemed eternal and inextinguishable. A red sun illuminated the 9 provinces. All the darkness could not be seen. When facing Bai Qi's four-season saber technique's third move, Xianxia still chose to use brute force to break technique. She prepared to use the strongest power of the morning sun to break the emotionless autumn wind. Bai Qi's expression was cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. The emotionless autumn wind blew behind him. Then he charged forward with this sweeping saber strike. Boom! A strong saber light flashed in the wind cloud platform. Following that, a dazzling light enveloped the entire wind cloud platform. Bai Qi looked at the crowd in the wind cloud platform. Aside from light, there was nothing else in his eyes. Chapter 595. There was neither silence nor scenery. There was no sound, no scene reflected in his eyes. All that was left was the pure light that drifted about. With a cracking sound, a resonant dragon roar rang out from within the light. The endless autumn wind blew gently, sweeping away the specks of light one by one. The autumn wind rose and fell. In midair, Bai Qi held his saber with one hand, drifting with the undulating autumn wind. Everyone looked up and saw Xianxia lying weakly on the ground, her complexion completely pale. The morning sun behind her had already dimmed to the point where it did not give off any light at all. Only a pale glow remained, like a flickering spark that would be extinguished by the wind at any moment. A long crack appeared on the ground, splitting the wind cloud platform in half. As the electric light flashed, the wind cloud platform slowly healed. Bai Qi sheathed his saber, and the autumn wind in the arena spun around and returned to his saber. Bai Qi landed on the ground, and blood appeared at the corner of his lips. However, he was in a much better state than Xianxia. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker, who was the victor and who was the loser. Bai Qi's golden dragon roared ferociously and swallowed up Xianxia's 23-meter-long golden dragon. After that, the golden dragon grew to 23 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxian. Xianxia, who was on the ground, tried to stand up weakly. Bai Qi knew his condition, so he sent out a cool breeze and gently helped Xianxia up. Xianxia said softly, "Many thanks." Bai Qi looked deeply at this girl who had caught 3 of his saber strikes. A trace of respect flashed in the depths of his eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I have to thank you as well. You showed me some of the inadequacies of the 4-season saber technique. I hope that we can have a chance to exchange pointers in the future." Gladly. The earth-shattering and intense battle just now had turned into gusts of cool breeze amidst the conversation between the two of them, and the tense atmosphere was gone with the wind. Our generation of martial artists should be like this, winning fair and above board, losing convincingly, being able to pick up and let go, being open-minded. The elders of the Haotian sect nodded and smiled. With Xianxia's strength, it was certain that he would be in the top 5. This was the best result the Haotian sect had ever achieved. When the two of them walked off the dueling platform, the experts of their sects, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly received them. They used spirit pills and profound cultivations to heal the two of them, recovering their combat prowess. In this round, Xiao Chen's opponent was a personal disciple of one of the 10 great sects, Dongfang Yubai. The two of them had never fought before. In the face of Xiao Chen, who was extremely popular and had unfathomable strength, Dongfang Yubai held onto a sliver of hope. He believed that he still had some trump cards hidden, so he did not choose to admit defeat immediately. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He exchanged a few moves with this person. After his opponent used up all his trump cards, there was no longer any martial technique that could pique his interest. So, Xiao Chen lost his patience and used his 60% comprehended saber intent. Then he used the lightning tribulation saber technique to defeat his opponent in 3 strikes. The absolute strength caused Dongfang Yubai's heart to turn to ashes. After defeating Dongfang Yubai, Xiao Chen's golden dragon grew significantly. It reached 26 meters, only 1 meter away from 27 meters. However, there was still some distance between him and Bai Qi. This was due to Xiao Chen's insufficient accumulations. After all, he had not participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition and obtained more luck. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. As long as he stood at the peak, his luck would naturally surpass everyone else's. Next match, Sima Lingxian against Wang Quan. After 20 moves, Wang Quan, who had used his cloning technique, could no longer hold on. Sima Lingxian did not even use his quintessence. Wang Quan only used his state of kingship and the Son of Heaven sword technique, together with his 60% comprehended sword intent, to the point where Wang Quan could not retaliate. After losing to Xiao Chen, Wang Quan lost to Sima Lingxian. This time, it was difficult for Wang Quan to even get into the top 3. When the 94th round of matches came to an end, another match between giants arrived, Xianyuan Zhantian against Chu Chaoyun. For the sake of preserving their strength in the elimination round, the two had chosen to fight in a tacit manner. After 1 move, they ended in a draw. Draws were not allowed in the ranking matches. A victor had to be decided. Furthermore, at this moment, the two had not lost a single match. At this crucial moment, neither could afford to lose. If they lost, they would lose the chance to reach the top. They had to do their best. Xianyuan Zhantian comprehended the higher-ranked state of kingship from the state of the sea. Chu Chaoyun should have some trump cards that he has not revealed yet. The battle between these two should be about the same. It will be much more exciting than the battle between Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan. Their chances of victory are about the same. However, I still favor Xianyuan Zhantian. After all, he was the only one who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian back then. Clearly, the attention this battle received was much greater than that of Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan's battle. Xiao Chun could tell this from the discussions in the surroundings. Xiao Chun paid special attention to this battle as well. He had always feared Chu Chaoyun, finding him unfathomable. From the start of the battle until now, Chu Chaoyun had not revealed many of his trump cards. Now that Chu Chaoyun was facing Xianyuan Zhantian, he could see how strong Xianyuan Zhantian was. When Xianyuan Zhantian faced Chu Chaoyun, he showed a grave expression. He casually swung his heavenly war halberd, and a vast sea spread out from behind him. Xianyuan Zhantian brought out the vast state of water to its limits. Instantly, waves surged up and down. As Xianyuan Zhantian stood on that vast sea, he held up his heavenly war halberd and looked around arrogantly. "Rise!" Xianyuan Zhantian shouted, and a huge wave soared up from the sea. He held the heavenly war halberd with both hands and hacked down. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyun. Within the golden light, Chu Chaoyun's aura was boundlessly holy. Every inch of his clothes and every strand of his hair gave off a faint golden glow. Xiao! A resonant sound rang out as Chu Chaoyun drew his sword. A sword intent spread out as he swung his sword in the wind, giving off a bright light. Before the heavenly war halberd could reach Chu Chaoyun, the golden sword easily blocked Xianyuan Zhantian's vast halberd strike. Berserk Dragon Burst. After his first move failed, Xianyuan Zhantian quickly switched to another move. The waves under his feet spun wildly, forming a huge whirlpool. He turned into a flood dragon and hit himself. The waves rolled, and the gales didn't stop. The powerful concept of water lingered and pervaded the entire arena, causing everyone to feel as if they were really in a vast ocean, and for no reason, a feeling of insignificance arose in their hearts. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and looked at the incoming Berserk Dragon Burst. Instead of advancing, he retreated. A bright light flickered in his deep eyes as he looked at the whirlpool of the water dragon. It was like everything before his eyes was just an illusion. Heaven-destroying sword. The light that drifted down from the sword suddenly condensed into a line, turning into a dense sword light that shot forward. With the support of the sword will, the golden light even tore thin cracks in the void. A muffled groan came from the water dragon burst. Xianyuan Zhantian, who was hidden within, brandished his heavenly war halberd and quickly retreated. When the berserk water dragon burst was within 2 centimeters of Chu Chaoyun, it shattered into droplets of rain and fell from the sky. They shattered and turned into droplets of rain falling from the sky. When they landed on the wind cloud platform, the droplets of rain exploded. The energy contained in the droplets of rain blasted out a horrifying shock wave, blowing out a boundless shock wave. Just a drop of rain had such power, it was very shocking. As the golden light spread out, before the strong raindrops could get close to Chu Chaoyun, they turned into hazy steam. Chu Chaoyun focused his gaze and seized the initiative. He did not hesitate to rush forward and launch a sharp counterattack. Dang! Ding! 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 The sea churned and the waves roared. Light filled the place. Amid the horrifying waves, the two quickly exchanged moves. In an instant, they each exchanged more than 100 moves. Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would find it hard to turn the situation around once he grasped hold of an opportunity. The longer the fight dragged on, the more opportunities he would have at the very beginning. Along the way, several of Chu Chaoyun's opponents had been forced into a corner by Chu Chaoyun. Before they could execute their best moves, they had already been defeated. Taking advantage of the opening in Xianyuan Zhantian's Berserk Dragon Burst, Chu Chaoyun launched his counterattack. Since then, he had been at the upper hand. He launched a chain of attacks accompanied by flickering golden light, not stopping at a single one. I can't drag this out. Xianyuan Zhantian felt wary. The situation had not reached a point where it could not be salvaged yet. However, if this continued, the rhythm of the battle would fall into Chu Chaoyun's control. At that time, even if Xianyuan Zhantian did not want to lose, he would be defeated. He might end up like the others, not even having the chance to execute his best moves. I am the yellow sky's son, the king of the four seas. The might of a king, sweeping through everything before me. Xianyuan Zhantian roared in his heart and finally brought out his state of kingship. In that instant, 81 pillars of waves shot up into the sky from the vast sea behind him. The entire sea surged up, and the vast state of kingship surged out. This caused Xianyuan Zhantian's aura to change. The heavenly war halberd swept out like a roaring flood dragon. Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He immediately sent out a screen of golden swords before retreating. Boom, boom, boom. The rage of a king, splattering the mountains and rivers with blood. The screen of swords that Chu Chaoyun sent out did not have any effect. The heavenly war halberd tore through the screen of swords without any fear and struck the sword in front of Chu Chaoyun's chest. The qi and blood in Chu Chaoyun's body trembled endlessly as he retreated. When he landed, he left 2 3-centimeter deep footprints in the ground. I did not expect his state of kingship to have already reached such a level. He does not even need a moment to change it. Chu Chaoyun adjusted his breathing for a while and thought to himself, if I make a mistake, the situation will be gone. After Xianyuan Zhantian brought out the state of kingship, his strength instantly increased. His aura reached an oppressive level as he looked coldly at Chu Chaoyun. Xianyuan Zhantian roared ferociously, receive my move. Point to the heavens, trample on the earth. The 4 seas surged as Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his heavenly war halberd at the sky. A berserk energy surged out. A formless energy shot out from the tip of the halberd and tore a small hole in the wind cloud barrier. Even inferior-grade martial monarchs could not break the wind cloud barrier. Unexpectedly, Xianyuan Zhantian broke it with 1 point of his halberd. The expressions of the several martial monarchs in the city lord's residence changed. Chapter 596. Dragon Sealing City Lord, Zhong Liang, said sullenly, this fellow's strength and sharpness are comparable to some inferior-grade martial monarchs. The more horrifying thing was yet to come. Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his halberd forward and stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. A long crack appeared on the wind cloud platform and quickly spread out. The huge wind cloud platform instantly split in half. Using the huge rebound force from his foot, Xianyuan Zhantian's speed broke through Mach 4, reaching the level of martial monarch. In a flash he arrived before Chu Chaoyun. Life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's reaction was even faster than the eyes of the cultivators in the spectator stands. The instant Xianyuan Zhantian took 7 steps, Chu Chaoyun let go of his sword. Then, he quickly drew a golden circle with his right palm. In an instant, 8 beams of light descended from the sky. At this moment, Chu Chaoyun's eyes turned completely golden. He gave off a feeling of nobility, honor, strength, and pride. Go! Xianyuan Zhantian smacked his palm heavily on the sword hilt floating in front of him. The golden pillar of light quickly elongated, just in time to welcome Xianyuan Zhantian, who was charging over with an aura of supremacy. Dang! Xianyuan Zhantian moved so fast that no one could see him in the air. Under the pressure of the golden light, he reappeared with his shield. The sword that followed immediately struck Xianyuan Zhantian. The timing of that sword strike was extremely precise. It was like a spiritual sword strike, magnificent and unmatched. Chu Chaoyun had struck the weak point of Xianyuan Zhantian's move. Chu Chaoyun easily broke the halberd move that pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground in a few moves. Ha! Unexpectedly, you can break my point to the heavens, drawing earth like this. What an eye-opener! What an eye-opener! In that case, receive another move from me. Xianyuan Zhantian felt extremely delighted. He did not feel dispirited at having his trump card broken. He laughed loudly and sent out all sorts of strong trump cards with the support of the state of kingship. Amidst the surging waves, he attacked Chu Chaoyun. Every move of Xianyuan Zhantian's was not inferior to point to heaven trampling on the earth. Several cracks appeared on the wind cloud platform. The speed at which the wind cloud platform recovered could not keep up with Xianyuan Zhantian's speed of destruction. Chu Chaoyun didn't panic. His eyes were filled with endless golden light. 8 rays of golden light enveloped him. As he brandished his sword, he looked like a god walking in the world. Xiao Chun brought out the might of the state of light to an inconceivable level. He clashed head-on with Xianyuan Zhantian's state of kingship, not giving way at all, breaking all of Xianyuan Zhantian's moves. I have not felt so satisfied in a long time. You managed to break through 18 of my trump cards. Chu Chaoyun, if you can receive my next move, then I, Xianyuan Zhantian, can only concede defeat. Xianyuan Zhantian roared loudly and said, "Until the end of time, never ending." The surrounding ocean began to change strangely. First, it turned into a river, then into a lake, and finally into a small stream. In the end, the boundless ocean turned into an endless plain, and there were many farmlands on the plain. In that instant, all the cultivators watching saw time flow. The vast ocean slowly turned into mulberry fields. The strange transformation made people truly feel the meaning of the end of the world. The prosperity of the world was like a fleeting cloud. When facing such a long time, everyone felt insignificant for some reason. Even the vast ocean could turn into mulberry fields. What did a person count for? However, there was always an exception to everything. Amidst the vicissitudes of time, there was a person who never stopped. After the tempering of 10,000 years, the state of kingship on his body gained an ancient and heavy air, becoming several times stronger. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed. Until the end of time, I am still here. The state of kingship, never ending. Using the state of kingship, Xianyuan Zhantian tempered his state of kingship for 10,000 years in one breath. Then he quickly made his move. Just thinking about it made everyone tremble in fear. How was one supposed to block such a horrifying attack? The ancient aura on the halberd made everyone feel incredibly heavy, like a mountain pressing down on them. The heavy state of kingship leaked out of Xianyuan Zhantian's control. This aura immediately tore small spatial tears in space. Sima Lingxian frowned slightly. This was the first time a martial technique that he could not understand appeared in the wind cloud platform. He could not help but sink into deep thought. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in his mind. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself, "So, that is how it is. I nearly got frightened by him. He is not a true sage. How can he materialize a 10,000-year mysterious phenomenon? He only copied the state of kingship and simulated it. This mysterious phenomenon can only last for 3 breaths. However, even so, it is already very strong. With a 10,000-year state of kingship, Chu Chaoyun will definitely lose." In contrast to Sima Lingshuan's opinion, Xiao Chun shook his head. He did not think highly of this move, but he did not say anything. When facing this peak halberd strike, Chu Chaoyun's expression finally turned grave. Chu Chaoyun's right hand quickly formed ancient hand seals, and the 8 pillars of light descending from the sky gathered together. Then, the light scattered and poured into Chu Chaoyun's body. This gave the golden light on Chu Chaoyun's body a texture. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He quickly sent out his spiritual sense and said softly, "Incredible!" Unexpectedly, he managed to condense his essence into a solid state. I thought that I was the only one under martial monarch who could do that. At this moment, Chu Chaoyun was completely golden from head to toe. His holy and proud aura became even denser. As the light gathered, Chu Chaoyun did not move at all. He looked like a golden statue carved by a divine craftsman. Seeing his opponent not moving, Xianyuan Zhantian had a strange feeling in his heart. However, this 10,000-year state of kingship could only last for 1 breath. This was Xianyuan Zhantian's killing move. If his opponent did not lose, he would suffer a strong backlash and lose his combat prowess. He could only continue fighting. There was no other way. Kasi. When the heavenly war halberd was less than half a meter away from Chu Chaoyun, who had turned into a golden statue that looked like it had been there since ancient times, moved. The light gathered on Chu Chaoyun's body suddenly burst out. All 321 acupoints in his body gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off millions of strands of light. The 300-odd acupoints all merged together. The boundless light layered over each other, so many that it was impossible to count. There were millions, 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 billions. On the wind cloud platform, Chu Chaoyun was like a blazing sun, giving off a piercing golden light. Eternal light. Chu Chaoyun chanted softly. When he opened his mouth, golden syllables drifted out. They were like divine sounds, solemn, solemn, and inviolable. The sword in Chu Chaoyun's hand moved as fast as lightning. The complicated sword art should not have been able to be seen with the naked eye. However, under the endless layers of golden light, every one of Chu Chaoyun's actions was broken down. Every time Chu Chaoyun swung his sword, time paused. It was like another Chu Chaoyun had appeared in the world. Amid the layers of light, Chu Chaoyun swung his sword a total of 99,900 times. Every time he swung his sword, he used his full power. Unexpectedly, the eternal light and unending to the end of time had similar results. The cultivators in the spectator stands immediately felt the similarities and could not help but feel excited. Originally, they thought that Xuanyuan Zhantian had used unending to the end of time, tempering his state of kingship for 10,000 years in the blink of an eye. Who knew, the silent Chu Chaoyun executed eternal light and also swung his sword 9,900 times in that instant. There was no way to tell who would win or lose. The countless figures merged together in the blink of an eye and gave off a bright light. Chu Chaoyun's eternal light, which contained the might of 99,900 sword strikes, clashed with Xuanyuan Zhantian's unending to the end of time, which he had tempered for 10,000 years. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The crowd, who had been watching closely, could not react in time. They did not even have time to hear the sound of the explosion. The instant the two of them executed their killing moves, a strong energy burst forth. That energy surpassed the two's control. Xuanyuan Zhantian did not have time to react. He shot back like a cannonball with a whoosh. He broke through the strong wind cloud barrier and landed in one of the spectator stands without losing any momentum. A rumbling explosion resounded, and many people were thrown off their feet. Several cultivators were caught up in the shockwaves, suffering from an unexpected calamity. They immediately fainted from their severe injuries. However, just as Chu Chaoyun was about to be knocked back by that energy, a beam of golden light descended from the sky and exploded. Then, another beam of golden light descended. A total of 9 beams of golden light soared into the sky. When the beams of light exploded, they managed to negate that unbelievably strong impact. Chu Chaoyun stood on the wind cloud platform with a pale complexion. He panted slightly, and his expression was extremely unsightly. His clothes were tattered. The golden light had already vanished long ago. His holy aura was no longer pure. Although he was in a sorry state, he still stood on the wind cloud platform. Compared to Xuanyuan Zhantian, who had been knocked out of the wind cloud platform, his fate unknown, victory was clear. When the hundreds of thousands of spectators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They had not expected a duel below martial monarch to cause such a huge commotion. Even the wind cloud barrier could not withstand it. The referee was extremely shocked as well. However, he was very experienced and quickly recovered his wits. He said, "Chu Chaoyun wins. You gain 2 points." Only after a long time did the crowd react. They all sighed. Things have really changed. A duel between half-step martial monarchs actually caused such a commotion. It is no weaker than an inferior-grade martial monarch. Bai Qi's 4-season saber technique's 3rd move nearly broke the wind cloud barrier. If he had used the 4th or 5th move, this wind cloud barrier would not have been able to stop him. That Sima Lingxian definitely has the strength to break the wind cloud barrier as well. If these fellows advance to martial monarch, then the martial monarchs of the older generation will not be able to compete with them. I have a feeling that the doors to the Kunlun realm will open in this 5-nation youth competition. The envoys from the previous 5-nation youth competition will come. Amid the clamor, Xiaochen had already closed his eyes and started resting. Chu Chaoyun's strength had finally bottomed out. In this case, he would no longer fear anyone in this 5-nation youth competition. The path to the peak was within reach. Next match, Xiaochen versus Bai Qi. In the 95th round, it was finally Xiaochen's turn. This time, his opponent was the noble clan disciple known as the strongest bladesman of the younger generation, Bai Qi. Chapter 597. The two genius bladesmen finally clashed. Let's see how far Xiaochen can push Bai Qi. There are still 2 moves of the 4-season saber technique that he has not used yet, the winter saber and the final cycle of seasons. I wonder what other trump cards Xiaochen has. Without the 4-season saber technique, with Xiaochen's 60% comprehended saber intent, he would be able to deal with Bai Qi. He would even have a good chance of victory. How unfortunate. They are both bladesmen, but he ran into Bai Qi, who has the 4-season saber technique. Being able to comprehend 60% comprehended saber intent is sufficient to prove that Xiaochen's talent as a bladesman is stronger than Bai Qi's. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's accumulations are weaker. Although Xiaochen had a winning streak and the strength he displayed was unfathomable, the crowd still did not think highly of him against Bai Qi. This was because Bai Qi had the 4-season saber technique and had practiced it to great perfection. There were many aspects to a cultivator's combat prowess. Cultivation was the foundation. Martial techniques could bring out this foundation to its greatest effect. For example, if a person's foundation was 1,000 martial techniques, if they had a strong martial technique, they would be able to bring out 100%, even 200%. Just a little bit more and he would only be able to bring out 70% of the martial technique's power, or even half of it. Strong martial techniques were the dreams of all cultivators. This was also one of the important reasons why the great sects could attract so many genius cultivators. Aside from some hidden places, waiting for people to discover the strong martial techniques in the world, the ones that were publicly known were all in the hands of the great sections. Without a doubt, the Bai clan was a noble clan that could rival a great sect. The 4-season saber technique was a martial technique that could bring out 200% of its power, maybe even 3 times. In the crowd's opinion, if Xiaochen did not have a 60% comprehended saber intent, he would not be a match for Bai Qi with the strength he displayed. He would not even be able to receive one move. 60% comprehended saber intent added some variables to this battle, attracting the crowd's attention. On the wind cloud platform, a strong fighting spirit burned in Bai Qi's heart. The sound of sabers humming appeared in the depths of his eyes. The sharp saber will turn into a ray of unparalleled sharpness, piercing through the obstruction of the void like a sharp knife, shooting toward Xiaochen. The formless gaze seemed to have substance, bringing with it gusts of wind as it slowly moved toward Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled faintly, and the saber intent gushing from his eyes whistled out. The slowly approaching wind stopped between the two of them, and then suddenly exploded. Clang! In the void, there was the crisp sound of weapons clashing. The berserk saber intent pierced through the wind cloud barrier and scattered in all directions. Several cultivators nearby could not help but tighten their grip on their weapons. They were evenly matched. In terms of aura, no one was able to gain any advantage. However, this was not the result that Xiaochen wanted. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, and the saber intent that Xiaochen sent out suddenly condensed into a line like an invisible saber. The saber intent tore through the air, giving off a piercing screech. It scattered Bai Qi's aura in one go and carried the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent as it flew forward. Surprise appeared in Bai Qi's eyes. Without much time to think, he could only tilt his head slightly. Hu Qi! The saber intent turned into a formless energy that brushed past Bai Qi's face. His fine black hair slowly drifted down. When Bai Qi saw his fine black hair drift down, he was extremely shocked. In a clash of auras, Xiaochen defeated him without any suspense. Bai Qi looked at Xiaochen again, becoming more cautious. He said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Your talent in the saber technique is indeed stronger than mine. If you have another 2 years and you become a martial monarch, I will not be a match for you. When one became a martial monarch, all the essence in one's body would be refined into quintessence. That would be sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. The advantage of the 4-season saber technique would not be that great. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not deny the other party's words. He said calmly, "Do you want to wait another 2 years? You will know soon enough." When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, they were surprised. They said doubtfully, "Strange, where does this Xiao Chen get such big words from? It is like he is very confident and does not care about Bai Qi at all." Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, Bai Qi's face sank. He said coldly, "White-robed bladesman, don't overestimate yourself. I was just flattering you. Don't really think that you are my match." Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and said indifferently, "I have never overestimated myself. You're not my match now. 2 years from now, you will be even less of a match for me. Since you are not going to make a move, I will." Kasi. After Xiao Chen spoke, he drew his lunar shadow saber. Strong winds gathered from all directions. Clouds churned in the sky, heading for Xiao Chen's head. Winds blew everywhere, and clouds gathered. This was the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. As Xiao Chen moved, he arrived before Bai Qi in a few flashes. Xiao Chen infused his 60% comprehended saber intent with the momentum of wind and clouds as he charged forward. Bai Qi quickly drew his saber and brought out his peak small perfection saber intent to its limits. He shouted, "Heaven-breaking saber technique, first move." Ding. The sabers clashed, and Xiao Chen pressed forward gently. A surging force surged over. Bai Qi felt the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent head-on and was forced back by more than 20 meters. Ding, ding, ding. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Xiao Chen did not hesitate. His entire body turned into a saber, radiating a sharp light as he executed all sorts of attacks. When Xiao Chen brought out his 60% comprehended saber intent, its might was startling. Bai Qi, who was not mentally prepared, was caught off guard. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat again and again. Before Xiao Chen's overwhelming aura, Bai Qi could not gather the momentum of his heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. In that instant, he retreated more than 200 meters. Bai Qi's expression turned cold as he no longer held back. He brought out the quintessence that he had successfully refined. The saber immediately gave off a dazzling blue light. As the saber light danced about, tiny, pitch-black cracks appeared in the air. This greatly increased the might of this move, and its aura more than doubled. Essence and quintessence. There was a difference of one word, but there was a world of difference. Just a fifth of quintessence already had such might. It was hard to imagine how horrifying the strength of martial monarchs who had refined all their essence into quintessence would be. Heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. 16th saber technique, furious chopping the heavens. Back off. Bai Qi roared ferociously. He wanted to use the quintessence to turn the situation around. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. His eyes turned scarlet, and a horrifying state of massacre spread out. It merged with the peak state of thunder, and the lunar shadow saber gave off a strange purple-red light. The one retreating is you. Winds and clouds gather, thunder everywhere, heed my call. Earthly lightning tribulation. The 60% comprehended saber intent, the peak state of massacre, and the peak state of thunder all merged together. The earthly lightning tribulation of the lightning tribulation saber technique burst out at this moment. The strong energy contained in the saber was enough to make one tremble. Its aura was no weaker than Bai Qi's. In fact, it was slightly stronger. Boom! A purple bolt of lightning descended from the thundercloud whirlpool above. Xiao Chen's earthly lightning tribulation struck Bai Qi's saber heavily. Bang! 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 Sparks flew from the tip of the saber. Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He pressed his saber against his opponent's saber, forcing Bai Qi to move back frantically. Shock flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. He was very surprised. What cultivation technique does this fellow cultivate? His essence can actually turn solid. Even with the two states, 60% comprehended saber intent, and 1/5 of my quintessence, I still cannot block him. Xiao Chen has not even condensed quintessence, and he is already so strong. What will happen when he starts refining quintessence? Xiao Chen forced Bai Qi back again. The power of thunder behind Xiao Chen had already completely formed, reaching its peak. Thunderclouds churned, and the sky changed color. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere spread out, making everyone feel like a lightning tribulation was about to descend. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was the emotionless heavenly Dao that executed the lightning tribulation. Heavenly lightning chop. Xiao Chen executed the second move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The white-robed Xiao Chen's body gave off a bright purple light. When he swung his saber, it turned into heavenly lightning descending from the sky. Bai Qi's eyes flickered. He finally made up his mind to temporarily give up on fighting Xiao Chen. He brandished his saber and took a defensive stance. Bang! Like a celestial being, Xiao Chen swung his saber horizontally. There was a dull sound, and blood leaked out of a corner of Bai Qi's mouth as he was knocked into the air. From the start of the competition until now, Xiao Chen's aura flourished, his sharpness unparalleled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen suppressed Bai Qi all the way, not giving him any opportunities. He forced Bai Qi into a sorry state, forcing him to retreat again and again without any chance to retaliate. Since the start of the elimination round, Bai Qi had never been in such a difficult and wretched state. The cultivators in the spectator stands were all startled. This seemed to be different from what they had expected. This Xiao Chen is extraordinarily strong. If he did not have the four-season saber technique, Bai Qi would have lost for sure. However, it is really unfortunate for Xiao Chen. Indeed, if Xiao Chen had another 2 years, the result of today's battle would definitely be different. Seeing Xiao Chen's strength, several people sighed softly, feeling even more pity for him. The moment the four-season saber technique was executed, the situation immediately turned around. Even someone as strong as Yu Chenxi could not change the result. How could Xiao Chen do it? Right now, Bai Qi was probably waiting for Xiao Chen to finish executing the lightning tribulation saber technique and his momentum to weaken. Then he would execute the four-season saber technique to reverse the situation. As the crowd spoke, Xiao Chen finally executed the final move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the divine lightning tribulation. Thunderclouds covered the sky, making it dark. It was like the end of the world. The heavy atmosphere made breathing difficult. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, there was only a flash of dazzling purple light in the sky. Countless golden deities in the thundercloud whirlpool above shouted, "Mighty heavenly might! All those who defy it will be killed without mercy." The sound waves spread out, adding a trace of divine might to the aura of Xiao Chen's saber strike. If it were the heavenly saber pavilion's founding ancestor executing it, this saber strike would be covered in golden electric light, filled with divine might. Bai Qi's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He drew out all the quintessence in his body and formed a thick quintessence shield in front of him. Bang! Xiao Chen, who was high in the sky earlier, landed before Bai Qi with a flash of electric light. The divine lightning tribulation arrived as planned. Chapter 598. A startling explosion resounded. In that instant, the saber chi tore a long crack in the tough wind cloud platform. The crack continued to extend, and in the blink of an eye, it split the wind cloud platform in half. This saber strike knocked Bai Qi back like a cannonball. Cracks spread across the quintessence shield on his body. It lasted for 3 breaths of time before shattering. However, because of these 3 breaths of time, the might of this divine lightning tribulation decreased significantly. Bai Qi crashed into the wind cloud barrier and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground with a "th" sound. The electric light vanished, and the strong wind stopped blowing. After Xiao Chen executed the divine lightning tribulation, the might of the wind and thunder slowly vanished. The wind cloud platform regained its calm. Only the dragon chi that came out from the cracks still showed the horrifying might of the earlier move. Ha! The lightning tribulation saber technique truly lives up to its reputation. However, in the end, it did not kill me, Bai Qi. Bai Qi's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. However, he started laughing maniacally, venting all the grievances he had suffered since the start of the competition. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with vigor, and a strong fighting spirit spread out in his heart. He did not feel dispirited at all. Xiaochen, since I became famous, I have never been in such a sorry state. You have thoroughly infuriated me. Now that your momentum is exhausted, prepare to suffer my, Bai Qi's, rage. The first spurt of energy was like a tiger's. The second spurt of energy weakened, and the third spurt of energy exhausted. This was the effect that Bai Qi wanted. He was waiting for Xiaochen's aura to reach its peak. Once Xiaochen's aura reached its peak, Xiaochen would not be able to defeat him. The instant Xiaochen's aura fell, Bai Qi would use the four-season saber technique to deal a lightning-quick strike. Then, everything would be over. Xiaochen would taste the feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant. This was the best way to deal a heavy blow. Not only could he defeat his opponent in the wind cloud platform, but he could also cause his opponent to lose confidence, planting a heart demon in him and preventing him from making any progress in his saber techniques. It's over. Bai Qi is going to execute the four-season saber technique. Someone in the spectator stands could not help but sigh. The result was obvious. The many elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all showed extremely anxious expressions. Jiang Qi said helplessly, "Our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has wronged him. If we had a martial technique that could rival the four-season saber technique, Bai Qi would not be able to be so arrogant." Bai's pure and adorable face was filled with worry. Her bright eyes were glistening with tears, and her brows were filled with worry. Kim Taeho flapped his golden fan and sighed. He covered his eyes with the fan and said, "Sigh, forget it. I'm not going to watch anymore. Little brother Xiaochen still doesn't understand the essence of being a person. If it was me, I would just disdain to fight and admit defeat. That would piss that guy off." The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Bai Qi muttered as he silently executed the first move of the four-season saber technique. The sound of gushing water immediately resounded in the arena. The surging river seemed both warm and cold. Bai Qi's clothes fluttered, and his essence surged without end. Using the surging power of the cycle, Xiaochen charged at the weakened Xiaochen, who had a weakened aura. Perhaps it was because Bai Qi had been beaten up by Xiaochen earlier, to the point where he could not retaliate at all. He felt too sullen. Bai Qi's originally gentle saber strike was filled with resentment. The power of the cycle could not be blocked by a celestial being. When this saber strike was executed, a boundless shockwave surged towards Xiaochen. The wind and clouds gathered in the wind cloud platform again. Xiaochen had a calm gaze. He did not feel any joy or sorrow when facing the first move of the four-season saber technique. His heart remained calm and unperturbed. However, when the saber was 1 meter away from him, Xiaochen casually took a step forward. One step, just one step. Xiaochen's aura, which had already fallen to rock bottom, suddenly erupted with a might even more ferocious than the divine lightning tribulation. Boom! Thunder roared. In that instant, everything came to life. Birds and beasts cried out. Xiaochen swung his saber, executing the four-season saber technique's spring thunder chop as well. Pu-ci! Pu-ci! The sound of a flowing river resounded. When the two sabers clashed, an even stronger power of the cycle containing an even more perfected state of spring blasted Bai Qi back again in one breath. Bai Qi's momentum was ferocious. However, the momentum of his flying back was even faster than his momentum. No one could react in time. Bai Qi's body crashed into the wind cloud barrier. The force was so great that cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier behind him. What's going on? What just happened? Did I see wrongly? Why is it Bai Qi who flew back again? Shouldn't Xiaochen be in trouble after he executed the four-season saber technique? However, why is it that the one knocked back is Bai Qi? Everything happened too quickly. The spectators were dumbfounded. They could not understand what happened. They were not the only ones who could not understand. The martial monarch powerhouses in the city lord's residence exchanged glances with each other, not daring to be too sure. However, the expressions of the Bai clan elders changed drastically. The first elder, who led the group, stared blankly. He muttered to himself, "Four-season saber technique? How can this be?" Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Xiao Chen. He muttered, "That's impossible. How did you learn my Bai clan's four-season saber technique? Furthermore, you are stronger than me. I don't believe it. Spring is over, summer is coming. The merciless flowing fire illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun." Bai Qi roared ferociously and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. He was like the blazing sun, his aura swallowing up everything. His heart was higher than the sky as he charged forward with a boundless aura. Spring is over, summer is coming. A blazing sun stands high in the sky, burning through the world. Xiao Chen shouted and took another step forward. He turned into the blazing sun, burning through everything. The light he gave off was several times brighter than Bai Qi's. Bang! The two blazing suns clashed with the power of the cycle of seasons. Two strands of saber qi flew to the side, and a crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Together with the earlier crack, the wind cloud platform split into four pieces. The blazing sun that belonged to Bai Qi lasted for a while before it scattered. Xiao Chen's burning to desolation knocked Bai Qi back with a loud bang. The wind cloud barrier cracked, looking like it would shatter at any moment. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Wounds covered Bai Qi's body from head to toe. His eyes filled with disbelief. Originally, Bai Qi thought that after he executed the four-season saber technique, he would be able to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ended up in an even more miserable state than before. Such a huge drop was like falling from heaven to hell. How could Bai Qi be willing to accept this? The merciless wind, summer is coming. The world is like a leaf, too sentimental. Even at death's door, they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. The autumn wind rustles. The heavenly Tao is merciless. Despite his severely injured body, Bai Qi executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The wind rustles, the rain falls incessantly. The cool wind blows, and the autumn waters ripple. The fated person smiles faintly. "I'll give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it?" Xiao Chen executed his third move at nearly the same time as Bai Qi. Two soft hums rose and fell on the wind cloud platform, layered over each other, giving everyone a vague poetic feeling. Boom! Before Bai Qi could get close to Xiao Chen, a strand of white saber qi from the lunar shadow saber knocked him back. That seemingly soft saber qi hid a boundless toughness. When it faced the unyielding, merciless autumn wind, it broke the hardness with gentleness. It shattered Bai Qi's saber technique and struck Bai Qi's body. The force from the gentle wind knocked Bai Qi back with a xiu sound. Bai Qi crashed through the wind cloud barrier and turned into a beam of light. Then he landed in the spectator stands with a huge force. Before the cultivators could react, they were all severely injured. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Bai Qi was a genius bladesman. He was ranked second in the previous 5-nation youth competition. He had a powerful saber technique, the four-season saber technique, and could compete with Sima Lingxian. However, at this moment, someone knocked him off the wind cloud platform. His fate was unknown. He was utterly defeated. As for the white-robed bladesman in the arena, his clothes fluttered in the wind. He had a calm expression, not showing any excitement at all. It was like he did not care about Bai Qi from the start. It is as he said. He did not overestimate himself. Bai Qi is indeed not a match for him. The difference is too great. Indeed, from the start to the end, he did not gain any advantage at all. He did not even get a chance to execute the final 2 moves of the four-season saber technique. With such strength, he is qualified to challenge Sima Lingxian. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, there is now another person who can fight against Sima Lingxian. We did not come to this 5-nation youth competition for nothing. The crowd thought back to what Xiao Chen said before the fight started. He did not overestimate himself. When the crowd thought back, they discovered that he was not boasting. He had just been indifferent. No one had expected such a scene to occur. In the spectator stands, Sima Lingxian, who had maintained a relaxed expression, could not help but stand up. As he looked at Xiaoqin, he felt that he was unfathomable. His confidence, which had never wavered at this moment, stirring up a boundless storm around him. Amid the surging wind, the Sima clan's first elder's face sank. He waved his long sleeves and collected the wild storm back into his sleeves. Then he said indifferently, "Lingxian, your heart is in a mess." Sima Lingxian recovered his wits and calmed his emotions. He said, "Many thanks to First Elder for making a move. However, it is good that my heart is in a mess. If I am always like an unmoving ancient well, I will not be able to strengthen my mental state. This Xiaoqin is indeed a good whetstone." The First Elder smiled faintly and said, "It is good that you think that way." As Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiaoqin, a golden flame flashed in his eyes. He revealed a grave expression. It was unknown what he was planning. "Xiaoqin wins. You gain another 2 points." The referee announced the results of the match unhurriedly. At this moment, Xiaoqin's golden dragon had finished swallowing up Bai Qi's 25-meter-long golden dragon. His golden dragon flickered with light. Now, it was 27 meters long, equal to Sima Lingxuan's. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people saw this scene, they revealed dreamy expressions. Jiang Qi muttered, "I can't see through it. I really can't see through it at all." Bai's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. His innocent face showed both crying and smiling. He hugged Mu Xinya, who was beside him, and said, "Elder sister Xina, elder brother Xiaoqin won. He won." Mu Xinya shook her head slightly and revealed a bitter smile. She felt very complicated. Unexpectedly, the youth from many years ago had grown to such a level. Chapter 599. The Bai clan elders looked at Xiaoqin with hostile gazes. They wanted to capture him on the spot and force him to tell them how he learned the 4-season saber technique. However, even though they were upset, they did not dare to act rashly. For the past 10,000 years, the sects that caused trouble during the 5-season competition all did not have a good ending. In the 95th round, after this battle, all the other battles were inferior, giving people a dull and uninteresting feeling. Even the remaining matches of the giants were not worth watching. Occasionally, they would cast their gazes at Xiaoqin, who was resting with his eyes closed. As they discussed in low voices, they were filled with anticipation for Xiaoqin's next appearance. Would he give them another pleasant surprise? After this round of matches ended, only 3 of the 8 giants remained with consecutive victories. They were Xiaoqin, Sima Lingxian, and Chu Chaoyun. The number of people who could climb to the summit had shrunk once again. The champion of this 5-nation youth competition would definitely be one of these 3. As for Bai Qi, whom everyone had placed their hopes on, he had completely lost his qualifications to compete. There were still 5 rounds left. The 3 of them would meet sooner or later. It was just that no one knew who would fight first. Next match, Xiaoqin vs. Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiaoqin's match started once again. The previously silent atmosphere of the crowd immediately turned lively. All sorts of discussions broke out. Although Xianyuan Zhantian had lost to Chu Chaoyun and lost his qualifications to compete for the first rank, his strength was clear for all to see. No one dared to doubt him. Be it his strong state of kingship or that wondrous martial technique that lasted until the end of time, Xianyuan Zhantian was definitely within the top 3 of the younger generation. If Xianyuan Zhantian's opponent was not Chu Chaoyun, even if he fought against Bai Qi, everyone believed that he had a high chance of victory. If Xianyuan Zhantian fought against Xiaoqin, he might be able to force out some of Xiaoqin's strength, allowing everyone to see through Xiaoqin. Bang! Xianyuan Zhantian did not hold back at all. The instant the match started, he struck the ground heavily with his heavenly war halberd. A vast state of kingship spread out like the sea. Point to the heavens, trample the earth. The surface of the sea surged and 81 waves appeared. Xianyuan Zhantian pointed his finger at the sky and stomped the ground. He charged over with a berserk aura. Xiaoqin instantly merged the 2 states together with his 60% comprehended saber intent and executed Wuxia breaks the heavens. The saber created a long beam of light as it intercepted Xianyuan Zhantian in midair. Using technique to break force, Xiaoqun used the characteristics of Wuxia breaks the heavens to break the ferocious point to heaven and trample on the earth before its might reached its peak. Xiaoqun had never been a cultivator who only knew how to fight head-on. In terms of technique and eyesight, he did not lose to anyone. Taking the initiative, Xiaoqun continuously executed the lightning tribulation saber technique he had been storing up power for. Xiaoqun started an intense battle with Xianyuan Zhantian on the undulating sea. One side had the state of kingship, which ruled over the 4 seas. The other had a 60% comprehended saber intent and the state of thunder massacre. On the wind cloud platform, the two were locked in a stalemate. Waves surged and exploded wildly. Thunder rumbled endlessly as scarlet killing chi spread everywhere. Bang! The divine lightning tribulation knocked Xianyuan Zhantian back. Xiaoqun stood in midair, holding his saber with one hand as he faced the wind. Xianyuan Zhantian spun around and stabilized himself. Then he wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. It looks like other martial techniques do not pose any threat to you. Be careful, I am going to use my killing move. In terms of pure offensive power, unending time is stronger than the first 3 moves of the 4-season saber technique. I really want to see how you will deal with it. Right after Xianyuan Zhantian spoke, the vast sea behind him started to turn into the state of changing the sea into mulberry fields. Time was merciless. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. Unending time. Only the eternal state of kingship remained, unending for 10,000 years, everlasting. The strong, mysterious phenomenon was completed in just one breath. The state of kingship wrapped around the heavenly war halberd, giving off an ancient and solemn aura. Xiaoqun shook his head to himself. This move was indeed strong. However, to him, its flaws were too obvious. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. In that case, if Xiaoqun could attack in half a blink of an eye, the other party's mysterious phenomenon would break by itself. A fierce purple flame burned in Xiaoqun's right eye, forming a purple arrow that quickly elongated. This move was called the Purple Thunder Arrow. It was Xiaoqun's fastest martial technique. After his Purple Thunder Divine Incantation advanced to the 6th layer, his speed broke through the barrier of martial kings. There was no strong explosive force or offensive power. There was only a horrifying penetrative power and an even more horrifying speed. Xiao. Just as the time in the blink of an eye was about to pass, the purple thunder arrow shot out and a finger-sized bloody hole appeared in Xianyuan Zhantian's chest. The state of unending time also started to become unstable. Xiaoqun took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward. He executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, the Spring Thunder Chop. Thunder rumbled, and the power of the cycle of seasons knocked Xianyuan Zhantian back, causing him to vomit blood. The so-called state of kingship that required 10,000 years to be tempered until the end of time easily broke before everyone's astonished gazes. 10,000 years is too long. I can only seize the moment. After defeating Xianyuan Zhantian, Xiaoqun's 27-meter-long golden dragon swallowed some of his energy. However, it did not seem to have changed much. Xiaoqun's golden dragon was already too big. Furthermore, Xianyuan Zhantian's golden dragon was weaker than Xiaoqun's. If there was any change, it would only be that it was brighter. The pair of golden dragon eyes sparkled with life. The golden dragon was very intelligent, giving off the feeling that it was alive. In this round, Sima Lingshuan's opponent was Wang Quan. Chu Chaoyun's opponent was Li Tianhua. Without any surprises, the two of them easily obtained victory. The 97th round began. While the cultivators in the spectator stands were admiring the exciting martial techniques, the people from the city lord's residence were anxiously discussing the order of their appearance. There were 3 cards on the main table. The names of 3 people were written in black: Sima Lingxian, Chu Chaoyun, and Xiaoqun. If there were no surprises, the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be one of these 3 people. After this round of competition, there were only 3 rounds left in the competition. Which 2 of them would fight first was a matter that these people were discussing. The Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang, moved his right hand over the 3 cards. Clearly, this was not an easy decision to make. No matter which 2 of them fought first, the remaining one would inevitably gain some benefits. Zhong Liang withdrew his hand and said to the people beside him, "Did you all come to a conclusion? Let's hear it." A gray-robed old man said, replying to the city lord, "We all agree that Sima Lingxian needs to fight one of them first. From the start of the competition until now, he is the one who has revealed the least trump cards." Someone continued, "Xiaochen revealed his 60% comprehended saber intent, the 4-season saber technique, the lightning tribulation saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. Chu Chaoyan revealed his 50% comprehended sword intent, the peak state of light, the life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword technique, and the killing move, eternal light. As for Sima Lingxian, he has only revealed the Son of Heaven sword technique, 60% comprehended sword intent, and the state of kingship. These are all powerful martial techniques that he learned 3 years ago. How could he have improved so little in 3 years?" Zhong Liang muttered to himself for a while. Then, he took out the card that represented Sima Lingxian. He asked, "Is the remaining person Xiao Qin or Chu Chaoyan? I feel that it is Xiao Qin. He defeated by Qi too easily. I feel that it is Chu Chaoyan. He even dared to clash head-on with Xinyuan Zhantian's spear strike. Even Xiao Chen had to resort to trickery to break this move. Should it be Chu Chaoyan or Xiao Qin?" With this, the people in front of the platform immediately split into 2 groups and started arguing non-stop. Zhong Liang frowned and said unhappily, "Stop arguing. Those in favor of letting Xiao Qin go first, raise your hand and decide." The 8 old men each made their decision. Then, 4 of them raised their hands to express their agreement. It was still a draw. When Zhong Liang saw the situation, he said, "In that case, count me in. Let Xiao Qin fight Sima Lingxian first." After Sima Lingxian spoke, he stacked Xiao Chen's card on top of Sima Lingxuan's. A grave expression flashed in his deep eyes. Zhong Liang said indifferently, "Consider it as wronging you. However, there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. A true expert will not bother with such rules and regulations. They will just keep winning." At this moment, Xiao Chen, who had just ascended the wind cloud platform, did not know that the city lord's residence had just made a decision that was disadvantageous to him. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. It was as Zhong Liang said, he would just keep winning. Looking at the opponent, Xiao Chen revealed a relaxed expression on his delicate face. This was because his opponent was another old friend. Xianxia wore a long pink dress as she stood on the wind cloud platform. Her spirited eyes looked at Xiao Chen. She could not help but feel somewhat rueful in her heart. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. There were always some things that one could not predict. There were also some people that one could not figure out. 2 years ago, when Xianxia faced Xiao Chen, she did not even need to use her state to fight him to a draw. Now, even if she used her full power and performed exceptionally well, she would not be a match for him. Xianxia recovered her wits. She smiled and said, "I'm afraid I can't use my full power against you now. Let's stop here." Even if she used her full power, she would lose. Even if she did not use it, she would still lose. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to use her full power. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "Up to you. You make the first move." Xianxia leaped up gently and punched with a cool breeze. However, she did not use her state of light and cloud, relying only on her movement technique and the morning sun fist. Bang! Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen casually touched the ground. The hard wind cloud platform was like tofu, the scabbard sinking deep into it. Xianxia did not use her state. She did not intend to use her saber either. Her figure flashed as she used the dragon claw fist to clash with her opponent. Berserk Dragon! Vital chi flowed through Xiao Chen's bones. He clenched his right fist, and an azure dragon head roared ferociously. Then he clashed with Xianxia. Bang! 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 The 2 fists clashed. The berserk dragon roared ferociously, and light exploded. Soon, the 2 exchanged dozens of moves. Xianxia was somewhat astonished to discover that she would not be able to take down Xiao Chen within a short time if she did not use her state. After another 100 moves, she still could not do anything to Xiaochen. So, Xianxia had no choice but to activate her state of light and cloud. A morning sun rose from the clouds. When she punched out, she knocked Xiaochen back 100 meters. Chapter 600. Xianxia looked at the lunar shadow saber stuck in the middle of the dueling ground and sighed, "I lost." However, in terms of fighting techniques, you are still inferior to me. After Xiaochen finished speaking, he did not give Xiaochen a chance to speak. After admitting defeat, he drifted off the wind cloud arena. Xiaochen shook his head and smiled helplessly. After the golden dragon finished swallowing, he gently raised the lunar shadow saber and returned to his seat. He then closed his eyes and rested. Countless noises resounded in his ears, and the martial stage was filled with apprehension. Along with the end of round after round of matches, everyone's emotions were unprecedentedly high. After another 3 rounds of matches, the victor of this 5-nation youth competition would be decided. Who was the true dragon? Who would ascend to the peak? Who would become the bearer of luck? Who would lead the changes of this era? All of this would be revealed. The stage had already been set up, and the curtains were slowly pulled open. All that was left was for the main character to appear, and the show had just begun. The cultivators in the audience all felt extremely excited. They could not wait for the 3 giants to start fighting immediately. However, Xiaochen remained calm, quietly waiting for the final 3 battles. After that, he would defeat all his opponents and stand at the peak of this Sky Dome realm. Next match, Bai Qi vs. Chu Chaoyun. In the 98th round, the referee's rough and heavy voice slowly announced the results of the match between the two. Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked at the 2 people in the arena. His eyes revealed a contemplative look. Of the 100 participants, there were still 3 whom Xiaochen had not fought yet. They were Chu Chaoyun, the noble clans Li Tianhua, and the top seed, Sima Lingxian. In the 98th round, Li Tianhua had entered the arena very early, and now Chu Chaoyun had also entered the arena. That was to say, Xiaochen's opponent in this round was Sima Lingxian. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a strong gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that it was Sima Lingxian, who exuded a strong self-confidence. A pair of sharp eyes with the intent of a king pierced through the void and stared at him oppressively. "I will defeat you within 10 moves. 1 more move means I lose." The other party condensed his voice into a line and left behind words of confidence in Xiaochen's ears. Then he retracted his gaze. Xiaochen didn't mind. He said softly, "If you were really that confident, you wouldn't have left behind these words. If your heart is higher than the sky, why bother looking at us mortals?" Yun Kursin, who was at the side, felt that something was wrong. She said, "Xiaochen, what's wrong? Did someone test you earlier?" Xiaochen smiled and said calmly, "It's nothing. It's just that someone is trying to hide the fear in their heart. Let's watch the competition." The more confident a person was, the more they were afraid of failure. It was an unchanging principle since time immemorial. Now that Bai Qi had lost to Xiaochen, there was basically no hope for him to fight for first place again. However, as long as he could defeat Chu Chaoyun, there was still hope for him to snatch the 2nd place. Before Xiaochen came, he had already expected that he would lose to Sima Lingxian. He had been prepared to only get 2nd place. Although he had miscalculated and lost to Xiaochen early, he still had to fight for the 2nd place. Furthermore, he actually lost to an outsider in a competition of the 4-season saber technique. No matter what, he could not lose this match. He had to prove himself with his full power. "Begin." Right after the referee spoke, Bai Qi immediately made his move. He executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, unhurried spring water, suddenly warm then cold. Infused with the power of the cycle of seasons, Bai Qi turned into a surging river and surged towards Chu Chaoyun. Pooh, pooh. A strong wind blew on the wind cloud platform. A boundless aura suddenly soared, allowing everyone to feel the strength of the 4-season saber technique once again. In the previous moment, everything was calm. In the next moment, when Bai Qi drew his saber, the winds and clouds changed. The sky changed color, and a boundless aura surged. Life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's gaze remained calm. He did not dare to be careless when facing this famous four-season saber technique. His sword left his hand and floated quietly in front of him. Chu Chaoyun opened his right palm and quickly drew a circle with his sword in the air. When the circle of swords closed, 8 beams of golden light descended from the sky above and encased him. Within the golden light, every piece of Chu Chaoyun's clothes and hair glowed with a boundless radiance. Xiaochen gently patted the sword in the circle of light, and a dazzling beam of light immediately shot out. In that instant, the golden beam of light shone on Bai Qi, who was in midair. Bang! One could clearly see that the space behind Bai Qi had paused for an instant. The might of the samsara power had been forcefully resisted by the power contained in the golden light. Chu Chaoyun's face turned holy and pure. He let out a soft chant that sounded like a divine sound, and the 8 beams of light merged together. His eyes, the only pitch-black color in his body, also turned completely golden. The yuan qi in his body had completely materialized at this moment. The sword that belonged to him in the circle of swords turned into a beam of light and shot out. Everywhere it passed, space shattered and a pitch-black crack appeared. From a distance, it looked like someone had used a pencil to draw a black line on a piece of white paper. It was exceptionally eye-catching. When the crowd saw this scene, they were horrified. The essence in his body solidified. Unexpectedly, its might is equal to that of an inferior-grade martial monarch's quintessence. What cultivation technique does this Chu Chaoyun cultivate? Xiaochen did not show much shock in his eyes. He had guessed long ago that the cultivation technique Chu Chaoyun cultivated was a heaven-ranked cultivation technique passed down in the Tianwu dynasty. Furthermore, it was of an extremely high rank. Many large sects would have some heaven-ranked martial techniques. However, since the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, there had never been any heaven-ranked cultivation techniques circulating in the world. Dang! When the horrifying energy in the sword clashed with Bai Qi's saber, it immediately gave off a loud sound that resounded through the 9 heavens. The sound was so loud that it was deafening, shaking everyone's eardrums and temporarily deafening them. Blood leaked out of the corner of Bai Qi's mouth as he retreated 100 meters in the air. The momentum of the river and the power of the cycle of seasons vanished before this startling sword strike. Eternal light. Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would not let his opponent overtake him once he seized the opportunity. He leaped into the air, leaving behind a golden afterimage. Then he grabbed the sword in the air and instantly executed eternal light. The 321 acupoints in Chu Chaoyun's body suddenly opened and gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off thousands of beams of light. The light from the 300-odd acupoints overlapped. The boundless beams of light layered over each other, forming millions upon millions of them. Chu Chaoyun turned into a blazing golden sun. When one looked at it, they felt pain in their eyes. They did not dare to look at it directly. With the boundless beams of light overlapping, Chu Chaoyun sent out 99,900 sword strikes in one breath. The countless figures quickly overlapped. This was the eternal light that could defeat Xianyuan Zhantian's unending world to the end of time. The instant Bai Qi landed, it charged towards him with a dazzling light. Flowing fire illuminating the world. Bai Qi felt helpless. He could only reduce the might of the 4-season saber technique's second move by half and quickly clash. The time that Chu Chaoyun gave him was too short. He could not bring out the full might of the 4-season saber technique. Boom! The golden light exploded, and Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood. Once again, Chu Chaoyun knocked him back. He crashed into the wind cloud barrier. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a sorry state. Damn it! All of Bai Qi's internal organs were severely damaged, and the skin on his body had been scorched by the light. Bai Qi felt extremely depressed and furious. Chu Chaoyun's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. He was almost at the same level as Xiaochen. No, it was just the strength that Xiaochen had shown. The current Chu Chaoyun was even stronger than Xiaochen. The autumn wind rustled endlessly, sweeping away the lovers of the world. Bai Qi roared ferociously and drained all the remaining essence in his body. He seemed to have gone crazy, staking everything on this 4-season saber technique's third move. The world was heartless, the great Tao was heartless, The autumn wind was endless, engulfing the world. Chu Chaoyun's expression did not change. As he floated in the air, he quickly formed ancient hand seals. Instantly, the thick, dark clouds above Dragon Sealing City, which had not moved for 10,000 years, churned continuously, and a hole appeared. Inextinguishable divine light. After Chu Chaoyun finished forming the hand seals, he shouted. Immediately, 8 golden pillars of light descended from the hole, encasing him firmly. Divine might flowed on the pillars of light, forming an impenetrable defense. This was the move that had helped Chu Chaoyun stay on the wind cloud platform when he fought with Xuanyuan Zhantian. Even the shockwave from the combined explosion of the unending to the end of time and the eternal light could not do anything to Chu Chaoyun. Keng Chang. Bai Chi's saber struck the pillars of light and gave off a metallic clang. That pillar of light containing divine might actually turned solid. What defensive move is this? Unexpectedly, it is so horrifying. With such a defensive move, aside from a martial monarch, who can defeat Chu Chaoyun? Perhaps there is some hope for the 4-season saber technique's final move. However, in Bai Chi's current state, even the third move would be difficult. This does not feel like something a martial king can do. The divine might contained in the formless light is already strong enough. Unexpectedly, it turned solid. Startled cries came from the spectator stands, all of them filled with expressions of disbelief. The group of martial monarchs in the city lord's residence were all dumbfounded. They had not expected that the unremarkable move from back then would have such a strong defense. Zhong Liang looked at the cards on the table on which Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian were stacked. He revealed a helpless expression and sighed, "Unexpectedly, even I made an error in judgment. Sima Lingxian probably chose the wrong person for this match. It is too late. The next match between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian is about to begin. There is no more time to change it. Based on Chu Chaoyun's appearance, he definitely still has trump cards that he has not used yet. The move he is using now is exactly the same as when he fought Xuanyuan Zhantian. The other old men sighed as well. No matter what the result of the match between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian was, the two of them would have to reveal their greatest trump cards. With all their trump cards exposed, they would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing Chu Chaoyun in the final match. Zhong Liang glanced at Chu Chaoyun, who did not suffer any damage from Bai Chi's third saber strike. He said softly, "Perhaps this is luck. However, in the end, it is still strength that speaks. He has the initiative, but he might not have the last laugh." Chapter 601. Bang! When the light scattered, Chu Chaoyun faced the weakened Bai Chi, who had exhausted his mind. Chu Chaoyun sheathed his sword and kicked Bai Chi away like he was a sandbag. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the referee announced the victor of this match. Then, he said softly, "Next match, Xiao Chen vs. Sima Lingxian." Xiao Chen was the greatest dark horse of the 5-nation youth competition. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had been victorious. Be it the inheritors of the 10 great sects, the absolute geniuses of the 8 noble clans, or even the newcomers, no one could defeat him. 60% comprehended saber intent, the 4-season saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. No one knew how many trump cards he had or how deep his accumulations were. This was a disciple from a small sect in the Great Qin nation. No one knew how many secrets he had. Sima Lingxian was the champion of the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was the undisputed first seed of this 5-nation youth competition. Sima Lingxuan's state of kingship and Son of Heaven sword technique had not been revealed since the start of the ranking competition. No one could see through him. Only the strong self-confidence in Sima Lingxuan's heart never wavered. He seemed to have a withdrawn glow. When the crowd looked at him, he stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Everyone could not help but lean closer to him. The accumulations of the Sima clan, Sima Lingxuan's exceptional talent, the reputation of the top swordsman of the Great Qin nation, and all sorts of glory made Sima Lingxuan's self-confidence grow. Instead, he gave off a feeling of arrogance and conceit. There were only 3 rounds left in the 5-nation youth competition. Now, these two finally fought. After this match, one of them would not be able to become the champion. Neither of them could afford to lose. As long as they lost one match, they would immediately fall behind the other in points. They would not be able to catch up even if they wanted to. The moment the two of them appeared on the wind cloud platform, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. A super newcomer against a veteran giant. Who would emerge victorious? If this were before Xiaochen defeated Bai Qi, no one would be optimistic about the outcome of this match. However, now that he executed the four-season saber technique, which was even stronger than Bai Qi's, no one dared to come to a conclusion about this match. Even if they felt that Sima Lingxian had a higher chance of victory, they would not say it out loud. After more than 100 battles, Xiaochen had created too many miracles. Every time when everyone thought that his winning streak would come to an end, he would reverse the situation in one fell swoop. This caused those cultivators who had predicted that Xiaochen would lose to be slapped in the face and rendered speechless. At this moment, how could they still dare to jump to conclusions? The scene was dead silent. No one made a sound, only countless gazes. He stared at the two people in the field with a fiery gaze, not daring to relax for even a moment. He was afraid that he would miss some wonderful scenes and regret it for the rest of his life. Xiao. Sima Lingxian waved his hand, and a simple and heavy black scabbard sheathed his sword. With a ka-si sound, it embedded itself deep into the wind cloud platform between the two of them. Cracks spread out in all directions. Strands of dragon chi soared up from the wind cloud platform, accompanied by dragon roars, making the plain sword look extraordinary. The moment Sima Lingxian entered the wind cloud platform, he showed off his skills. The hard wind cloud platform was like mud to him, unable to withstand a single blow. You are very strong. Unfortunately, you ran into me, Sima Lingxian. No matter how strong you are, you can only fight for second place. It was like this for Bai Qi 3 years ago. It will be the same for you and Chu Chaoyun 3 years later. Nothing will change. Xiao Chen's delicate and handsome face did not change at all. He said indifferently, I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you this time. Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said, I have not made a move for a long time already. It seems like anyone dares to speak arrogantly to you. As I said earlier, if I cannot defeat you in 10 moves, I, Sima Lingxian, will lose this match. Boo! Boo! A strong wind blew and the clouds churned. Sima Lingxian reared his head back and laughed, appearing wild and unruly. As the winds blew and clouds churned, the vast state of kingship, together with the confidence in his heart that was even higher than the sky, formed a strong aura surging towards Xiaochen. The heavy aura could make mountains bend and rivers flow in reverse. The mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers were all under his control. Everything under the sky belonged to the king. If one dared to disobey, heaven and earth would not tolerate it. A clear ripple could be seen on the wind cloud platform. It compressed the space behind Sima Lingxian as it rushed towards Xiaochen. If it were an ordinary person, just this aura would suppress them to the ground, unable to move at all. Just one gaze would be enough to make his opponent tremble in fear and defeat him. The power of wind and clouds, the state of kingship. Is Sima Lingxian going to use his full strength? He wants to defeat Xiaochen in 10 moves. Only Sima Lingxian would not find it a joke if he said that. Let's wait and see if it is as he says. The moment the aura appeared, the cultivators outside the wind cloud platform immediately felt the power contained in it. They were all shocked. When they heard Sima Lingxian's words, they immediately felt excited, their blood surging. Who was Xiaochen? He was someone who could easily defeat Bai Qi. Yet, Sima Lingxian said that he would defeat him in 10 moves, mocking him for being arrogant and not worth mentioning. A strong wind blew. Before the aura, everything would vanish like smoke. It was like even heaven and earth could not tolerate Xiaochen standing alone. Xiaochen's long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing the blue strip of cloth tied around his forehead. Xiaochen gently tugged on it, and the blue strip of cloth immediately flew with the wind, floating high in the sky. The scarlet throne mark on Xiaochen's forehead flickered with a red light. The state of massacre in the throne was no longer suppressed. It was unleashed without restraint. As the red light spread out, a powerful aura gathered behind Xiaochen as well, the aura of massacre. The endless murderous intent was like a torrential flood, overflowing in all directions. With just one glance, it made one's heart palpitate. All sorts of negative emotions, massacre, death, berserk, exploded in one's mind. How painful! What kind of state of massacre is this? How can one cultivate killing qi to such a level? I don't even dare to look at it, the cultivators on the wind cloud platform exclaimed. Bang! With the obstruction of the viscous red light, Sima Lingxuan's aura stopped 100 meters in front of Xiao Chen with a bang, unable to advance any further. A loud sound rang out like two mountains crashing into each other. The sky shook, and the entire wind cloud platform trembled. This is not enough, far from enough. Xiao Chen's gaze sank, and he suddenly took a step forward. Then he unleashed his state of thunder. Thunderclouds covered the sky above, and an eternal and immortal will spread out. This was the immortal state of thunder that Xiao Chen comprehended from Thunder Emperor Valley. The state of massacre from the ancient throne that slaughtered 100,000 demons and the immortal state that Thunder King Sang Mu inherited, these two states that surpassed the limits merged in that instant. How could they fear the state of kingship of the mundane world? Xiao Chen's aura soared several times over. As he took a step forward, he instantly forced back Sima Lingxuan's aura of kingship. The sound of mountains crumbling resounded endlessly. Long, sinister cracks spread out on the wind cloud platform. Before the fight even started, the vast wind cloud platform had already shattered into pieces, leaving it in a sorry state. Sima Lingxian dared to say that he could defeat me in 10 moves, insulting me. However, I, Xiao Chen, have never lost to someone of the same generation since I became famous in the Sky Dome realm. Heaven was unfair, preventing Xiao Chen from condensing a martial spirit at the age of 16. If he had another 16 years, he would not even care about this Sima Lingxian. Even so, the current Xiao Chen was not someone that Sima Lingxian could humiliate. A strong wind blew, and a scarlet light spread out. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he said in a cold voice, "Make your move. Let me see how you are going to defeat me in 10 moves. I really want to know who is the arrogant one here." At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura shattered Sima Lingxuan's aura. He no longer had the insufferably arrogant attitude he had earlier. When Xiao Chen's cold voice reached Sima Lingxuan's ears, it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Right now, Xiao Chen's attitude was slightly higher than Sima Lingxuan's. When he spoke, he gave Sima Lingxian a feeling of looking down on him. "Since you want to be defeated that badly, I will grant your wish." Sima Lingxian snorted coldly and gently waved his right hand. The plain sword stuck in the wind cloud platform immediately came out of its scabbard. Sima Lingxian leaped into the air and grabbed the sword. Then he shouted, "First sword strike, sovereign descending to the 9 heavens, wind and clouds arise." With the support of the sword intent, the 1-meter-long sword hummed endlessly. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like he was the son of heaven descending from heaven. Wind and clouds gathered under his feet. In that instant he rode the wind and clouds. Mountains, rivers, cities, and villages for thousands of kilometers around, all the living things in the world, materialized the state of a sovereign descending to the 9 heavens. One sword raised wind and clouds, materializing the state of a sovereign. Riding the wind and clouds, he stood on mountains and rivers. Sword momentum, state, and sword intent are all perfect and flawless. This sword strike is completed in one breath, with no flaws at all. When Lu Xiaoyun, who was in the spectator stands, saw this sword strike, he revealed an expression of admiration. He praised it from the bottom of his heart. "Break!" Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he drew his saber. Purple and red lights intersected on the saber as he swung his saber at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Chen struck the place where the wind and clouds gathered. A saber light flashed, and the wind and clouds split in half. The wind was wind and the clouds were clouds. The state of a sovereign for thousands of kilometers around vanished into thin air. All this happened in an instant. Right after Lu Xiaoyun spoke, Xiao Chen cleanly broke this move. Lu Xiaoyun opened his mouth but could not say anything. His eyes sparkled as he said in astonishment, The sword raises wind and clouds, materializing mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers around. Then, there is the state of a sovereign descending to the world. As long as one breaks the wind and clouds, the state of a sovereign descending to the world will cease to exist. Why did I not think of that? The drifting snow sword sect's first elder shook his head and said, "That won't do. Even if you thought of it, you would not be able to do it so quickly or be so decisive." However, Sima Lingxuan's wind and clouds are already very close together. How did he find the point of fusion and then separate the wind and clouds? This is really strange. With his sword move broken, Sima Lingxian circled around and retreated 100 meters. Then he looked cautiously at Xiaochen. Who knew, Xiaochen did not chase after him. He held his saber with one hand and looked calmly at Sima Lingxian. He said, "Just make your move. I will break every move you make. I will not chase after you. I want to see how you will defeat me in 10 moves." What a fellow! Sima Lingxian is already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, this Xiaochen is even more confident than him. Breaking every move he makes. Even after breaking, he does not follow up with another attack. It looks like Sima Lingxuan's attitude has really angered Xiaochen. It has probably been many years since someone spoke to Sima Lingxian like this. Interesting, very interesting. Chapter 602. The moment Xiaochen spoke, a huge commotion broke out in the crowd. This was even more shocking than Sima Lingxuan's declaration of defeating his opponent in 10 moves. Everyone had their own pride. Xiaochen looked calm and indifferent. However, deep in his heart was a pride that no one knew about. He would not allow anyone to profane it. Good. Sima Lingxian said, "Good," 3 times in a row. With each word, his expression turned more sullen. A murderous intent even appeared in his eyes. Heart of a king, sword illuminating the world. Sima Lingxian did not say anything else. He immediately sent out a second sword strike. The sword flickered with a bright light, immediately filling the arena with light. It was like this sword illuminated the world. Sima Lingxian, who was floating in the air, seemed to have a heart burning in his chest. Even through his clothes and flesh, a fiery red light could be seen leaping about. When Shenyuan Zhantian saw this sword strike, he immediately revealed an expression of extreme shock. He said, "He is burning the heart of a king." This is a technique that can only be grasped after reaching great perfection in the state of kingship. The might of this sword strike has increased by at least 3 times. "Let's see how you break it," Sima Lingxian shouted ferociously. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived before Xiaochen. There was nothing strange about this sword strike. It simply used the world as its faith and burned the heart of a king to attack the enemy. Aside from receiving it head-on, there was no way to break it. Xiaochen's spiritual sense found the weakest spot in his opponent's sword strike. Then he immediately executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. His body trembled and split into 9. The 9 figures merged 2 states and each sent out a saber strike. Every saber strike landed on the weakest spot of the sword strike. Although it was said to be weak, that was only relative. The force at the weakest spot could easily shatter a small mountain. Bang, bang, bang. The sword might was too strong. Every one of Xiaochen's clones could not block it for even a moment before they shattered into pieces. However, when Sima Lingxian broke the 8th clone, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He discovered that the might of this sword had decreased by half without him realizing it. "You discovered it as well, right? However, it is too late." Xiaochen's main body shouted. The crystalline purple essence in his body turned into a sharp saber light. Infused with his 60% comprehended saber intent, he chopped at the weakest spot. Boom! When the energy shot out, it created an intense shock wave. Everyone saw Sima Lingxuan's body quickly hit the shock wave. He spun a few times in the air before he stabilized himself. However, Xiaochen did not move at all. Only the terrifying red glow around him and the immortal state of thunder above him intertwined with each other, making his handsome face look extremely demonic. Sima Lingxian did not believe it. He executed the later moves of the Son of Heaven's sword technique to their limits. The king's heart in his chest burned even more ferociously. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense circulated, breaking the other party's sword techniques one by one. He really could not find any flaws. Xiao Chen directly used the four-season saber technique to clash with his opponent, using force to break his opponent's saber technique. The sixth move has been broken. There are only 4 moves left. The 7th move has also been broken. There are only 3 moves left. The 8th move has also been broken. There are only 2 moves left. The 9th move has been broken. There's only 1 more move left. The cultivators in the spectator stands watched excitedly. If Xiao Chen really did as he said and let Sima Lingxian attack, Xiao Chen would not chase after him or take the initiative to attack. He only cared about breaking the sword. They wanted to see what gave Sima Lingxian the confidence to say that he could defeat Xiao Chen in 10 moves. 10th sword technique, crossing 1,000 peaks. Sima Lingxian's expression turned terrifyingly sullen. He burned all the remaining quintessence in his body and executed the 9th move of the Son of Heaven's sword technique. Thousands of mountains appeared in the air. Sima Lingxian infused them into his sword technique, making the might of this sword technique incredibly heavy. Everywhere the sword passed, pitch-black cracks appeared in space. When the sword moved diagonally, a sword light exploded before it. In an instant, it seemed like thousands of towering mountains pressed down on Xiao Chen, covering the sky and covering the sun. Moonlight like frost, flowing water hurts, beauty grows old, where can one find one's home? In the face of danger, Xiao Chen did not panic. He calmly executed the 4-season saber technique's 4th move, Grieving Frost. Strands of frost silently seeped into the towering mountains. The faint saber intent made it almost impossible to detect anything strange. When Sima Lingxian saw the situation, the sullen expression on his face disappeared. He laughed loudly and said, "The mountains press down on you. Let's see where you can hide." Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and stood upright. He said indifferently, "Why the need to hide?" Kasi. Suddenly, crunching sounds came from all the mountains in the sky. The mysterious phenomenon that Sima Lingxian materialized broke from the inside out. It turned into sand and pebbles flying everywhere, scattering with the wind and returning to nothing. How can it be like this? Sima Lingxian's expression changed slightly in disbelief. The white-robed Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand as he pointed it at his opponent. Under the illumination of the light, he said calmly, "The 10 moves are over. I am standing here. How are you going to defeat me? I only ask you, who was the one speaking such arrogant words? One can be arrogant, but one must never be conceited. Since you spoke rudely and considered everyone beneath you, I do not mind ruthlessly slapping your face in front of everyone. Who cares if you are a noble clan disciple or the top genius of the great Jin nation?" The many cultivators in the spectator stands all had incredulous expressions on their faces. They had not expected Xiao Chen to break his opponent's 10 moves. This time, Sima Lingxian was truly embarrassed. The vast wind cloud platform was riddled with thousands of holes. At this moment, it was a complete mess. Originally, the wind cloud platform had an automatic repair function. Otherwise, it would not be in such a dilapidated state. However, when the two fought, they were simply too strong. The saber intent and sword intent contained in their martial techniques lingered for a long time. There was no way for the wind cloud platform to repair itself properly. However, Sima Lingxian's heart was even more disordered than this dilapidated wind cloud platform. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Xiao Chen's strength, martial techniques, states, and techniques did not lose to him at all. Damn it! I did not lose. The one who lost is you. After 10 moves, Sima Lingxian did not admit defeat like he said he would. He had a crazed expression as he circulated his essence. Then, he charged over with a ferocious aura. Scram! This time, Xiao Chen took the initiative to attack. The solidified essence in his body covered every acupoint, bone marrow, and blood in his body. In that instant, Xiao Chen's entire body gave off a dazzling purple light. Even his pitch-black eyes turned a deep purple, flickering with electricity. Bang! Sima Lingxian no longer had any technique. His attack was full of openings. Xiaochen grasped his saber with both hands and swept it across. Amid the dazzling purple light, he used absolute force to knock his opponent off the wind cloud platform. Bang! Xiaochen's saber strike knocked back the insufferably strong Sima Lingxian. He crashed through the wind cloud barrier and flew out. A Sima clan superior grade martial monarch's figure flashed over in an instant. He caught Sima Lingxian just before he crashed into the ground, preventing him from ending up in a sorry state like Bai Qi and saving his last bit of face. One should not boast. Even Sima Lingxian is no exception. If he was careless, he would have been slapped in the face in front of everyone. The newcomers these days are too horrifying. Even Sima Lingxian fell. The last contestant of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans is gone. All the geniuses of the great Jin nation have fallen. Currently, only Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun are left. I wonder where these two people came from. I have never heard of them before. The moment they appeared, they caused such a huge commotion. This is unbelievable. What is even more unbelievable is yet to come. These two people are actually contestants from the great Qin nation. Their sects are probably laughing even in their dreams. This 5-nation youth competition had brought too many surprises to the crowd. Even someone as strong as Sima Lingxian was defeated before he could even make it to the final round. The impact of this was indescribable. Every generation had its own geniuses. Each wave was taller than the one before. In this great age of cultivators, anything could happen. This made everyone sigh and sigh endlessly. On the dilapidated wind cloud platform, Xiaochen, whose entire body flickered with a purple light, sheathed his saber. The light vanished, and his strong aura vanished. His entire being returned to ordinary. The scarlet throne mark on Xiaochen's forehead gave his delicate face a sinister and tyrannical aura after he removed the blue strip of cloth. This was very different from how he usually looked. When the other half-step martial monarchs, Jiang Qi, saw Xiaochen after Xiaochen walked off the wind cloud platform, his heart trembled. Her heart trembled, and the radiant smile on her face vanished. Unexpectedly, she could not speak to Xiaochen calmly. When Xiaochen saw the expressions of the surrounding people, he startled to his senses. He took out another blue strip of cloth from the universe ring and tied it around his forehead, covering up the scarlet throne mark. Xiaochen's demonic and tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He turned back into the calm and indifferent white-robed bladesman Xiaochen. Jiang Qi did not know what to say for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, "Xiaochen, you should rest first." When Murongchong, Yun Kursen, and the others looked at Xiaochen, they were all shocked. Although they had guessed that Xiaochen was strong, they had not expected him to be this strong. Sima Lingxian, whom they did not even dare to look at directly, lost to Xiaochen in such a manner. He had been ruthlessly slapped in the face before everyone. When Xiaochen saw everyone's expressions, he sighed silently to himself. No matter what, it is fine as long as I remain the same. Even if I step onto the great Tao in the future and look down on everyone, I will still walk the world with reverence in my heart. On the platform, Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang, picked up Sima Lingxuan's card and waved it casually. A faint flame flared up on the card, and it quickly turned into ashes, vanishing into the air. Only 2 cards remained on the table. One had Xiaochen's name on it and the other had Chu Chaoyun's name on it. Zhong Liang said softly, "There are really many surprises. What do you all think?" When the old man on Zhong Liang's right heard this, he smiled and said, "Xiaochen versus Chu Chaoyun. This is the final match. The suspense will last until the end." Indeed. Who could have imagined that this Xiaochen state of massacre is only a fine line away from the will of massacre? Furthermore, his state of thunder contains the immortal attribute. The most horrifying thing is that his essence has completely solidified. He has not even reached peak half-step martial monarch, and his essence can already solidify. I wonder what fortuitous encounter this little fellow had. If he advanced to martial monarch, the quintessence that he refined would make several of the older generation pale in comparison. Chapter 603. Chu Chaoyun is not simple either. His peak state of light contains divine might. His essence can also be condensed into a solid form. The martial technique he practices is also very strong. The two of them are about the same age and come from the same nation. Their strengths are similar. Having them fight the final battle is definitely the best result. Zhong Liang smiled and nodded. That is for the best. As I said earlier, there is no need to care about the rules. If you have the strength, just keep winning. Both of them are proud sons of heaven, a pair of absolute geniuses. This old man is very curious as to who will have the last laugh. After the match between Sima Lingxian and Xiao Chen ended, an hour passed before the next match resumed. This was because the wind cloud platform was severely damaged. There was no way for a normal match to take place. They could only wait for it to recover on its own. After the 98 matches were over, the 99 matches began. The first match was between Gong Yangyu and Lu Xiaoyan. This match was very crucial to both of them. As long as one of them lost, they would immediately fall out of the top 10. The matches were very intense and very exciting, attracting a lot of attention. In the end, Gong Yangyu relied on his killing move, tossing heaven and earth, to obtain a spot in the top 10 after much difficulty. After 10-odd matches, it was Xiao Chen's turn. His opponent was Li Tianhua. He did not give his opponent much of a chance, ending the match within 20 moves. Xiao Chen easily obtained victory. Next match, Chu Chaoyun against Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian, who had just been defeated, had already recovered from most of his injuries. However, his confidence had vanished completely. He looked very dispirited, giving off a feeling of being in low spirits. He was like a different person from the previous Sima Lingxian. His aura was completely different. Sima Lingxian had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, defeated by Xiao Chen in 10 moves. Furthermore, it was an extremely humiliating defeat. Sima Lingxian could not do anything about it. He could not digest the difference in his heart. The strong confidence that he had accumulated over the past 20-odd years had been shattered by Xiao Chen in an instant. A huge flaw appeared in his mental state. Now, when facing the strong Chu Chaoyun, Sima Lingxian could not retaliate at all. He no longer had his previous glory. How hateful! After losing to Xiao Chen, it will be difficult for Lingxian to get into the top 3, the Sima clan's first elder said angrily. Sima Lingxuan's ranking in the ranking matches directly affected the Sima clan's luck for the next 100 years. His dream of winning 3 championships in a row had been shattered, and now he couldn't even get into the top 3. He couldn't help but feel depressed. As he looked at Xiao Chen, a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "The Sima clan will make things difficult for whoever makes things difficult for my Sima clan." The elders of the Bai clan, one of the 8 noble clans, were currently discussing Xiao Chen's matter. Their words were filled with murderous intent. The 4 clans Xiao Xiaochen, Saber Bai Qi. The Ling clan's Chen Xiao Wu clan spirit. The 4-season saber technique is the foundation of our Bai clan. We absolutely cannot reveal it. No matter how this person obtained it, we have to figure it out after the 5-nation youth competition. Furthermore, this person's 4-season saber technique is clearly stronger than our Bai clan's. We have to find out how he cultivated it. The second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, Bai Qinghe, said sinisterly as he sized up Xiao Chen with a malicious gaze. When Bai Qinghe, the second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, heard these words, he frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. If a person's luck was extremely strong, it would be very difficult to catch them. Heaven would be watching over them, and they would not be fated to die. Not only would Bai Qinghe's second uncle's ideas not achieve the desired effect, but they might even attract an enemy who might become a martial emperor in the future. Chu Chaoyun wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee announced the results unhurriedly. After a round of swallowing, Chu Chaoyun's golden dragon grew to 29 meters long, equal to Xiao Chen's. As for Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, it was no longer as dazzling as before. After 2 consecutive defeats, his golden dragon shrunk to 27 meters long, only slightly longer than Bai Qi and the others. Just as Chu Chaoyun was about to get off the stage, the golden dragon above his head suddenly roared ferociously. It charged at the golden dragon circling above Xiao Chen, baring its fangs and claws. A ferocious light radiated from it, looking extremely sinister and horrifying. The golden dragon above Xiaochen's head also fought back, not giving way at all. The two golden dragons flew out of Xiaochen's control. Suddenly, they flew together and started fighting each other, shocking the onlookers. The final battle has not started yet, and the two golden dragons are already fighting. How interesting. Only one true dragon can exist in this world. It will not allow two true dragons to exist together. Now that only the final battle remains, the two golden dragons probably feel a sense of danger. No matter how many geniuses there are, no matter how outstanding they are, there can only be one main character in each age. To the other geniuses, this glorious age is a tragic age. People like Bai Qi, Yu Chenxi, Lu Xiaoyan, and Xianyuan Zhantian would definitely be the main characters of any age. However, in the age of geniuses, they could only play a supporting role. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun were also terrifyingly strong. They were clearly stronger than the other geniuses. They were rarely seen, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the absolute proud pair. However, such proud sons of heaven might not be able to become the main character of this great age. This was because there could only be one true dragon. An 89-meter-long golden dragon was just short of 30 meters. 9 was the limit of numbers. As long as it reached 30 meters, it would immediately become a true dragon. The luck that a true dragon obtained was not something that the other false dragons could compare to. The luck of this age of the Sky Dome realm would be added to it. Countless fortuitous encounters, spiritual fortuitous encounters, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena that were not meant to happen would happen to the true dragon. Who was the true dragon? At this moment, only one step remained. Only one final battle remained. Ferocious roars rang out in the sky as the two golden dragons fought. A ferocious aura spread out, scaring the other golden dragons into trembling and hurriedly dodging. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen were both somewhat surprised. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Chu Chaoyun narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile on his calm face. He said softly, "Come back." Chu Chaoyun's golden dragon roared in dissatisfaction. Then, it slowly returned to Chu Chaoyun's head, circling left and right, dancing up and down. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and his golden dragon returned with a xiao sound. Everywhere it passed, the golden dragons of the other participants dodged, not daring to block its sharpness. After the 99th round of matches ended, the organizers let all the participants rest for 2 hours to prepare for the final round of matches. Time slowly went by. At some point, dusk had already arrived, leaving a dim yellow setting sun in the western sky, scattering a mottled glow. The organizers had purposely arranged for the match between Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun to be the last match. Shua, shua, shua. The entire place fell silent. Only the sounds of the matches on the wind cloud platform could be heard far away. This was very strange. Normally, even in the worst matches, there would be cultivators who would comment on them, giving their own opinions and insights. However, at this moment, the place fell completely silent. No one said anything, they just watched the matches quietly. The matches that had been bustling for the past few days had calmed down just like that. There would always be a peaceful night before a storm. The sky, the dark clouds, the sound of the wind, the sound of breathing, and even the fights on the wind cloud platform all gave off a sense of tranquility. The matches of the final round slowly came to an end. By the time the 49th match was over, the sky had already turned dark. Since the start of the 5-nation youth competition, there had never been a night match. However, the final match had already piqued the interest of countless people. Clearly, they could not wait another night. Zhong Liang, who was on the platform, waved his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. The other 9 wind cloud platforms around the largest wind cloud platform lit up with flames. Pooh, pooh. The flames made that tall and vast wind cloud platform look mysterious. The 4 referees flew out from the various platforms. However, they did not ascend the wind cloud platform like they usually did. Instead, they floated in the air, as though they were afraid of the 2 people who would fight later. The final match begins now. Heavenly Saber Pavilions Xiaochen and Misty Sword Sex Chu Chaoyun quickly enter the arena. The four referees shouted in unison in the silent night. Their voices were like thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone could hear them clearly. The emotions that had been calm for a long time immediately surged. After 3 years of waiting, more than half a month of competition, and 180 matches, the final match was finally about to begin. Xiao! Xiao! Two figures soared into the air in the darkness. Their clothes were very ordinary. However, the darkness of the night did not seem to be able to hide the glow of their bodies. Among the millions of people, they shone brightly, allowing everyone to see them clearly at a glance. Their gazes unwittingly started to follow the trajectory of the two in the air. Keng Chang! The two drew their sabers and swords and brandished the weapons in their hands. Dense saber chi and sword chi tore through the night sky and tore 2 holes in the wind cloud barrier with a caustic sound. The tough wind cloud barrier was as thin as a cicada's wings in the two's hands. It did not have any resistance at all, easily breaking apart with a casual strike. The two gently drifted down and put away their weapons. Without making any sound, they landed on the ground at the same time. Chu Chaoyun always had a calm expression on his face. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but it was indistinct. No one could see through it. The two did not say anything. They just stared at each other, building up their auras. Under the pressure of their auras, the air in the air turned viscous, almost solidifying. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun said, "Don't you feel that this is very strange? 4 years ago, you could not even receive half an attack from me. Now, you can stand here and compete with me for the luck of the Sky Dome realm." Xiaochen said calmly, "What is so strange about that? There will definitely be a fight between us. It is just a matter of time. No one in this world can understand the loneliness and solitude that I have endured. The people who defeated me 4 years ago have already lost to me. You will not be an exception." Holding his scabbard with his right hand, Chu Chaoyun casually leaned against the ground. Then he combed his hair back and smiled faintly. After some thought, he said, "In that case, draw your saber. Let me see how much you have grown for you to be so confident." Chu Chaoyun's tone was calm and serene. However, it hid an overwhelming fighting spirit. Right after he spoke, the aura that he had been storing up turned into a strong wind that roared at Xiaochen. Chapter 604. Xiaochen's clothes and accessories instantly gave off a resplendent golden light. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his pitch-black eyes turned golden as well. Tens of thousands of rays of light burst forth from his body, causing the colorless and odorless wind to shine with a golden light, radiating sharpness in all directions. Faintly, the sound of countless swords humming in the wind was singing a tune that no one could understand. As the strong wind howled, the light was piercing. This heavy night was like a thick piece of cloth being torn apart by this golden light, turning into countless shards. Xiaochen's delicate face did not change at all. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he would face it calmly. There was no fear in Xiaochen's heart because he had a saber in his hand. Xiaochen said softly, "As you wish." Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber by 1 centimeter. Instantly, boundless electric light turned into a leaping purple light. Then, it burst out together with the aura that Xiaochen had been storing up. The white clear breeze robe and the accessories on it all turned into pieces of sparkling and translucent purple. His deep eyes turned into endless lightning, and in the deepest part of his eyes, there were countless blades trembling and cheering. The strong wind behind Xiaochen, compressed by his aura, halt. Countless electric lights leaped about in the wind, crackling endlessly. Bang! The golden and purple gales collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion in the silent night. It was deafening and indescribable. The two of them raised their auras, and the strong wind formed a semicircle of light. One golden and one purple, they clashed with each other, not giving way at all. The golden semicircle of light had millions of strands of light reflecting off each other, giving off a dreamlike radiance. Countless berserk electric lights leaped about on the purple semicircle of light. When the electric lights exploded, vague ripples appeared in space. The golden light and the purple electric lights clashed, giving off an extremely strong energy that caused countless tiny cracks to appear in the wind cloud platform. In the blink of an eye, the huge wind cloud platform looked like a spiderweb. Cracks spread everywhere. Boom. The two auras were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. The two of them lost the patience to continue waiting. They drew their sabers and swords again. The golden and purple semicircular balls of light exploded in an instant, emitting a deafening explosion. The instant the two drew their weapons, the 1,000-meter-wide wind cloud platform shattered. Countless hard rocks floated in the air. Before they had even made their move, half of the wind cloud platform had already been destroyed. The spectating martial artists were dumbfounded. Such a scene was completely unimaginable. Even the other giants, Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyun, Wang Quan, and the others, were filled with shock. They felt like something was stuck in their throats, making it hard for them to speak. Fight. The two of them let out a long roar. They held their treasured swords and brandished their long sabers. With boundless battle intent, he charged towards the other party with lightning speed. Clang, clang, clang. When the saber and sword clashed, countless sparks flew. The two in midair moved as fast as the wind and the sun. Ordinary cultivators could only see two blurry beams of light, one gold and one purple, crisscrossing in the air, flying up and down, leaving behind countless afterimages as they flickered. As the condensed saber chi and sword chi moved about, tiny cracks appeared in the void. The two's materialized saber chi and sword chi had actually reached a level that some inferior-grade martial monarchs could not achieve. They even tore space apart. The surrounding wind cloud barrier immediately shredded into countless pieces like it was made of thin paper. Wind and thunder roared, and the light scattered. After several dozen moves, the wind cloud barrier was completely destroyed. The 10 dragon pillars around the wind cloud platform could no longer spit out energy. Flowing light passing shadows. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun, who was in an intense battle, shouted. His body turned into a beam of light, leaving 81 afterimages at Xiao Chen's side. Each afterimage sent a sword strike at Xiao Chen. Each sword strike used a different move. Some chopped, and some stabbed. Golden light flashed on the swords. The 81 flickering golden lights merged into one, dazzling everyone's eyes. Before this sword strike, Xiao Chen's 5 senses became mere decorations. He could not see clearly at all. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Transform, transform, transform. Xiao Chen shouted, and his body split into 9. The crystalline essence in his body spun continuously as he executed the Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. 81 clones appeared in the air as well. Each of the clones also sent out a saber strike, blocking the sword techniques of Chu Chaoyun's afterimages. In that instant, countless sabers and swords clashed together, forming a horrifying sonic boom. They turned into surging shock waves that surged into the surroundings like a raging river. The expressions of the 4 referees floating 500 meters away from the wind cloud platform turned grave. They quickly made their move, each sending out a quintessence shield to block the shock waves. The 4 old men were shocked. They exchanged glances and projected their voices. What a strong shock wave! Even a newly advanced martial monarch would not be a match for these two. If this shock wave had spread out, the spectators in the first 5 rows would have been significantly injured. Fortunately, the city lord had foresight and told us to take precautions outside. Otherwise, many cultivators would have died in this 5-nation youth competition. Merch. However, the 2 people in the air above the wind cloud platform were not in the mood to care about the gazes of others. They shouted at the same time. 81 figures merged back together in that instant, giving off a bright light. In the pitch-dark night, the two's light burst forth. At this moment, the darkness was completely suppressed by their light. The dueling ring became as bright as day. Ding. The saber and sword chopped at each other at the same time, fast, accurate, ruthless, and callous. The golden sword light and the purple saber light clashed. Boundless energy spread out and tore the space around the two into pieces. A huge force rebounded. The two, who had just merged back together, separated in an instant. They both spun around and vented out the energy flowing in their bodies. Xiaochen stabilized himself and gently floated up. He stood on the dragon head of a dragon pillar and held his saber with one hand. His white clear wind robes fluttered in the strong wind. On the other side, Chu Chaoyun stood on a dragon pillar as well. The light on his body was withdrawn. Only his sword occasionally emitted golden sword chi. The two were separated by a kilometer. The wind cloud platform in the middle was in a sorry state. It was riddled with holes and was in a sorry state. There was not even a place to stand. The dragon chi that leaked out was also turbid. The shock waves from the two's exchange sliced it into millions of pieces. It did not even have a chance to let out a dragon roar. Chu Chaoyun tightened his grip on his sword. He revealed a rarely seen wildness on his face. He smiled and said, "I have not fought to my heart's content in a long time." Xiaochen, you are indeed qualified to say such words. However, the show is just beginning. Did you know? Boundless light, vast and mighty divine might. Chu Chaoyun shouted, and the thick clouds in the skies suddenly parted. A blazing pillar of light descended and tore through the night sky, encasing Chu Chaoyun. This was not the first time the crowd saw Chu Chaoyun execute the state of light that contained divine might. However, when they saw it again in the dark night, they had a different feeling. In contrast to the night sky, the blazing golden pillar of light looked even more piercing and dazzling. Divine might spread out, and a dignified aura spread out. Everyone could not help but feel a desire to worship Xiaochen. Xiaochen tore off the strip of cloth covering his forehead. A peak state of massacre surged out from the immortal state of thunder. The two merged and formed a strange purple-red light, blocking the other party's divine might. Clouds move in all directions, wind and lightning gather. With the two states merged, Xiaochen executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique, taking the initiative to attack. The wind blew from all directions and the thunderclouds above his head churned. Compared to usual, the thunderclouds above his head had an additional sharp killing intent. When Chu Chaoyun saw this, he thought to himself, using the peak state of massacre to make up for the lack of my state of wind and cloud, he will be much more difficult to deal with. As Xiaochen thought, he quickly sent out his first saber strike. Chu Chaoyun stood on the dragon pillar, not intending to move. He sent out many golden sword images. The flashes of the sword images were very unusual. It was like there were many Chu Chaoyuns sending out hundreds of moves at the same time. Unexpectedly, this sword strike contained the shadow of the eternal light. It was similar to the eternal light sword technique, but it was much less mighty. However, it was faster and easier to execute. Chu Chaoyun did not move from his original position. When he swung his sword, he knocked back Xiaochen. Its might actually surpassed that of Xiaochen's, who carried the momentum of the lightning tribulation. When Xiaochen saw this, he was not surprised. He pushed off the air and did a somersault, sending out a second saber strike. Xiaochen sent out 5 saber strikes, each one stronger than the one before. Although Chu Chaoyun still did not move, cracks appeared on the dragon pillar under his feet. The lightning infused with the state of massacre gave off a desolate state of massacre. It was very similar to the cold and emotionless aura of the heavenly Tao. Earthly lightning tribulation. The momentum of the lightning tribulation finally reached its peak. The lightning attributed spiritual energy on the ground resonated with the lightning whirlpool in the sky. Xiaochen roared ferociously and turned into the heavenly Tao, sending down the first lightning tribulation. Extreme Light Realm. Knowing the might of this saber strike, Chu Chaoyun did not dare to use saber intent. He sent out thousands of light screens in front of him, layering over each other and forming a thick mirror of light. Bang! There was a loud explosion, but the mirror of light did not shatter. However, the dragon pillar under Chu Chaoyun's feet completely shattered. Unexpectedly, the power of the saber could penetrate the light mirror and still be so mighty. Chu Chaoyun's complexion paled slightly as he scattered the extreme light realm. Then, he turned into a beam of light and headed for another dragon pillar. What a strong lightning tribulation saber technique. It infused the state of massacre, raising its might to another level. The lightning tribulation destroys all life. Actually, it is killing. This state of massacre is completely compatible with the lightning tribulation saber technique. Unexpectedly, when Xiaochen fought by Qi earlier, he did not use it. Just by relying on this lightning tribulation saber technique, Xiaochen can probably defeat Bai Qi. He really hit it well. Chu Chaoyun is at a disadvantage. If he does not use eternal light and inextinguishable divine light, he will not be able to block it. After witnessing the horrifying might of the lightning tribulation saber technique, several cultivators started discussing it. The previously evenly matched situation finally showed some signs of change. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiaochen roared ferociously again as he descended from the sky, bringing with him heavenly might. His expression was emotionless, as though Chu Chaoyun was a sinner who violated heavenly might. Chapter 605. I have to break his momentum. The lightning tribulation saber technique is somewhat out of my expectations, Chu Chaoyun thought to himself as he watched Xiaochen grow stronger the more he fought. Xiao. The golden longsword in his hand suddenly turned in a circle, and the radiance that filled the sky condensed into a heavenly sword that shot toward the blood-colored lightning vortex above Xiaochen's head. There is righteousness in heaven and earth, and it is called awe-inspiring. Above are the stars, and below are the mountains and rivers. With the bright heaven and earth, how can we be afraid of demons? Under the vast curtain of night, a loud and clear song suddenly rang out. The song was resounding and impassioned, as if there were tens of thousands of voices rising and falling between heaven and earth. In the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's lips moved as he led the chanting of tens of thousands of people. Abundant awe-inspiring sword qi gathered on the light sword along with the song, causing the brilliance of the heavenly sword to be dazzling. Chu Chaoyun's expression was solemn, and he condensed a vast amount of divine might to emit a divine voice that resounded in the surroundings. The heavens and the earth are unfair. They can't differentiate between good and evil, and they distort black and white. Since it's like this, then what's the use of the heavens? With an awe-inspiring righteousness in his chest, his heart is as magnanimous as a gentleman's, fearless of evil and fearless of the heavens. Chu Chaoyun stopped chanting and shouted. He waved his hand and the dazzling heavenly sword drew a space crack that was darker than the night sky and disappeared in a flash. Xiao. The spatial crack drawn by the heavenly sword did not disperse for a long time. With a whoosh, it split the terrifying thundercloud vortex in the sky into two. As Chu Chaoyun played and sang, he waved his hand to destroy the heavens, instantly destroying the foundation of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the power of the heavenly Tao. Under the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's movements seemed to be frozen in time. He was like a god walking in the world, holy and dazzling, righteous and eternal. His words were justice. If he said to destroy the heavens, then it was definitely the heavens that were unfair. It wasn't that he was being rebellious and offending the heavens. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was speechless for a long time. They could not think of any words to describe their current feelings. The final battle was simply too shocking. First, the two of them fought evenly for 100 moves. Then, they easily reduced the wind cloud platform to rubble. A regular inferior-grade martial monarch would not be able to break the wind cloud barrier. Yet, the two of them casually broke it without any difficulty. Xiaochen had just gained the upper hand, using the might of the heavenly Tao to suppress Chu Chaoyun, making everyone think that victory was tilting towards him. Chu Chaoyun immediately made a move and destroyed the heavenly might in an instant, turning the situation around in one fell swoop. The spectators didn't even have time to adjust their emotions. Up in the air, Xiaochen's expression immediately changed. The aura of the saber vanished, not even a trace remained. With his foundation destroyed, his aura was affected as well. His internal organs churned, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Retreat! 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 Xiaochen paused and held his saber horizontally in front of him. Then, he pushed off with his feet and flew backward. The friction between his body and the air gave off sonic booms. Chu Chaoyun's somewhat pale face smiled gently and said, "You think you can retreat?" Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the sword floating in the air immediately flew over. He pushed off the dragon's head and leaped into the air. Then, he grasped his sword tightly with his right hand. Divine might, eternal light. After Chu Chaoyun grasped his sword again, he narrowed his eyes. In that instant, he drained half of the remaining substantial essence in his body. Seizing the initiative that the opponent lost, he firmly grasped the advantage and slowly expanded it. This was how Chu Chaoyun had always done things. Now that Xiao Qin seized the initiative, he immediately executed the enlarged version of Eternal Light. Boom, boom, boom. 9 beams of golden light shot down from the sky. When each beam landed, it illuminated Chu Chaoyun's figure in the night sky. It was like he teleported in the air. Chu Chaoyun covered 100 meters with each step. He took 9 steps in a row. With each step, he executed a beam of eternal light, sending out 99,900 sword strikes. He held them in and waited for the 9 steps to be completed. Chu Chaoyun caught up to Xiao Qin. The light from his body was as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, night turned into day. When the sword was drawn, the light was eternal. Space shattered. There was no way to dodge. With the support of the divine might, the 9 beams of eternal light miraculously merged together. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just one beam of eternal light could severely injure an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. When 9 beams merged together, they could even destroy one. You are too much. Do you really think that I, Xiao Qin, cannot retaliate? You want to severely injure me in one move. If you want to clash head-on, then so be it. Xiao Qin's face sank. He quickly executed the final move of the 4-season saber technique, Cycle of Seasons. In spring, thunder roars, birds and beasts cry. In summer, the blazing sun blazes in the sky, burning the surroundings. In autumn, it drizzles. People smile faintly. In winter, the frost is like the moon, the flowing water hurts. In that instant, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 seasons that belonged to Xiao Qin alone quickly materialized. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared and disappeared at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. 100 cycles manifested, materializing the boundless power of the cycle of seasons. The world ages, the blue sea turns into mulberry fields. After 10,000 years, only the cycle of seasons does not change. The heavenly Tao does not stop. Cycle of seasons. The force of the saber caused space to distort. The shattered space that Chu Chaoyun's sword strike actually retreated strangely. When the Bai clan elders saw this scene, they could not help but stand up. They muttered, "How can this be? How can the might of the cycle of seasons be so strong?" In the Bai clan, only the core disciples and inner sect elders could practice the 4-season saber technique. Although they could not be like Bai Qi, who grasped it at the age of 23, they could not help but stand up. However, there were many people who had studied the 4-season saber technique for decades. They could execute the cycle of seasons as well. However, compared to Xiao Qin, the might of this cycle of seasons was worlds apart. Although they were several cultivation realms higher than Xiao Qin, if they really competed with this cycle of seasons, they would undoubtedly lose. This was because that state was too compatible with Xiao Qin. They even had the misconception that the 4-season saber technique was a martial technique created solely for Xiao Qin. Bai Qi's expression was unsightly. He had never felt such a great sense of defeat before, not even when he lost to Sima Lingxian. In the hands of an outsider, the inherited saber technique of the Bai clan was actually 10 times stronger than the Bai clan's. Boom! The divine might's eternal light clashed head-on with Xiao Qin's cycle of seasons. There was a loud sound, and a 3-kilometer-tall shock wave soared into the clouds. Amid the shock wave, thousands of lights exploded, water flowed, thunder roared, a blazing sun appeared, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Under the clash of the two, the entire wind cloud arena crumbled. The fragments contained a huge force. The shock waves tore space apart and shot towards the spectator stands like a torrential storm. The 4 referees would not be able to block such a large-scale shockwave. Zhong Liang's expression changed drastically. He said sullenly, "Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, autumn, wind, frost and moon, heed my command. Quickly make your move." Make sure not a single fragment lands on the spectator stands. Roger. The 8 old men on the platform released their peak martial monarch auras. They did not hold back at all. Their figures flashed and they vanished. Bang, 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 bang. The appearance of the 8 elders immediately allowed the 4 referees to heave a sigh of relief. They quickly increased their strength and punched the fragments flying out. Unexpectedly, the 8 elders under the Dragon Sealing City's city lord all moved out. What kind of monsters are those two? This is too horrifying. The quality of the final battle of this 5-nation youth competition is probably the strongest in the past 3,000 years. No one will surpass it even in the next 1,000 years. Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi's defeat at the hands of these two is not undeserved. They have already gone too far. Looking at the 8 people fighting in the air above the arena, the hearts of the spectators were in a mess, and they could not help but sigh in amazement. How strong must they be for the 8 peak martial monarchs to attack together to ensure that the shockwaves would not reach them? After a long time, the chaotic shockwaves dissipated completely. The light on Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen's bodies had vanished. Their clothes were also tattered. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, and their complexions were incredibly pale. The wind cloud platform under their feet had vanished long ago, leaving only a bottomless hole. Who knew what was hidden there? Although the two were in a sorry state and covered in wounds, their eyes shone with a bright light. However, their eyes shone brightly. Their fighting spirit burned like a raging fire. Their thirst for victory did not stop at all. Suddenly, Xiao Chen laughed loudly, laughing heartily to his heart's content. Chu Chaoyun casually sent out a flower with his sword. He revealed a suspicious expression as he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "I'm laughing at how the heavens are so kind to me. I have experienced all the loneliness and worries of the world. What I seek is not to be unrivaled but to reach the peak of the martial way, to become a hero like the Thunder King. No one in the same generation is a match for me. Those who defeat me are all my defeats. Only you, Chu Chaoyun, have not been defeated by me. If not for you, how would I be lonely in this vast sky dome realm? 2 years ago, at the foot of Desolate City, you invited me to decide victory in one move. 2 years later, I will return these words to you. I only ask you this, do you dare to decide victory in one move again?" Chu Chaoyun laughed loudly, and his sword gave off a sharp light. He said, "Why not?" Outside the wind cloud platform, the other 9 small wind cloud platforms blazed with flames. The leaping fire reflected on Xiao Chen's and Chu Chaoyun's faces, flickering. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands heard that the two wanted to decide victory in one move, they did not dare to blink. They did not even dare to blink as they circulated their essence in their eyes and stared fixedly at the 2 people above the hole. This is too intense. Even that wind cloud platform was destroyed by the 2 of them. To think that the victor has not been decided yet. Chu Chaoyun has not used the inextinguishable divine light yet. I wonder what other trump cards he has not used. Could he have an even more horrifying martial technique than the cycle of seasons? He probably does. Otherwise, he would not say that. However, it is hard to imagine what martial technique that is. However, that inextinguishable divine light condensed the divine might into something solid. Even a full-powered strike from a peak inferior grade martial monarch would not be able to break it. I still do not dare to believe that someone below martial monarch can break Chu Chaoyun's inextinguishable divine light. Chapter 606. There was still one more move before the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be revealed. Everyone was very excited as they discussed this. The 4 referees and the 8 great elders of the City Lord's mansion who were floating outside the martial arts competition stage had heavy expressions on their faces. They were ready for battle, afraid that the 2 of them would cause some big commotion and harm the innocent. It has been a long time since such an outstanding talent appeared. The quality of this 5-nation youth competition is probably second only to the battle between the Thunder King and the Saber Demon 5,000 years ago. That year was also a golden age for cultivators. The Saber Demon and the Thunder King also fought with sabers and swords. The wind cloud platform was also destroyed by the attacks of the two. The 10-odd old men floating outside used their voices to form lines. As they stared at the two, they sighed and chatted idly. Rumble. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire dueling ring suddenly shook violently. The cultivators in the spectator stands were caught off guard, and many of them fell to the ground. Less than half of the people reacted quickly and jumped to the ground in an instant. The ground within 10 kilometers of the dueling ring was like a small boat in a huge wave. It tossed and turned without any pattern. Without being a martial king, one could not hover in the air. 80% of the cultivators who came to spectate were not martial kings. When they fell to the ground, they could not get up again. What's going on? What happened? The scene immediately turned chaotic in the dark night. Anxious cries mixed together, making the situation even more chaotic. The seal on the dragon vein has loosened? The expression of the dragon sealing city's city lord, Zhong Liang, changed slightly. He immediately stood up and a surging energy spread out from under his feet. This caused the ground within a kilometer to calm down, a stark contrast to the surroundings. A dragon roar came from the hole under Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun's feet. The dragon's roar was even louder than heavenly thunder. In an instant, it drowned out all the noise. When the weaker martial kings in the air heard this roar, their aura became unstable. Blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths as they fell from the sky. There were another 3 dragon roars. Dragons might spread everywhere. Only a few martial kings remained standing in the air. The ground shook even more intensely. It was like the end of the world, terrifying everyone. Zhong Liang waved his right hand, and a golden medallion appeared in his hand. The medallion was rhombus-shaped and had ancient and complicated patterns carved on it. The golden medallion gave off a faint light in the dark night, giving off a mysterious and ancient energy. Zhong Liang, don't be in a hurry to use the dragon sealing token. The seal on the dragon veins hasn't loosened. It's just that all 4 dragon veins have awakened. Just as Zhong Liang was about to use the dragon sealing token, an aged voice rang out in his mind. Zhong Liang paused slightly. Clearly, he was very surprised by the voice in his head. He replied respectfully, "Great-grandfather, the ley line has awakened." "Do you mean?" Zhong was stunned. "Dragon, Zhong dragon. Dragon king. Dragon, Zhong zhe dragon, Lord, Zabel Zhong." He put away the dragon sealing medallion and said, "So that's how it is. It looks like I was overthinking." At the same time, a loud dragon roar came from the seals used to suppress the dragon veins in the 5 great empires 5,000 kilometers away. The 9 dragon veins roared in unison, resonating with each other. The sound pierced through space and time and gathered in Dragon Sealing City, causing the ground to shake even more intensely. Above the hole, Xiao Chen had already moved to the side. He looked down at the deep hole and revealed a doubtful expression. After a long time, the roar containing boundless dragon might slowly faded into the air. The entire dueling ground regained its calm. That was definitely dragon might earlier. The dragon veins have awakened. This is too shocking. There were a total of 4 dragon roars. All 4 dragon veins have awakened. One of these 2 must be a monarch-grade true dragon. You heard wrong. There were 9 dragon roars, not 4. Only a king-grade true dragon can cause such a huge commotion. Controlling the 9 dragon veins, a king-tier true dragon. Isn't that as famous as the Thunder Emperor back then? Could it be that one of them will be the future Thunder Emperor? After the crowd calmed down and understood what had happened, the fear in their hearts naturally disappeared. They looked at Xiao Chen and Zhongzhe with a fervent gaze. What kind of person was the Thunder King? He was the strongest Emperor Wu after the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty. He was unrivaled in his era. Even in the Kunlun realm, where there were many emperors, he ranked highly. Ever since the 9 dragons escaped and the spirit veins fell into chaos, he was the only true expert in the Tianwu continent who could stand firm in the Kunlun realm. In the Tianwu continent, Zhongzhe was a legend. His story was a legend. Now, these 2 people before Xiaochen might one day be as famous as the Thunder King. Holding his sword with one hand, Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, I forgot to tell you. There is no earth-ranked martial technique that can break the defense of the inextinguishable divine light, not even the cycle of seasons. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said indifferently, Since I am confident of defeating you naturally, I will not speak carelessly. Just make your move. Without saying anything more, a golden light reappeared on Chu Chaoyun's body. Then he pointed his sword at the sky. A divine voice came from the sky. That was the voice of a deity. It contained the might of an ancient deity. As it spread out, everyone felt a boundless pressure. Xiao! A circular golden pillar of light descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyun. The light instantly turned solid. Divine might flowed out, making that pillar of light look like an eternal pillar supporting the heavens. However, Chu Chaoyun, who was in the pillar of light, did not passively defend. He shouted ferociously and held his sword above his head with both hands. Then he used the might of an ancient deity and hacked at Xiaochen. The solid pillar of divine might connected the sky and earth. Unexpectedly, it turned into a huge, unparalleled sword light, chopping down the world. I never said that the inextinguishable divine light can only be used for defense. Fall for me. Chu Chaoyun looked coldly at Xiaochen. No matter what, he had to obtain the king-grade true dragon's luck. Such a strong martial technique can be used for offense. This is too heaven-defying. Such a startling sword strike tore space into countless pieces like it was a piece of cloth. Everyone was horrified, not daring to imagine it. When the sword light arrived, Xiaochen was as insignificant as an ant. It felt like he could be squashed to death. Xiaochen, who had been holding his saber with one hand, placed his left hand on his saber's hilt. His expression was calm as he said, An earth-ranked martial technique cannot break it. Unfortunately, I am not using an earth-ranked martial technique. The heaven-ranked martial technique exclusive to the Blue Dragon martial spirit, the dragon subduing Slash's first move, the return of the Blue Dragon, circulated quickly in Xiaochen's body. A boundless sea materialized behind Xiaochen. This sea was even vaster than Xianyuan Zhantian's state of water. All Xiaochen saw was the vast sea. The water was boundless and boundless, giving off a spirit of swallowing up the world. What is he doing? Why is he not executing the cycle of seasons and resisting the inextinguishable divine light? What is the mysterious phenomenon of the sea? Indeed, the inextinguishable divine light is such a strong martial technique. If he uses the cycle of seasons, he might still have a chance of survival. If he does not use it, isn't he just seeking death? The many cultivators in the spectator stands could not understand what Xiaochen was doing. The hearts of the elders and brothers of the heavenly saber pavilion leaped to their throats. At such a crucial moment, how could Xiaochen be so rash? Shen Manjun, who had been silent all this while, frowned heavily. Suddenly she said to Jiangqi and the others, Later, Xiaochen might be severely injured or killed in one move. I am preparing to catch Xiaochen in advance. Jiangqi's expression changed drastically as he said, Is it that serious? Shen Manjun sighed softly and said that Chu Chaoyun used a secret technique to raise his state of light to the will of light in a short time. Whether I can catch Xiaochen or not is a question mark. While the two of them were conversing rapidly, the sky-raising sword had already swept over with a sword light that reached the heavens. The void shattered, and cracks spread out. The dark night was chopped into pieces by this sword, and space became chaotic. Xiaochen's expression remained calm. At this critical moment, he did not panic at all. He only spread out the crystal-like essence in his body, maintaining the vast and boundless sea. Blue Dragon goes to sea. When the startling sword light was within 100 meters of Xiaochen, the aura that Xiaochen had been storing up erupted with a loud roar. Bang, bang, bang. A chain of explosions resounded in the vast sea behind Xiaochen. 3,000 pillars of water soared into the sky. Each pillar of water contained boundless energy, tearing 3,000 black holes in space. All the sounds merged together, and the sky paused. At this moment, the world suddenly fell silent. The whistling of the sword light, the howling of the strong wind, and the discussions of the crowd all fell strangely silent. Suddenly, A clear dragon roar resounded in this silent world. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea under Xiaochen. A horrifying dragon might spread out. It was no weaker than the might of the dragon vein. Dragons lurked in the deep abyss, kings of the four seas. They soared into the 9 heavens, lords of the sky, omnipotent. Chapter 607. Do not bully a blue dragon when it is trapped in a shallow pool. Do not bully a ferocious tiger when it is on the plain. One day, the water of the dragon will cause the rivers to flow in reverse. When the winds and clouds gathered again, the blue dragon leaped out of the sea. Heaven-ranked martial technique. This is a heaven-ranked martial technique. The hundreds of thousands of people present all cried out and stood up at the same time. Shock filled their eyes. They had not expected Xiaochen to be able to execute a heaven-ranked martial technique as a half-step martial monarch. This completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Shen Manjun, who had been preparing to make a move at any moment, was stunned as well. She muttered, "What fortuitous encounter did this child have?" The pitch-black lunar shadow saber burst forth with a 3-kilometer-long light. The light turned solid, containing a boundless dragon might. Standing on the blue dragon, the silent Xiaochen soared into the air. As the dragon roared, he sent out a 3-kilometer-long saber light before everyone's eyes. Bang! 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 The blue dragon clashed with the inextinguishable divine light. The saber light clashed with the sword light. The dragon might clashed with the divine might. An inconceivably strong force burst forth in an instant. The surrounding shattered space immediately turned into a mess like fallen leaves. Spatial tears littered the place. The 2 pillars of light clashed intensely. The dragon roar and the divine sound turned into azure and golden rings of light. They spread out for 500 kilometers, spreading out like ripples on water. The clash of the dragon gods resounded in the sky and ground, tormenting the cultivators with lower cultivations below. They all circulated their energies to shut off their sense of hearing or work together to resist the 2 auras. Kassiet, the saber light and the sword light, which were 3,000 meters long, shattered and scattered into thousands of splendor. The expressions of the 12 martial monarchs below changed drastically. They all executed their best moves and flickered in the air, shattering the beams of light in advance. The light exploded, and in that instant, the night sky gave off a bright purple light. It was as beautiful as fireworks. However, the cultivators below were pale. They covered their entire bodies with essence to protect themselves. Everyone knew that this beautiful thing could easily take the life of a martial saint if it landed on their body. In the gorgeous night sky, Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun, who were at the center of the storm, were pale. Their weapons clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other. Blood trickled down the corner of Chu Chaoyun's mouth. He gripped his sword with both hands and blocked Xiaochen's blade. Then he pushed forward, forcing Xiaochen to step back in the void. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. He smiled gently and said, "Forcefully executing a heaven-ranked martial technique must be very painful, right? If you give up now, you might still be able to keep your life. My light has already transformed into my will, and you will definitely collapse before me. Even if you struggle to hold on, you will only taste the bitter fruit of failure." The aftereffects of executing the blue dragon returns to the sea had already started to show. Xiaochen's bones, flesh, and blood felt like they were being drilled by knives. His skin burst open, revealing thin wounds. Chu Chaoyun's strength surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Unexpectedly, the blue dragon returns to the sea did not defeat him instantly. Chu Chaoyun's words seemed to have a magical power. I might as well admit defeat and forget the pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows. Never. The other party forcefully raised the state of light to a will. How can the pain he has to endure be any less than mine? As long as I have a saber in my hand, I will never admit defeat. Xiaochen clenched his teeth and endured silently. The blue dragon returns to the sea felt Xiaochen's will and let out a long roar. Its slightly weakened aura rose again, preventing Xiaochen from retreating. Unexpectedly, another force came from the saber. Never admit defeat. Even if you are trapped in a shallow pool without water, being mocked by the world, being humiliated by the weak, do not give up the pride in your heart, because you are a dragon among men. However, a worm is a worm. No matter how cocky it will never become a dragon. When the tide rises and falls, a dragon will eventually soar into the world. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. Never admit defeat. So, this is the true meaning of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Only by comprehending the true meaning could one bring out the greatest might of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Otherwise, it would just be for show. The 3-kilometer-long light on the saber condensed again. There was a move within a move, a saber within a saber. Xiaochen smiled softly and said, "Chu Chaoyin, you are the one who will lose." Once he comprehended it, the winds and clouds rose again. The saber light that condensed again was twice as powerful as the initial one. Its aura flourished, vast and boundless. Chu Chaoyun's calm expression suddenly changed. Bang! Xiaochen grasped his saber with both hands and pressed it forward. The blue dragon roared and the golden light on Chu Chaoyun's sword broke. The scattered golden light fell like rain. The area where the golden light fell was too wide. The 12 martial monarch old men were not strong enough. Some of the golden light fell towards the spectator stands. The cultivators below immediately soared into the air and fled in all directions. Rumble! The golden light landed and blasted deep holes in the spectator stands outside the dueling ring. It was a ghastly sight. Defeat! Xiaochen shouted and the saber light hacked at Chu Chaoyun, who was flying back. Bang! Chu Chaoyun could not dodge in time. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a willow catkin. The light on his body turned into thousands of tiny golden lines and quickly left his body. This final ray of light reflected a magnificent sea of light in the night sky. Chu Chaoyun looked like a deity that had fallen to the mundane world. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with a loneliness that was hard to understand. The moment Chu Chaoyun was defeated, he lost his divine might. When the light completely vanished from his body, the deity-like Chu Chaoyun finally became an ordinary person. As Xiaochen gazed at Xiaochen, a golden flame burned in the depths of Chu Chaoyun's eyes. However, after a while, Chu Chaoyun gave up on resisting. The golden flame in his eyes vanished, and his body drifted downwards. Once Chu Chaoyun executed the heavenly flame, his identity would be exposed. Furthermore, with only 1/10 of the heavenly flame, he might not be able to defeat the imposing Xiaochen. This is just the beginning of the story. The ending is already decided. However, the process is somewhat unexpected. The 12 martial monarchs attacked together and shattered the remaining golden light, creating countless fireworks. Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes amid the fireworks filling the sky. Then he slowly disappeared into the night. Xiaochen quickly swallowed up the golden dragon formed by Chu Chaoyun's luck. After he finished swallowing, Xiaochen's golden dragon finally reached 23 meters. The 30-meter-long golden dragon gave off a bright light. Layers of golden scales quickly grew on its body, and 2 horns grew on its head. It seemed like it had turned into a living creature. Xiao! 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 The 4 dragon veins under the wind cloud platform each shot out a strand of golden dragon chi at the 30-meter-long golden dragon. At the same time, the seal that the 5 great empires' royal courts used to suppress the dragon veins loosened. A strand of golden dragon chi seeped out and transcended time and space, heading for the golden dragon above Xiaochen's head. When the 9 strands of golden dragon chi poured into the golden dragon's light immediately became extremely resplendent, as dazzling as the blazing sun in the night sky. A dragon roar resounded, and the king-grade dragon's might spread out. Some of the weaker cultivators below suddenly felt fear in their hearts. Their bodies moved out uncontrollably. With Jin Lin's body and 2 horns on his head, he controls 9 dragons. He even forcefully snatched a portion of the luck of the various royal courts. This is indeed a king-grade true dragon. Seeing that the golden dragon's might did not scatter, the crowd exclaimed. In the night sky, everyone watched the white-robed bladesman standing in the air. A king-grade true dragon, an outstanding talent that could rival the Thunder King. The main character of this age of the Sky Dome realm was finally born. The other genius cultivators, Bai Qi, Sima Lingxian Yuchensi, Xinyuan Zhantian, Lu Xiaoyun, and Gong Yangyu all revealed sad expressions. If not for this age of geniuses, they would all be the main characters of their age. Unfortunately, in this age of geniuses, when facing an outstanding talent like Xiaochen, no matter how strong a genius was, they could only feel sad. There were as many geniuses as the carps in the river, endless. The heroes were like the stars in the night sky, innumerable. This was the best age and also the worst age. This was because there could only be one main character in an age. In the air, the aftereffects of the blue dragon's return to the sea had already erupted. His entire body was in incredible pain. His bones gave off cracking sounds and his skin cracked. His complexion was very frightening. Endure a little longer. With the true dragon's body, all your injuries will recover immediately. Inside the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao clenched her fist tightly. Anxiety filled her pretty face, but she still spoke up to encourage Xiaochen. Back then, on the lone peak outside Dragon Sealing City, Xiaochen had asked Xiaochen if he could execute the blue dragon's return to the sea one more time before he advanced to Martial Monarch. Ao Jiao's answer was yes. However, the prerequisite was that Xiaochen obtained the final victory. With the 30-meter-long true dragon's body, no matter how severe his injuries were, he would be able to recover instantly. This was the case for the Thunder King back then. However, if Xiaochen failed, not only would he suffer damage from his opponent's killing move, but he would also have to forcefully execute the blue dragon's return to the sea 3 times in a row. No matter how strong his body was, it would still crumble. Others could only see Xiaochen's splendor at this moment. They could not see the price and effort he had put in. When Xiaochen was young, he was mocked and mocked. The noble clans of the great Qin nation ordered him to be killed outside Whitewater City. He cultivated day and night on Qinyun Peak. He went through many tests in the ancient desolate tower. He went through endless massacres in the deep-sea battlefield. In the final battle, he gambled his life on the killing move. Xiaochen was the white-robed bladesman who would never admit defeat. He hid his pride in his heart and walked step by step. He tasted the bitterness of the world and endured the loneliness. After falling behind others by 16 years, Xiaochen finally reached the peak of the Sky Dome realm. The 30-meter-long king-grade true dragon with 2 horns on its head roared and turned into a beam of light. Then, it entered Xiaochen's sea of consciousness through his forehead. Whoosh! Instantly, countless warm, golden energy flowed through Xiaochen's body, quickly healing his injuries. With the help of the warm, golden energy, Xiaochen's external and internal injuries, as well as many hidden injuries that were hard to detect, instantly healed. All sorts of comfortable feelings were indescribable. They made Xiaochen look brand new. The wounds on his skin vanished, and his face regained its luster. He did not look fatigued at all. The most important thing was that with the healing of this warm, golden energy, Xiaochen felt his physical body grow stronger. He directly reached the peak of the firmament body tempering art's 5th layer. Vaguely, Xiaochen gained a new understanding of his various martial techniques. Finally, all the warm energy gathered in the Qi whirlpool in Xiaochen's dantian. His cultivation soared, going from small perfection half-step martial monarch to peak great perfection half-step martial monarch. He was now only a step away from peak consummation. The benefits brought to him by the true dragon in an instant were equivalent to more than 2 years of bitter cultivation. Chapter 608. Everything happened in the space of a single breath. Even Xiaochen was astonished by the sudden change. The nervous Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Hee hee, don't be so shocked. This is the benefit of a king-grade true dragon. As the previous champion, Sima Lingxian did not even have 20% of your effect. You and the Thunder King are second only to the Tianwu Emperor." When Xiaochen heard this, he smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. His figure flickered in the air, and he landed in front of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people in high spirits. When Shen Manjun saw the uninjured Xiaochen, she said in astonishment, "Strange, why are you not injured at all? Even if that inextinguishable divine light did not injure you, your final move should have injured you significantly." Xiaochen did not hide anything. He told Shenmanjun about the various benefits of a king-grade true dragon. Only then did she reveal an expression of relief. When Xiaochen looked around, he discovered that everyone else had an expression of reverence for him. They did not dare to meet his gaze. Even Jiang Qi and the other half-step martial monarchs did not dare to. Only Shenmanjun was not affected, able to speak to him freely. At this moment, the scarlet mark on Xiaochen's forehead had been baptized by the king-grade true dragon. The original demonic aura had vanished, leaving behind an even stronger aura of a king. Now, Xiaochen's aura was completely different from the original Xiaochen. After thinking about it, Xiaochen understood. With a thought, he withdrew the aura of a king. With the king-grade true dragon, Xiaochen could control his aura as he pleased. He no longer needed to wear the blue strip of cloth. However, out of habit, he still wore another strip of cloth, making it look no different from usual. Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute to the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and said, "Fortunately, I did not fail." Xiaochen obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Only now did everyone reveal a sincere smile. In the end, Xiaochen had not changed. Even though he obtained the first rank, he did not show any arrogance to his friends and seniors. Even though he maintained some distance, he was polite and didn't put on any airs. Jiang Qi laughed loudly and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Let's go celebrate after we return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The True Dragon ranking will be released in 3 days. You will be very busy for the next few days. Go back and rest first." From sunrise until midnight, everyone was a little tired. After congratulating Xiaochen, they prepared to return home. The other spectating cultivators all said that this trip was not in vain. Their surging emotions could not calm down for a long time. But the banquet would eventually come to an end. Since the competition was over, it was time to go back. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, the thick, never-dissipating clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City suddenly split in half. A gentle white light shone down from the sky, turning the entire Dragon Ceiling City into day. The night completely disappeared. Amidst the sounds of celestial music, a ship that was as white as jade and glowing with extraordinary splendor appeared before everyone's eyes. As the jade ship descended, a myriad of rainbow-colored lights drifted down like snowflakes. The cultivators preparing to leave all stopped. After being stunned for a while, someone cheered excitedly, "It's an auspicious sign." Auspicious signs fill the sky. The person on the jade ship must be an envoy from the Kunlun realm. In that instant, countless figures soared into the air. Their faces filled with excitement as they flew towards the auspicious signs descending from the sky. The auspicious signs contained abundant spiritual energy. Furthermore, these were auspicious signs from the Kunlun realm. Just obtaining a few of them would allow one to increase their cultivation significantly. A handsome man in embroidered clothes stood on the bow of the ship. He was no more than 24 years old and looked very handsome. He gave off an elegant air and a dignified air. Coupled with his innate elegance, he exuded a boundless charm just by standing there quietly. When the man in embroidered clothes saw everyone fighting for the auspicious signs below, he revealed a mocking smile. He said indifferently, "Just a grain of light and they are fighting so hard. No wonder the Sky Dome realm is ranked last among the 3,000 great realms." Shio. A figure moved at lightning speed. Just a moment ago, he was a kilometer away. In an instant he stood on the bow of the ship. It was Dragon Ceiling City's city lord, Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang glanced at the man in embroidered clothes on the bow and felt that he was too young. He asked uncertainly, "Are you the envoy that Bushin Palace sent to receive us?" Not just anyone could become an envoy. Coming and going would result in a relatively high reward. If one could receive a super genius, the benefits would be even more unimaginable. The man in embroidered clothes nodded slightly. He was only an inferior grade martial monarch but did not show any respect to a peak martial monarch, Zhong Liang. He said softly, "I don't seem to sense the presence of a martial monarch. It looks like the Sky Dome realm is still the same as before. I will give you 3 months. I will not wait for you if you are late." Zhong Liang was not in a rush to refute the other party's words. He frowned slightly and said, "According to the previous rules, don't we have to wait for half a year? When the participants obtained luck, it would not show its effects immediately. Hence, before going to the upper realm, there would be at least half a year to bring out the effects of luck to its fullest." The Bushin Palace controlled more than 600 great realms. There would be many geniuses in each realm. With so many geniuses and the geniuses of the Kunlun realm itself, the intensity of the competition was easy to imagine. Only by raising one's strength to the peak would one be able to obtain more resources and have more initiative in making their own choices. 3 months was not enough time for Zhong Liang to bring out the full effect of luck, which was why he asked this question. The man in embroidered clothes said impatiently, "Is the insignificant Sky Dome realm worthy of me waiting for half a year?" Haha. Wan Feng, you made a mistake this time. The Sky Dome realm has completely turned things around. They have produced a king-grade true dragon genius. Vigorous laughter came from the warship's hold as a white-haired old man slowly walked out. The expression of the man in embroidered clothes changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "Master, the Bushin Palace controls 600 great realms. In this once-in-5,000-year great age, less than 10 king-grade true dragons appeared. How can the Sky Dome realm have a king-grade true dragon?" The white-haired old man smiled and said, This Sky Dome realm is not simple in the first place. In the previous great age, a person like the Thunder King appeared. Furthermore, if you think about it carefully, your roots are in this Sky Dome realm. Don't underestimate this Sky Dome realm. Who knows? Naturally, Wan Feng did not believe that he would be defeated in this insignificant Sky Dome realm. However, this old man was his master. Wan Feng's strength was unfathomable. This old man was considered a top character in the Kunlun realm. He had obtained the position of welcoming envoy only because of this old man's help. Hence, Wan Feng did not dare to show any disrespect on the surface. The white-haired old man went over and patted Zhong Liang's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Bring me to meet your great-grandfather. I have not seen this old fellow for several hundred years." After saying that, the white-haired old man waved his hand, and a pitch-black spatial tunnel appeared in space. Then he leaped into it with Zhong Liang. When the spatial tunnel slowly closed, the two of them were already 500 kilometers away. Wan Feng casually looked down and saw several cultivators fighting over the auspicious signs. He revealed an expression of disdain as he waved his hand and returned to the warship's hold. At this moment, Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, withdrew his gaze from the Jade warship. There was a barrier around the Jade warship, preventing Xiao Chen's spiritual sense from listening in on their conversation. However, he could clearly see the expression of the man in embroidered clothes. A sense of disgust appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He said to Jiang Qi, "First Elder, this auspicious sign is useless to me. I'll go back first." Jiang Qi nodded and smiled. "In that case, you go first. For now, you will not be able to meet with the envoys of the upper realm. If there is any news, I will let you know." 3 days later, Xiao Chen practiced his saber techniques alone in an elegant courtyard, digesting the insights he gained from the consecutive intense battles. In these close to 200 battles, Xiao Chen had met with all sorts of opponents. No matter how strong or weak they were, as long as they had something special, Xiao Chen would remember them. For example, the Divine Saber Gate's Blood Shadow Saber technique, Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Heaven and Earth, Lin Fei's Earth Vein Saber technique, and Xianyuan Zhantian's Unending to the End of Time. These people's martial techniques all had their own strengths. When Xiao Chen compared their martial techniques with his, he would discover some areas where he was lacking. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, it was of great help to him. Xiao Chen had never treated the 5-nation youth competition as the end. His goal had always been clear: to follow in the Thunder King's footsteps and climb to the peak of the martial way. There was still a long way to go. There were still countless experts in the Kunlun realm waiting for him to challenge. Who defeated the Thunder King, Sang Mu, in the Kunlun realm back then? What kind of existence did the 3 holy masters' holy land have in the Kunlun realm? Was the ancestor of the Xiao clan one of the holy lands? These were all questions waiting for Xiao Chen to find out. However, if Xiaochen wanted to solve these mysteries, he would not be able to do so with his current strength. He needed to continue working hard and could not relax for even a moment. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiaochen shouted and took 7 steps in the spacious courtyard. With each step, an afterimage appeared on the ground. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike. Their expressions were all different: rage, sorrow, agitation, or excitement. A scarlet electric light leaped on the saber's edge. It contained a cold killing intent amidst the berserk. When one looked at it, it seemed to have many similarities to Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Universe staff technique, but there were also some differences. Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Heaven and Earth staff technique did not merge his state into it. However, not only did Xiaochen merge his 2 states into it, he even added his own understanding. This was mental state. Xiaochen's mental state was different with every saber strike. 7 steps, 7 saber strikes. Every saber strike gave off a completely different feeling. If Gong Yangyu were here, he would be so shocked that his jaw would fall off. Being able to send out 7 sabers in 7 steps already required extremely high comprehension ability. Furthermore, Xiaochen could merge 2 states into each saber strike. Furthermore, his mental state was different. This talent could only be described as demonic. Pu Ci. The 7 afterimages merged together. Xiaochen swung his saber at the air. The formless space was like an invisible wall. With a chila sound, the saber light split it in half. Xiaochen smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. He was very satisfied with the might of this saber strike. This was the Thunder Shadow Chop that Xiaochen comprehended from Gong Yangyu. He did not materialize his essence. Instead, he only used half of it. To be able to achieve such might, splitting space in half, was something that Xiaochen could not do before he came here. Chapter 609. Jiang Qi, who rushed over from outside the courtyard, happened to see this scene. He was startled and thought to himself, "This Xiaochen is becoming more and more unfathomable." Xiaochen had noticed Jiang Qi long ago. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked over. "First Elder, are you looking for me?" Jiang Qi recovered his wits and smiled. "Yes, let me tell you about the Kunlun realm first. This time, the top 20 of the True Dragon ranking are all qualified to enter the upper realm. After cultivating for half a year, they can follow the envoy to the Kunlun realm." A contemplative look appeared in Xiaochen's eyes as he muttered to himself, "There is only half a year. I wonder if I can break through to Martial Monarch?" Although Xiaochen's cultivation was only a step away from peak consummation half-step Martial Monarch, he felt that it was still very far away. His essence did not feel like it was reaching a bottleneck. Jiang Qi took out a few more things and said, "This is the True Dragon ranking list. You can take a look. The remaining ones are the invitations of the 10 great sections. Aside from the Evil Moon Pavilion, the other 9 great sects have been requesting to meet you." In the past 3 days, there had been an endless stream of people seeking to meet Xiaochen. Aside from the invitations of the 10 great sects, Jiang Qi rejected all the others. If Jiang Qi wanted to meet everyone, Xiaochen would not be able to rest in peace. As for the Evil Moon Pavilion, there was too much enmity between them and Xiaochen. Even though Xiaochen was a king-grade True Dragon genius, he could not lower himself to meet the Evil Moon Pavilion. However, Xiaochen did not care about this. He first held the True Dragon ranking list in his hand and looked at the invitations of the other great sections. Xiaochen was not in a rush to receive them. After thinking for a while, he accepted the invitation of the Haotian sect. He had no desire to look at the invitations of the other great sections. Seeing that Xiaochen had made his choice, Jiang Qi did not linger any longer. He took his leave after saying goodbye. The True Dragon ranking list had golden borders. The main body was scarlet, and the words, "True Dragon ranking," were written on the front. Xiaochen opened it and took a look. There were not many words on the first page, only a drawing. The background of the drawing was the deep night sky. A white-robed person stood in the air. This was Xiaochen himself. A 30-meter-long golden dragon hovered above his head. The painter's skill was very high. He managed to vividly portray Xiaochen's king's aura at that time. The atmosphere was rendered to perfection. It was obvious that the entire painting was meticulously crafted. The artist was very skilled. He managed to bring out Xiao Chen's king very well. The atmosphere was very perfect. Xiao Chen, the champion of this 5-nation youth competition, a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. He became famous in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with one battle, defeating the disciples of the Holy Lands and the noble clans of the Great Qin nation by himself. Xiao Chen had not lost to anyone of Xiao Chen's Qi, had not lost. Since the start of the elimination rounds of this 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen had won all the way, never tasting defeat. Be it sect geniuses or noble clan scions, he defeated them all. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and continued reading. Needless to say, the second rank was Chu Chaoyun. So he skipped to the third rank. The third rank was somewhat strange. It was held by Xinyuan Zhantian and Sima Lingxian. The two of them had only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Hence, they had the same number of points. However, this was not too surprising. There had been similar cases in the past 5-nation youth competitions. Aside from the champion, the other rankings were all the same. As for the previous runner-up, Bai Qi, he only obtained the 5th rank. Close behind him were the Haotian sects Yu Chenxi, 7th and 8th, Wang Quan, and Li Tianhua. Gong Yangyu and Lu Xiaoyun were the most interesting. Their rankings were the same as the previous 5-nation youth competition, 9th and 10th respectively. Xiao Chen carefully looked at the top 10 rankings. The 8 noble clans' monopoly on the top 8 had been broken this time. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun were the biggest dark horses. The two of them were from small sects in the Great Qin nation. However, they had been in the limelight in the competition, taking 1st and 2nd place. After the top 10, the name list only had 4 people on it. It did not have the same treatment as the top 10. Even so, when the cultivators from the various corners of the Tianwu continent spread the name list, the cultivators with their names on it would gain some fame. In the future, they would most likely become the first elder of a sect or a hero. This small name list recorded all the people who could do anything in the Tianwu continent in the future. For example, Murong Chong. His name was ranked 87th. If he was willing, the position of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Jiangqi would definitely be his. After memorizing the names of Bai, Kim Taeho, and the others, Xiao Chen put away the name list. Then he focused his gaze on the Haotian sect's name list. Xiao Chen could roughly guess why the 10 great sects of the Great Qin nation came to look for him. The 10 great sects of the Great Qin nation were called supersections. One of the main reasons was that these sects still had their main sect in the Kunlun realm. The Tianwu continent was just a branch of their main sect, used to gather geniuses and expand the strength of their main sect. Back when Xiao Chen was on the island in the western Shallow Sea, the supreme elder of the Haotian sect had already extended an invitation to Xiao Chen, giving him a small Haotian medallion. However, Xiao Chen had not been in a rush to pick a side back then. Hence, he did not immediately agree. Now, Xiao Chen's strength had been thoroughly verified. He was a king-grade true dragon genius. If they could send Xiao Chen to the main sect of the Haotian sect in the Kunlun realm, it would undoubtedly strengthen the Haotian sect. The branch of the Haotian sect in the Tianwu continent would also gain many benefits. The sect master and elders would also receive many benefits. Xiao Chen, if you go, just agree to the other party. If Sang Mu had a strong backer back then, he would not have ended up like that, Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Her tone was filled with helplessness. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. He asked, "Who exactly did the Thunder King offend in the past?" Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "You don't have to care about this. You are not strong enough. Knowing will not do you any good. In the Kunlun realm, no matter how talented you are or how extraordinary your luck is, it is best not to be a lone ranger. I don't know about the other sects, but the Haotian sect has already become one of the 9 ranks of the great families, second only to the 3 holy masters 3,000 years ago. It is definitely not an ordinary small sect." After carefully considering Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chen made a decision. He grasped the name card in his hand and said, "In that case, let's go and take a look first." After the True Dragon ranking list was released, Dragon Sealing City would close its gates the next day. The next time it would open for guests would be 3 years later. On the last night of Xiao Chen's stay in Dragon Sealing City, it was even livelier than usual. The streets and alleys were filled with people in groups of 3 to 5, touring the countless historical sites in the city. After putting on a black cloak, Xiao Chen slowly walked through the crowd. Occasionally, he heard discussions about the true dragon ranking list. His name was mentioned time and time again in an admiring tone. All sorts of praises rang out. Under the hood, the shadow of Xiao Chen's face was hidden. He withdrew his aura. No one knew that the person they were talking about had just passed by them. When Xiao Chen arrived at Ignorant About Tea, he stopped for 9 steps. The interior of the tea house was brightly lit. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. The hall on the first floor did not have many rules. The people who came here were not true tea drinkers. As they drank, they did not stop talking at all. Participants from 2 small nations obtained first and second place at the same time. TSK, this is probably the first time in the history of the 5-nation youth competition. It is indeed the first time. The Great Chu Nation is indeed a nation with an expert like the Thunder King. After 5,000 years, a king-grade true dragon has appeared in the Great Qin Nation again. Haha, the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will probably be grinning from ear to ear. The rise of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is already predictable. That's right. Just based on Xiao Chen's name, who knows how many bladesmen will be attracted to join. The bladesmen of the other nations will probably fight to join as well, to see if they can catch up to Xiao Chen's luck. The most discussed topic in the hall was the same as the one on the street. It was still the true dragon ranking list. Furthermore, it was much more lively here. Sir, are you here to drink some tea? Unfortunately, we are already full. How about you go over there and wait for a while? The moment Xiao Chen appeared at the entrance, an enthusiastic waiter walked over with a smile on his face. After handing over the Haotian sect's name card, Xiao Chen said calmly, I already have an appointment. Lead the way. The waiter received the name card. When he saw the inscription and the contents of the name card, he immediately knew who Xiao Chen was. He revealed an extremely shocked expression. He could not recover his wits for a long time. Xiao Chen frowned and said, the name card says that we will meet tonight. Could it be that the Haotian sect's people have already left? The waiter reacted and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He quickly said, No. Please follow me. Under the waiter's lead, Xiao Chen arrived at a booth on the top floor. Then, he casually pushed the door open and entered. A fragrance wafted in the elegant booth. Yu Chenxi and an old man in his 70s sat at the table, quietly drinking tea. That old man wore simple linen clothes. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyebrows were white. However, his eyes sparkled with a divine light. He did not look old at all. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to check the other party's cultivation. He could not help but feel slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, the other party was just an ordinary person who did not practice martial arts. Returning to one's natural state, this was a peak martial sage expert. Ordinary martial sages could not compare to him. You are here. Have a seat. The old man had noticed Xiao Chen's arrival long ago. However, he took a leisurely sip of tea before turning his head to greet Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen removed his cloak and sat across from the old man. Yu Chenxi leaned over and whispered, Xiao Chen, this is the sect master of our Haotian sect. For the sake of meeting you, he ended his closed-door cultivation early. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. A peak martial sage was willing to give up his closed-door cultivation to meet him. The Haotian sect was very sincere. Many thanks, Senior, for taking the time out of your busy schedule. The other party was very strong and could easily crush Xiao Chen to death with one finger. He spent a lot of time comprehending the Great Tao. Given his limited lifespan, he had to cultivate bitterly at all times, hoping to reach the peak of cultivation. To them, time was extremely precious. They were definitely worthy of Xiao Chen's words. The hemp-robed old man's deep eyes flickered with an intelligent light. He smiled gently and said, Little friend, don't overthink. Since you already rejected the invitations of the other sects, my Haotian sect naturally has to give you the highest reception. Chapter 610. Furthermore, I will probably never be able to enter Emperor Wu's gate in this lifetime. So, I'm not busy or not. Who knows, I might need your help in the future. If you do not mind my old bones, you can just call me Old Feng. We are of the same generation. Xiaochen felt embarrassed in his heart. The other party was much older than him, and his cultivation was many times higher. How could he dare to be so unbridled? Senior Feng must be joking. No one knows what will happen in the future. How can I compare my future accomplishments with Senior? Old Feng saw that Xiaochen's attitude was sincere, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. He did not have the arrogance of a king-grade true dragon genius or the fawning attitude of a senior expert. Xiaochen controlled his attitude very well. That aura was definitely not something he faked. Normally, without a strong mental state, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. Old Man Feng nodded in his heart. Only with such a state of mind could one go further. He had said those words on purpose. In his long life, Old Man Feng had not been able to go far. In his long life, he had seen many geniuses, even emperor-grade true dragon geniuses who were stronger than Xiaochen. There were many proud people who set their sights high but were not capable. They died prematurely, no matter how good their talent was. Old Feng put down the teacup in his hand and smiled faintly. As long as the king-grade true dragon geniuses did not die prematurely, they would definitely reach peak martial sage. Actually, I am not exaggerating. The conversation with the old man was not as formal as Xiaochen imagined. Old Feng did not put on any airs. He even answered several of Xiaochen's questions about martial cultivation. Xiaochen, do you know why the Bushin Palace wants to bring you people to the Kunlun realm? Old Feng started to bring up the main topic of the day. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen answered, the Bushin Palace might have competitors in the Kunlun realm, so they need to replenish their youth generation genius cultivators to strengthen themselves. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, it is pretty good that you can think of this. However, aside from this, there is another reason. This Sky Dome realm cannot afford to raise geniuses like you. Xiaochen looked at the old man and asked doubtfully, you can't remember? That's right, we can't afford it. Old Feng pointed at Yu Chenxi and said, take Chenxi as an example. Once her talent reaches the martial monarch realm, she still wants to maintain a fast cultivation speed. She probably consumes at least 10,000 superior grade spirit stones a year. In less than 50 years, she will use up all the superior grade spirit stones that the Haotian sect accumulated. Xiaochen was quick-witted as he thought about it. If it were not the age of geniuses, it would be fine to nurture a genius cultivator like this. This was because if the other sects did not have a worthy opponent, Yu Chenxi would definitely be able to fight for more benefits for the Haotian sect after he grew stronger, and he would be able to plunder many other sects' spiritual veins and resources. However, in the golden age of martial artists, there were countless geniuses like her. If she didn't grow up to be an invincible existence, it would be impossible for the sect to recover the resources that they had spent on cultivating her. When Old Feng saw Xiaochen's expression, he knew that Xiaochen understood. He nodded and said, hence, she has to enter the Kunlun realm. Only the resources of the Kunlun realm can nurture geniuses like you. Furthermore, the resources of the Kunlun realm are not in the hands of the Bushin Palace. They are still in the hands of the strong sections. Xiaochen said, in that case, what does the Bushin Palace do? Old Feng explained, the Kunlun realm is boundless. It is not just filled with cultivators. The Bushin Palace represents all the cultivators. It fights for all sorts of resources in the Kunlun realm and fights against the other strong factions. I cannot explain it to you in a few words. If you really want to compare it, it is like the Heavenly Extermination Union in the ancient desolate land. However, it is much larger. You will understand when you go to the Kunlun realm. Xiaochen remained calm and collected. He knew that the other party was about to get to the main topic, so he waited quietly for him to continue. Indeed, Old Feng smiled and said, when the 20 of you go to the Bushin Palace, your bone age will be tested and your talent will be redetermined. After that, there will be countless sects waiting for you to choose. The stronger you are, the more choices you will have. However, with your talent, there is no need to worry. There will definitely be many large sects fighting to pull you in. These are the conditions that the Haotian sect can offer you. You can take a look first. There is no rush to reply to me. The other party handed over a stack of envelopes. Xiaochen was not in a rush to open them. Instead, he carefully put them away. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, I will take my leave first. No matter what choice you make, the Haotian sect will never make things difficult for you. The little Haotian medallion that you once obtained will always be effective. Regardless of the strength of the Haotian sect, just Old Feng's bearing and the way he spoke were already very admirable to Xiaochen. Xiao. Right after Old Feng spoke, a spatial whirlpool appeared behind him. With a schwa sound, it sucked him in. When the whirlpool vanished, it was like the old man had never been there. Xiaochen, what do you think? Yu Chenxi, who was at the side, asked with some anticipation. Xiaochen smiled and said, perhaps after we go to the Kunlun realm, you will have to address me as senior brother. Xiaochen did not know anyone from the 9 great sections. At the very least, there was Yu Chenxi in the Haotian sect. Although the two had only known each other for a short time, they understood each other's characters. Furthermore, Ao Jiao also approved of Xiaochen going to the Haotian sect. Choosing the Haotian sect might not be the best outcome for Xiaochen, but it was definitely not the worst choice. At the same time, as Xiaochen was chatting with the Haotian sect's sect master, Kim Taeho was also meeting with a major character. That major character was none other than the welcoming envoy, Wan Feng. Wan Feng fiddled with a spirit core brimming with light and spiritual energy in his hand. An azure flaming bird could be vaguely seen in the spirit core, flapping its wings and crying out loud like it was alive. After Wan Feng put away the spirit core, he said, not bad. The spirit core of a rank 10 spirit beast, Azure Luan. Even in the Kunlun realm, it is still somewhat valuable. Kim Taeho cursed in his heart. What do you mean by somewhat valuable? This thing would be a priceless treasure even in the Kunlun realm. Do you think this fat lord does not know anything? Furthermore, Wan Feng cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. The value of this Azure Luan spirit core could no longer be measured in terms of value. However, Kim Taeho could not lose his temper since he had a favor to ask of the other party. He smiled and said, in that case, can you leave the business in Dragon Sealing City to our Golden Rock Merchant Association to manage in the future? Fatso did not lie to Xiaochen. He was indeed here to discuss business. Furthermore, he was very ambitious. He wanted to swallow up all the business in Dragon Sealing City in one go. Although Dragon Sealing City had only been open for a month, the people who came this month were all peak cultivators of the continent. The income from spending 1 million peak cultivators was equivalent to a year's worth of business for the Golden Rock Merchant Association. It was definitely worth fighting for. Right now, all the business in Dragon Sealing City was in the hands of the top merchant association, the Wan clan. However, with just a word from Wan Feng, the owner could be changed to him, Kim Taeho. When Wan Feng heard this, his expression suddenly turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "Scram. Don't mention this topic. Who do you think this young master is?" Kim Taeho was somewhat stunned. He could not understand why the other party suddenly turned hostile. It was clearly the other party who released the news first. That was why he brought the Azure Luan spirit core over. "Cousin, are you receiving a guest?" Just at this moment, laughter rang out. Kim Taeho turned his head and saw the Wan Clan Merchant Association's young master, Wan Shan, walking in with a smile. "Cousin?" Wan Feng, Wan Clan Merchant Association, both surnamed Wan. Kim Taeho suddenly understood something. He said angrily, "You two bastards! How dare you gang up on me? Return my Azure Luan spirit core to me." "Did you not hear me? I already told you to scram." Wan Feng snorted coldly and sent out a strand of quintessence with a flick of his finger. A pitch-black crack appeared in space as it flew towards Kim Taeho. Kim Taeho was startled. He quickly took out the coffin lid and placed it in front of him. Ding-dang! The huge force knocked Kim Taeho back by 10 steps. Seeing that the coffin lid was undamaged, Wan Feng's eyes lit up. He said, "There is actually an emperor's might spreading out." This time, Kim Taeho learned his lesson. He quickly put away the coffin lid and ran away as fast as he could. Then he said, "You two brats, this fat lord will remember you this time." There is no one else in this world who can take advantage of me, Kim Taeho. Wan Shan laughed loudly and said, "How delightful. I finally managed to mess with this fatso. He has snatched away a lot of our Wan clan's business in the Great Jin Nation." However, Wan Feng, who was seated, had an incredibly calm expression. He said indifferently, "He is just a minor character. There's no need to bother with him. However, this Azure Luan Spirit Core is really good stuff." After chatting with Yu Chenxi about some irrelevant matters, Xiao Chen prepared to take his leave. Yu Chenxi stood up to send Xiao Chen off. She smiled and said, "We will meet again in half a year. If you are willing, you can come with me to the Haotian sect now. With the spirit vein that the Haotian sect controls, it will be easier for you to break through to martial monarch." Xiao Chen understood what she meant. The Kunlun realm's Haotian sect definitely had its own geniuses. They would also absorb geniuses from other realms. At that time, there would be competition. Once they reached martial monarch, they would be able to avoid some unnecessary trouble. They would also receive more resources. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion only controlled one spirit vein. Naturally, it could not compare to the Haotian sect. However, to Xiao Chen, there was no difference between the two. The Purple Thunder divine incantation that Xiao Chen cultivated required a vast amount of essence, at least 10 times that of a regular genius cultivator. Be it the Haotian sect or the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen would not be able to advance to martial monarch within half a year. The former would be faster than the latter, but it would still take at least a year. If Xiao Chen wanted to advance to martial monarch within half a year, he could only think of other methods. Xiao Chen thanked him politely and rejected the other party's invitation. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen returned to the courtyard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and opened the letter that Old Feng gave him. The contents of the letter gave a rough introduction of the Haotian sect's situation in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen explained it to Ao Jiao and left it for her to decide. Ao Jiao muttered, "Your choice was not wrong. I did not expect that after 5,000 years, the Haotian sect's sect master would advance to the greater heavenly Emperor Wu. In that case, the Haotian sect's position in the 9 ranks of the great families will definitely rise." That was good. At least when Xiao Chen went to the Haotian sect, he would not have to worry about the resources the sect controlled. There was a black spatial ring in the letter. Xiao Chen scanned it with his spiritual sense and saw all the treasures in the spatial ring. There were more than 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. This was very shocking. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was unable to do this. Chapter 611. Back then, when Xiao Chen agreed to fight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Jiang Qi had taken out nearly half of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's savings and only managed to gather 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones. However, the Haotian sect casually gave out 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Aside from that, there were all sorts of natural treasures and 1,000-year-old spirit herbs for nourishing qi. There were at least 100 of them, each of them more than 2,000 years old. There was also a faint blue inner vest at the back. Based on the flickering light and spiritual energy, it should be a defensive superior-grade secret treasure. It would probably increase Xiao Chen's defense by at least 20%. Ah, Brother Xiao Chen, these are just a small greeting gift. 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones should be enough for you to use for half a year. If you go to the upper realm, there will be even more generous gifts waiting for you. This was the last line of Old Feng's introduction letter, showing the strong accumulations of the Haotian sect. Early the next morning, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's group made their preparations and prepared to return. Everyone was in a good mood. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could be said to have a bountiful harvest in this 5-nation youth competition. They achieved an unimaginable goal. Not only did Murong Chong and Yun Kursin enter the True Dragon ranking, but Xiao Chen also obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, Xiao Chen obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the King-grade True Dragon luck, there was no doubt that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would rise in the future. After the group left the city, they boarded Jade Maiden Peak's golden jade glazed ship and soared into the air, heading back to the Great Qin Nation. When the group looked around, the sky was filled with warships and crowds. As these people left, The grand occasion of this true dragon ranking would spread to every corner of the continent. The names of the geniuses on the 5-nation youth competition would spread far and wide. Many years later, when people recalled this 5-nation youth competition, it would be a legend. On the bow of the warship, Xiaochen explained his promise to the Haotian sect to the first elder, Jiangqi, in detail. Jiangqi was not surprised. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have a faction in the Kunlun realm. They would not be able to trap a true dragon like Xiaochen. Being able to help the Heavenly Saber Pavilion obtain the first rank was already a pleasant surprise for Jiangqi. How could he ask for more? A gentle breeze blew as the golden jade glazed ship moved through the clouds. Although it looked slow, it was actually moving at an incredible speed. 5 days later, in the sky above a mountain range at the border of the Jin state and the Qin state, a group of rank 8 spirit beasts, demonic flame eagles, 3,000 meters in front of them blocked their way. A rank 8 spirit beast was as strong as a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Furthermore, it was much faster than a regular cultivator. When fighting a rank 8 spirit beast in the air, a cultivator of the same rank would find it hard to defeat it. Jiangqi frowned slightly and counted carefully. There were a total of 8 demonic raging flame eagles. The one in the middle was the largest, and its aura was much denser. This is problematic. There is actually a demonic raging flame eagle leader here. Even a peak consummation half-step martial monarch would not be a match for it. Jiangqi said to Lu Suifeng, who was behind him, "Suifeng, go and ask Martial Uncle Shen to come out. If we take a detour, it will take us another half a day." Xiaochen walked over and looked at the demonic raging flame eagles in front. He said, "Wait, let me give it a try first." Right after Xiaochen spoke, the others looked over in shock. There were 8 spirit beasts in front that were even stronger than a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Among them, the leader of the demonic raging flame eagles was a peak consummation half-step martial monarch. A regular inferior grade martial monarch would find it hard to subdue it. Jiangqi said worriedly, "Xiaochen, it is better to let Martial Uncle Shen make a move. Don't be too rash." Xiaochen wanted to test his strength after the true dragon merged with him. He smiled and said, "First Elder, don't worry. I know what I am doing. If I cannot defeat them, I will immediately retreat. I will not be rash." Seeing Xiaochen so insistent, Jiangqi could not say anything more. He said, "In that case, be careful. Second Elder, bring some people and follow behind. If anything happens, you can rush over immediately." Xiaochen gently pushed off the bow of the warship, and his figure drifted, kicking up a strong wind in the air. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen arrived within 500 meters of the demonic raging flame eagles. Black flames burned on the broad wings of the demonic raging flame eagles. Their hook-like beaks flickered with a cold light. When their cold eyes discovered Xiaochen, they immediately flapped their wings and let out a shrill cry, sending out a surging heat wave. Xiaochen placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly scanned the 8 demonic raging flame eagles. After he clearly saw their flight trajectory, he attacked with lightning speed. Thunder Shadow Chop. Because Xiaochen was worried that he would cause too much damage, he did not use his full essence to execute this move. At this moment, there were no more worries in the air. The surging crystalline essence surged towards the lunar shadow saber like a river. In that instant, it gave off a dazzling purple electric light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Xiaochen took 7 steps, leaving behind 7 realistic afterimages in the air. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike. With the true dragon, Xiaochen's cultivation instantly rose from small perfection half-step martial monarch to great perfection. When he unleashed his essence at full power, its might was startling. Boom, boom, boom. 7 miserable cries resounded. The saber lights that Xiaochen sent out from the afterimages split the 7 demonic raging flame eagles in half. The elders behind, who were preparing to make a move, were all dumbfounded. Merge! The 7 afterimages merged, and electric light burst out from Xiaochen's body. His aura surged, making him look like a thunder god descending from the sky. Saber chi surged out and tore a long crack in space. The leader of the demonic raging flame eagles was startled. It flapped its wings anxiously and tried to flee. It did not dare to face the might of this saber strike head-on. Pu ci. However, the crack extended too quickly. Even though the demonic raging flame eagle did its best to dodge, the crack still tore its right wing in half. The strong defense of the demonic raging flame eagle became mere decoration. It cried out miserably and fell to the ground. Xiao Chen killed 8 demonic raging flame eagles in the blink of an eye with one thunder shadow chop. This stunned Jiang Qi and the others on the warship. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. However, he was not satisfied. This was because his final attack had not instantly chopped the leader of the demonic raging flame eagles in half. This proved that this thunder shadow chop still had many improvements. When the group landed back on the deck, Jiang Qi and the others exchanged glances. They discovered that they could not see through Xiao Chen at all. With such strength, even a regular inferior-grade martial monarch would not be able to match him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen said, "There is a warship behind us. It is heading in our direction at Mach 5. Jiang Qi and the others were slightly stunned. They soared into the air and quickly looked back. Indeed, a huge black warship tore through the air and headed in their direction. Its target was very clear. It wanted to stop Xiao Chen and the others before they could leave the Great Jin Nation. After the group landed, Jiang Qi said with an unsightly expression, "They are coming with ill intentions. It is the Bai clan's warship." Xiao. Just as the group was about to cross the border, the huge black warship of the Bai clan overtook them. The warship swept through the air and tyrannically blocked the path of Xiao Chen and the others. Shen Manjun walked out of the warship's hold and looked at the Bai clan's warship. She asked doubtfully, "Jiang Qi, what's going on?" "I'm not sure. The Bai clan's people did not say anything and just stopped us." When Jiang Qi saw Shen Manjun walk out, he calmed down. After all, the other party was a half-sage. As long as the Bai clan's clan head did not come, it would not be easy for the others to stop them. "Everyone, there is no need to be anxious. I am Bai Feng, the current Bai clan's clan head. I just want to meet the white-robed bladesman you all speak of." A middle-aged man wearing light blue robes appeared on the warship's bow. He was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, radiating a sharp light. The moment he appeared, everyone in the heavenly saber pavilion felt a huge pressure. When the other party looked down, it was like a sharp saber hanging above everyone's heads. Saber Sage. A sage of the saber. Only a martial sage who had comprehended saber intent to the limit could be called a saber sage. Regular martial sages would not be a match for them. A saber sage could easily deal with 10 martial sages of the same cultivation. This Bai clan's clan head, Bai Feng, was such a person. Bai Feng smiled faintly and said, "I remember handing over my name card. However, it seems like little brother does not think highly of me, so I can only use such a presumptuous method." As Xiao Chen looked at the other party, a yearning appeared in his heart. A sage of the saber. Xiao Chen wondered when he would be able to reach such a level. After calming himself, Xiao Chen took a step forward and asked, "I wonder why Senior is looking for me?" Bai Feng smiled and said, "Come up and speak. It is not convenient to be down there." "Senior brother Xiao Chen, don't go up. They are definitely up to no good," Yun Kursen said from behind. Yun Kursen said from behind. Lu Suifeng and the others did not say anything, but the meaning in their eyes was the same. Xiao Chen said softly, "It's fine. Given his status, he will not go so far as to make a move against a junior like me. Everyone will laugh at him." "Xiao." After Xiao Chen spoke, he pushed off the ground and boarded the Bai clan's black warship. He stood across from Bai Feng and looked straight at him without any fear. Bai Feng smiled gently and said, "Young man, you are rather courageous. I'll get straight to the point. Where did you learn the 4-season saber technique? This concerns the foundation of my Bai clan. I have to figure it out." Xiao Chen had expected the other party to say this long ago. He replied, "I once met Senior Bai Shueha in the ancient desolate tower. He was the one who taught me the 4-season saber technique. However, don't worry. I already swore on my heart demon that the 4-season saber technique will not leak out." Bai Feng revealed an expression of, "as I expected." He said, "It is as I expected. I have a presumptuous request. Little brother, can you write down your comprehension of the four-season saber technique that you comprehended and give me a copy? Xiaochen said straightforwardly, sure. Bai Feng was slightly stunned. He had not expected Xiaochen to agree to his request so easily, not bargaining at all. After all, the secret manual that Xiaochen wanted to write down was priceless. The four-season saber technique had been studied by the Bai clan for thousands of years. With this, the number of Bai clan juniors who could learn the four-season saber technique would increase significantly. Given this, Bai Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. He asked, Little brother, do you have any requests? There is no need. The four-season saber technique belongs to your Bai clan in the first place. Since you have requested it, I will return it. Xiaochen maintained a calm expression and did not say much. The white paper floated in front of him as he focused on writing down the four-season saber technique he comprehended. Chapter 6:12. Xiaochen was not afraid that the Bai clan would learn his four-season saber technique and threaten him. The four-season saber technique could only bring out its strongest might when it was compatible with the cultivator's state. Xiaochen was able to bring out the might of the four-season saber technique. If others followed his method, they would be able to bring out a tenth of his might. The Bai clan had taken the wrong path. Since that was the case, there was no harm in giving it to him. Before a saber sage, he did not have much of a choice. Thousands of meters above the Bai clan's warship, a small warship was hidden in the clouds. A few elders of the Sima clan stood on the bow of the warship, looking suspiciously at Xiaochen and Bai Qi's actions. First elder, the Bai clan and Xiaochen seemed to have reached some sort of agreement. I'm afraid we no longer have a chance to make a move, a gray-robed old man said sullenly. If they enter the Great Qin nation's borders and we make a move, we will attract some unnecessary trouble, another person said. The Sima clan's first elder muttered to himself for a while before saying, In that case, let's return first. I did not expect this Bai Feng to spoil our plans at such a crucial moment. However, there is still half a year, there will be plenty of opportunities. Without anyone noticing, the Sima clan's small warship quietly turned around and returned to where it came from. 15 minutes later, Bai Qi put away the secret manual that Xiaochen handed him. He felt many emotions in his heart. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a talented person. Before the age of 22, Bai Qi had already created such a powerful martial technique. Compared to the ancient sages, he was not inferior. Little brother's talent and bearing are truly admirable. If you need this Bai's help in the future, just a word from me will do. The Bai clan owes you a favor. Bai Feng used his status as the Bai clan's clan head to make a promise to Xiaochen. This surprised Xiaochen somewhat. Without the Bai clan obstructing them, their journey was smooth sailing. 3 days later, Xiaochen's group returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the news of Xiaochen obtaining the first rank spread, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion erupted with excitement. The 5,000-odd inner disciples were all extremely excited. Many disciples would be attracted to the foot of Qingyun Peak every day. Without exception, all of them hoped to join Qingyun Peak. The only reason was that Xiaochen had the luck of a king-grade true dragon. Of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak, Xiaochen would definitely obtain the most luck. Luck was ethereal, but comprehension ability. However, its usefulness to cultivators was sometimes even more important than talent. Everyone wanted to benefit from it and obtain more luck. Xiaochen handed all these trifling matters to Lu Suifeng to handle. As for himself, he and Lu Riyue stayed in the back mountains, living a simple world of the two of them, enjoying the rare leisure time. 1 week later, as more and more cultivators returned from Dragon Sealing City, the true dragon ranking became popular in every corner of the Great Qin Nation. The news of the Great Qin Nation's bladesman, Xiaochen, becoming the champion of this 5-nation youth competition spread like wildfire. The reputation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion soared. There was an endless stream of people coming to learn from them. There were even people who did not practice the saber in the first place who started practicing the saber all over again. They only wanted to join the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The first elder, Jiang Qi, was extremely busy every day. However, the smile on his face never faded. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's accumulations were not bad. However, they lacked an opportunity. Now that they were using Xiao Chen's reputation to recruit disciples, their foundation would be even firmer. The luck that Xiao Chen brought would affect the Heavenly Saber Pavilion invisibly. For the next 500 years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would continue to prosper, gaining a place in the Great Age. The bustling outside did not affect Xiao Chen's mental state. After spending half a month with Lu Riyue, he resumed his bitter cultivation. The road was still very long. This was only the beginning of the great path of cultivation. He had to work even harder. He could not relax at all. This was especially so after Xiao Chen met Bai Feng. This feeling in his heart became even stronger. Only when he became truly strong could he firmly grasp his fate in his own hands. If Xiao Chen had a choice, why would he hand over the saber technique he comprehended? However, before absolute strength, even if he was extremely intelligent, it would be useless. Pu Si. The 4 superior-grade spirit stones in his hand shattered. Xiao Chen recovered from his cultivation and looked at the exhausted spirit stones. He shook his head slightly and casually tossed them aside. After spending half a month, Xiao Chen thoroughly summarized the insights he gained from the 5-nation youth competition. Then, he spent all his time on cultivation. Even though Xiao Chen consumed 10 superior-grade spirit stones every day, his progress was still very slow. He was still a long way from reaching the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen felt somewhat vexed. He asked Ao Jiao, is there any way for me to reach the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch within half a year? Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, I've been waiting for you to ask. There is definitely a way. It just depends on whether you dare to take this risk or not. Everything in the world had its risks. It was impossible to reap without sowing and easily achieve success. Naturally, Xiao Chen understood this principle. He asked, what is the method? Ao Jiao did not answer him directly. Instead, she said, you know about the spirit vein's origin under the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, right? Back then, even the Heavenly Wolf race's fiend king wanted that. The spirit vein's origin was the foundation of a spirit vein. It contained an immeasurable amount of spiritual energy. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew about the spirit vein's origin in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Back then, he had personally experienced it in the underground world of the Spirit Stone Mine. However, the energy contained in the spirit vein's origin was simply too vast. It was not something that Xiao Chen could do anything to. If he tried to swallow it forcefully, he might explode from the energy if he was not careful. Lung Liusu could cultivate on it because the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had placed restrictions on it, limiting the amount of energy she could absorb from it. Otherwise, with Lung Liusu's cultivation back then, she would not have been able to cultivate on it. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and said, could this be the method you are talking about? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit vein's origin has restrictions placed on it, limiting the amount of energy it can absorb. Furthermore, only the descendants of the founder can use that spirit vein. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, naturally not. I am just giving an example. There is more than one spirit vein in this world. Xiao Chen reacted and said, are you saying that there are other spirit veins that have not been discovered by anyone? That is impossible. The existing spirit veins have already been divided up by the various sections. There was no way to hide a spirit vein. The spiritual energy that it gave off could be felt from 5 kilometers away. Its value was immeasurable. There would always be spirit stone mines around spirit veins. Spirit stones were the currency of cultivators. One could easily imagine the wealth that came from controlling a spirit vein. Sometimes, the number of spirit veins described a sect. It was a sign of how strong it was. It was the foundation of a sect. Without a spirit vein, the sect would automatically disband. The 3 great sects of the Great Qin nation were able to exist for 10,000 years because they each controlled a spirit vein. The various powers had already divided up the spirit veins many years ago. Any sect that possessed a spirit vein was not something that Xiao Chen could afford to offend. Ao Jiao scolded jokingly, idiot, since I said there is definitely. There is no need for you to doubt it. However, with your current cultivation, There is a 70% chance that you will fail to absorb the spirit vein's origin. Once you fail, your body will explode and you will die. A 70% chance of failure, the risk was too high. Xiaochen thought for a while and made a decision after a while. He said, I can take a gamble if I have a 50% chance. 70% is too high, it is not worth it. Xiaochen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Once his cultivation reached that level, he would advance to martial monarch. There was no need to risk his life for the sake of advancing to martial monarch within half a year. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, I have not finished speaking yet. If you can cultivate the firmament body tempering art to the 6th layer, your success rate will increase to 50%. I'll take the gamble, Xiaochen said without hesitation, revealing a decisive look in his eyes. In Dragon Sealing City, the instant the true dragon appeared, Xiaochen's firmament body tempering art reached peak consummation of the 5th layer. If he focused, he would be able to break through to the 6th layer in less than half a month. After Xiaochen made up his mind, it was time to take action. After saying goodbye to Lu Riue, Xiaochen prepared to embark on a new journey. The spirit vein that Ao Jiao spoke of was in the ancient desolate land's Heavenly Extermination Lake's mountain range at the bottom of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The environment there was very dangerous, and demonic beasts roamed about. Entering it would be very difficult. The spirit vein was discovered by the Thunder King in the past. Because no one cared for it, its spiritual energy had been leaking out for thousands of years. It was hard to say how much energy the spirit vein's origin still had. It had already been 5,000 years. It was possible that the spirit vein had already been abandoned. For the sake of not wasting time, Xiaochen only made 3 days of preparations. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion was still in an excited and bustling state. Xiaochen left silently. Aside from Lu Riue, no one knew where he went. 10,000 meters above the Great Qin Nation, there was an insignificant scarlet cloud compared to the vast sky. It turned into a scarlet line as it moved forward quickly. Underground, even a cultivator with good eyesight would not be able to discover the existence of that scarlet cloud. When the strong spirit beasts in the sky felt the surging killing qi from the scarlet cloud, they could not avoid it in time, not daring to clash with it. There was a scarlet throne above the scarlet cloud. Xiaochen sat on it, cultivating the firmament body tempering art with his eyes closed. Xiaochen's long hair fluttered in the wind. The tyrannical air of a king appeared indistinctly. Due to the scarlet throne, even though Xiaochen withdrew his aura, that might still spread out, unable to leak out. In reality, from the moment the true dragon appeared, Xiaochen discovered that his mentality had changed at some point in time. In the past, peak martial monarchs, like the half-sage Shen Manjun, could give him a lot of pressure. However, Xiaochen could remain indifferent to them. He even felt that they were nothing much. The king-grade true dragon silently broadened Xiaochen's horizons, allowing him to slowly recognize his identity as a future king. The silence did not allow Xiaochen to reject it. Whether he was willing or not, his future path would be filled with thorns, blood, and wind. It would not be peaceful. A king would not settle for second place. If Xiaochen advanced to martial monarch, he had to be the strongest among martial monarchs. If he advanced to martial sage, he had to be the strongest martial sage. If he advanced to Emperor Wu, he had to be the king of emperors. Chapter 613. The people who originally occupied the first rank would definitely be dissatisfied. There would also be the king-grade true dragons of the other great thousand realms. Gee! A sharp bird cry resounded. A black demonic beast with a leopard's head and eagle's body appeared in front of the throne. A berserk aura spread out as it sized up Xiaochen with malicious intent. It was a demonic beast, not a spirit beast. It was not frightened by the killing intent coming from the throne. Instead, it was eager to try, wondering if eating Xiaochen would increase its strength. Xiaochen opened his eyes and punched calmly. An azure dragon head formed on his fist as he executed the berserk dragon stance of the dragon claw fist. Bang! The fist exploded and the berserk dragon roared. The leopard-headed eagle did not even have a chance to dodge before the punch blasted it into a bloody mist. You overestimate yourself. You are just a mere peak rank 7 demonic beast and you dare to block my path? Xiao Chen closed his eyes again. The Scarlet Throne did not stop at all. It broke through the bloody mist and continued flying forward. Half a month later, Xiao Chen successfully broke through the bottleneck of the Firmament Body Tempering Art's 5th layer, reaching the 6th layer. Now, he could deliver 500 tons of force with a casual punch. With just the strength of his physical body, Xiao Chen was able to secure a spot among half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chen could already see the vast and boundless heavenly extermination lake below. The islands on the lake looked like they were dotted with stars. The number of people in the sky slowly increased. Not wanting to attract too much attention, Xiao Chen put away the throne long ago. Then he used his essence to fly in the air. From time to time, the martial kings that passed by him would feel a huge pressure and subconsciously move away. What a strong aura! When did such a strong youth come to the ancient desolate land? Everyone's gazes filled with doubt. They could not understand what was going on. Right now, Xiao Chen's aura was so strong that even some of the older generation experts sighed. He was truly an unrivaled existence among half-step martial monarchs. 1,000 meters northeast of the island in front, then dive straight down, and you will reach the place I said. Ao Jiao's voice sounded in his mind. Xiao Chen glanced around and sped up. He turned into a purple line and landed on the surface of the water in a few breaths, splashing into the water with a splash. Gulp, gulp. Circulating his vital qi, Xiao Chen continuously increased the gravity around him. His entire body was like a lead ball that had fallen into the water. He dove down at an extremely fast speed, and bubbles kept appearing around him. At first, he could still see some light, but after a kilometer, the bottom of the lake became dark. Even with Xiao Chen's eyesight, he couldn't see beyond 100 meters. Due to the refraction of the water, what Xiao Chen saw with his spiritual sense was hazy. He could only make out a rough idea. At this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and let out a soft cry of surprise. There was a large patch of blood floating in the lake in front of him, giving off a pungent smell. As he continued to dive deeper, there was more and more blood. However, he did not see any of the beasts that Ao Jiao mentioned. It seemed like this place had been swept by someone in advance. Bang! Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. He finally reached the bottom of this heavenly extermination lake, and his feet touched solid ground. When he scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he could roughly tell that there was a majestic mountain range at the bottom of the lake about 500 meters in front of him. It was 1,000 meters tall and looked very vast. The mountain range at the bottom of the lake was actually several times wider than the Lingyun mountain range where the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was. The blood was also the densest in this place. When Xiao Chen looked around, all he could see was dark red blood. It was viscous and did not melt for a long time. It gave off an extremely disgusting stench. Occasionally, he could see the remains of some wandering demonic beasts. It was easy to tell that these were the worthless parts of the demonic beasts. Seeing this, Xiao Chen was certain that someone had swept through this place before Xiao Chen. Ao Jiao, does anyone else know about this place? Xiao Chen asked somewhat worriedly. If someone had gotten here before him, then he would have wasted a lot of time. Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "There is no need to worry. Those people should have some other purpose. This place is the birthplace of the extreme Yin underworld flame. 5,000 years ago, the Thunder King discovered the spirit vein by chance when he was retrieving the flame seed. He laid down some restrictions, making it very difficult for others to discover the spirit vein. Firmament flame? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. His lunar true flame had already formed an origin flame. However, it had not absorbed any Yin-attributed flames. Compared to the purple thunder true fire, its might was much weaker. If he had an opportunity to strengthen the lunar true flame, he might be able to execute the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram that he used in the Trial of Desire. However, the purpose of this trip was still the spirit vein's origin. There was no need to think too much about the lunar true flame. He would act according to the situation. Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and a surging essence formed a suction force on his palm. The black blood mixed with the lake water quickly gathered in his hand. A scarlet whirlpool formed on Xiao Chen's palm. The surrounding lake waters slowly turned clear. After a while, all the blood condensed into a ball of blood that had been compressed countless times. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the ball of blood flew up at an extremely fast speed. After a long time, it formed a pillar of water on the surface of the heavenly extermination lake. The ball of blood exploded and turned into a rain of blood. As it fell, the cultivators passing by were astonished. While in the clear lake water, Xiao Chen used his vision and discovered a crack in the mountain range in front. That was the entrance that Ao Jiao mentioned. Xiao Chen pushed off the bottom of the lake and moved like lightning. He entered that crack with a xiao sound. At first, the crack was very narrow. After walking for 10 minutes, it widened. Clear footprints could be seen on the ground. Based on the shape and number of footprints, there were quite a lot of people, at least 100 of them. Xiao Chen did not know which faction of the ancient desolate land did this. 10 minutes later, the lake water in the crack had completely receded. The area in front suddenly opened up, and a vast world appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Stone pillars of all shapes and sizes hung upside down a kilometer above him. Cracks extended for 500 kilometers on the ground. Occasionally, strands of inattributed flames wafted out of the cracks. Xiao Chen revealed a shocked expression. It was hard to imagine that there was such a miraculous scene in the mountain range at the bottom of the lake. The Holy Fire Manor is conducting business here. Would you please leave for now? Suddenly, two middle-aged cultivators leaped out from above. They wore the same clothes and held sharp sabers in their hands. They looked at Xiao Chen cautiously. Because spiritual sense was not very useful in the heavenly extermination lake, Xiao Chen had not released it at all times. He only discovered these two people after they jumped out. When Xiao Chen looked around, he immediately made out the cultivation of these two people. They were peak superior grade martial kings. Their auras were not weak, and their cultivation techniques would not be weak either. They would be considered experts in the ancient desolate land. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, they were far from sufficient. The Holy Fire Manor. Xiao Chen had a good impression of this sect. Back then he and Bai Lishi had uprooted their branch in Desolate City. The two of them had also killed their young manor lord and an inner sect elder. Xiao Chen had not expected to meet them here today. In order to obtain the Netherworld Flame, we need a martial monarch expert to hold the line. Xiao Chen needs to deal with these two people quickly. We cannot drag this out. Ao Jiao reminded him. Don't be unable to tell good from bad. Our first manor lord and second manor lord are here. With your half-step martial monarch cultivation, they can destroy you with one finger. Be smart and scram. When the person on the right saw that Xiao Chen did not move, he pointed at Xiao Chen and shouted. The Holy Fire Manor had two martial monarch experts. Xiao Chen had heard about them long ago. It looked like they were both here. Regardless of the cultivation of these two martial monarchs, if they worked together, Xiao Chen would not be a match for them. However, since he was already here, there was no reason for him to retreat. Xiao Chen squinted and suddenly made a move. He stomped heavily on the ground, leaving a 3-inch deep footprint. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. A resonant dragon roar came from behind him. The person who spoke felt like a blue dragon was flying at him. Breaking armor. When Xiao Chen punched, a sharp shockwave formed above his fist. It tore through this person's defense like it was made of paper and left a bloody hole the size of a bowl on his chest. Seizing the heart. Xiao Chen's right hand turned into a claw, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he pierced through the second person's chest. However, before this person died, he shot out a short arrow he had hidden in his sleeve. The arrow was coated with a special kind of fuel, and it quickly burned in the air. Xiao Chen flicked his right finger and fired out a strand of purple flame. When the arrow was halfway up, he intercepted it. Chi! However, when the arrow exploded, it gave off a sharp, ear-piercing sound. The sound waves could be heard clearly within 5 kilometers. Let's go! Xiao Chen had not expected the arrow to be so effective. His expression changed, and he quickly fled in another direction. A kilometer away, the 100-man team of the Holy Fire Manor was currently fighting a large group of flame giants. These flame giants were fire spirits formed from flames lingering in the air for a long time. They did not have a physical body and did not feel pain. Furthermore, there were many of them, making them very difficult to deal with. Two old men hovered quietly above the group. Extremely powerful auras radiated from their bodies. Every now and then, they would strike down a fire spirit that was blocking their way. When the two old men heard the ear-piercing sound, their expressions changed at the same time. The gray-robed old man on the right said, "Big brother, unexpectedly, aside from us, there is someone else who knows the location of the netherworld flame." The blue-robed old man on the left said sullenly, "I am very fast. I will go take a look first. I'll leave this place to you." Shoo, shoo, shoo. Right after the blue-robed old man spoke, he quickly flew over. He was simply too fast. It was to the extent that the space around him was unable to endure it, and numerous mottled fissures appeared on it. Xiaochen was unlucky. The Holy Fire Manners team happened to be blocked by the fire spirits, so they did not manage to get far. To the blue-robed old man, he crossed the distance of 1 kilometer in a few breaths of time. After he arrived, he squinted and immediately saw Xiaochen flying. The blue-robed old man's expression relaxed, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "You are just a half-step martial monarch and you dare to come here to join in the fun? You are too bold." The blue-robed old man raised his speed to the limit, and a pitch-black crack appeared behind him. Then he chased after Xiaochen. After executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiaochen became like a flood dragon leaping about. He had already activated the blood flame shoes long ago, but he still could not shake off the blue-robed old man's pursuit. Chapter 6:14. The distance between them slowly decreased. After 15 minutes, the old man was less than 500 meters away from Xiaochen. Die! The blue-robed old man's gaze turned cold as he used his palm as a saber. Vast quintessence gathered in his palm. His figure flashed, and he arrived above Xiaochen's head. Then he hacked down with his palm. The palm wind howled, and tiny cracks appeared in space. If this palm strike landed, Xiaochen would definitely suffer. The difference in speed was too great. One used quintessence while the other used essence. There was no way to compete. Since that was the case, there was no point in running. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. He turned around and retreated 7 steps, leaving behind 7 afterimages on the ground. Each afterimage had a saber, sending out 7 dazzling saber lights. Merge! The afterimages merged, and the saber lit up with a dazzling light. The peak saber technique that was infused with 7-fold might clashed with the blue-robed old man's horrifying palm saber. Bang! The two moves collided head-on without any fancy moves. Powerful energy ripples burst out and spread out in waves. The void was refracted layer by layer. Xiaochen retreated 3 steps, but the blue-robed old man retreated 10 steps. After the blue-robed old man stabilized himself, his expression changed greatly. He had been too careless with this palm strike. He had used only a quarter of his quintessence. Even so, he should have been able to injure a half-step martial monarch easily. Even if he could not injure the other party severely, he should not have lost to him in a clash of strength and even suffered a small loss. The blue-robed old man looked up and saw Xiaochen's face. He was slightly stunned, and rage appeared in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "It's you, white-robed bladesman, Xiaochen." Sparks of electricity leaped around the saber. Xiaochen held his saber with one hand. He remained expressionless, not showing much fear. The other party had not reached peak inferior grade martial monarch. As long as 2 martial monarchs did not make a move, even if Xiaochen could not defeat the other party, he would be able to leave easily. Xiaochen said calmly, "I am not here for your netherworld flame. If you do not stop me, I will not interfere. How about we not interfere?" "Ha!" The blue-robed old man laughed loudly. "Not interfere? What qualifications do you have to say that? You were the one who destroyed the Holy Fire Manners branch in Desolate City, right?" "Without evidence, old sir, please do not speak nonsense," Xiaochen said unhurriedly. His calm eyes showed no fluctuations. The blue-robed old man's pupils constricted, and a murderous intent spread in his eyes. He snorted coldly. "This place is desolate and uninhabited. No one will know if I kill you." The Holy Fire Manor's desolate city branch had been destroyed, and his son had been killed. The blue-robed old man had investigated for a long time, and Xiaochen was the most suspicious. As long as there was this suspicion, Xiaochen deserved to die. "It looks like you really think that you are unrivaled after becoming the champion of the 5-nation youth competition. Today, I will show you the difference between you and a martial monarch." The blue-robed old man snored his cold. Frost. Vast quintessence gathered on Xiaochen's right palm. He casually threw a palm strike, and space trembled violently. It was like a mountain covered his head. Hu Qi! The essence in Xiaochen's body instantly solidified. Thousands of purple lights shot out from all over his body. His pitch-black eyes turned deep purple as well, giving off a bright light in this dark underground. Clouds move everywhere, wind and lightning gather. Strong winds blew from all directions, and the clouds churned in the sky. Xiaochen instantly executed the starting moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Dang! The saber and palm clashed, and a surging shock wave exploded out. The charred ground instantly exploded. Countless black rocks flew up into the air, driven by the shock wave. Bang! 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 Amid the thousands of floating rocks, the two exchanged moves at lightning speed. Thunder roared, and the killing intent surged. The palm wind infused with strong quintessence caused space to tremble. Countless cracks appeared. The shockwaves from the fight between the two caused the huge rocks floating in the surroundings to scatter like snowflakes. Along with the strong wind, the rocks scattered into the air, filling the air with dust. Earthly lightning tribulation. Wind and lightning gathered, and his aura reached its peak. Xiaochen completely unleashed the state of massacre from the throne. The berserk saber technique in his hand instantly gained an additional state of massacre. The might of the lightning tribulation immediately soared. Mountain-pushing palm. The blue-robed old man was slightly startled. He circulated 70% of his quintessence, and a resplendent jade-like light surged on his right palm. When the blue-robed old man pushed his palm out, it was like a mountain moved, pushing all the wind over. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and a huge pit appeared under the two. The white Ina-tributed flame hidden in it flew out like thousands of catkins. The blue-robed old man took a step back, moving 100 meters with each step. When he landed, he left a dent in the ground. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiaochen's aura flourished. He did not take a single step back. He turned into the heavenly Tao and laid down a second lightning tribulation. The blue-robed old man's aura weakened, and he was knocked back another 100 meters. Divine lightning tribulation. When the final lightning tribulation descended, the blue-robed old man retreated 500 meters with a pale complexion. He had not expected that even after using 70% of his quintessence, he still could not block Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked up and discovered that the blue-robed old man's body was covered in burning quintessence at some point in time. In that instant, the blue-robed old man's aura soared wildly, reaching peak inferior-grade martial monarch. A strong wind blew behind him, kicking up wind everywhere. Quickly run, Xiaochen. He is burning his quintessence. Furthermore, he is using the extreme Yin flame to burn it. You are definitely not a match for him, Ao Jiao said quickly from the lunar shadow saber. Burning quintessence was a technique that only martial monarchs could grasp. It drained their quintessence several times faster to increase their strength. Martial monarchs would not burn their quintessence unless they had no other choice. Furthermore, if the other party used the extreme Yin flame to burn his quintessence, his strength would increase even more. Xiaochen understood the severity of the situation. He sheathed his saber and quickly retreated. You are still thinking of running at this time? The blue-robed old man snorted coldly, and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Xiaochen. Everywhere he passed, the quintessence flames on his body burned a large patch of empty space. The blue-robed old man's palm wind was like thunder, pressing towards Xiaochen's back. A sense of extreme danger appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. His face sank, and he quickly turned around. Then, he crossed his arms and materialized the stance of a dragon and a tiger. A dragon in the left hand and a tiger in the right. The dragon roared and the tiger roared, crouching tiger hidden dragon. Bang! The palm strike landed on Xiao Chen's arms, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He tumbled a few times in the air before landing firmly on the ground after twisting his body. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged. The blue-robed old man's burning quintessence surged through his meridians. His internal organs were instantly damaged, and he felt intense pain. After wiping off the blood from his lips, Xiao Chen knelt on one knee and smiled at the blue-robed old man. He said, "You truly are a martial monarch expert. You can injure me to such an extent with just one palm strike. I will exchange pointers with you in the future. I will definitely return this palm strike." The blue-robed old man knew Xiao Chen and mocked him for bullying the weak. He said in a cold voice, "Even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. Even if you are a king-grade true dragon, you will have to kneel here today." Boom. However, just at this moment, a blazing fire suddenly surged out from Xiao Chen's right eye. The purple thunder true fire covered the sky as it moved towards the old man. Its aura was very horrifying. Insignificant skill. This old man has played with fire all my life. A large clump of pale white flames appeared on the blue-robed old man's right hand. There was an origin flame the size of a chicken egg in that flame, looking as resplendent as a star. The blue-robed old man casually waved his hand, and this clump of flames blasted apart the purple flames that covered Xiao Chen. They turned into sparks drifting down. The blue-robed old man revealed a cocky expression. He had cultivated his extreme Yin flame for 50 years. His origin flame was even stronger. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen dared to play with fire with him. However, the instant the flames scattered, the blue-robed old man's complexion turned green. He saw 81 figures of Xiao Chen in front of him. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. All of them flew in 81 different directions. If the blue-robed old man had personally seen Xiao Chen execute the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, he might have been able to tell which one was the real one. However, now that he faced 81 figures, how could he tell which was the real one? Damn it! The rage on the Holy Fire Manor's first Manor Lord's face was indescribable. A bona fide martial monarch expert had used the extreme Yin flame to burn his quintessence. Unexpectedly, a half-step martial monarch brat managed to escape. It was already embarrassing enough for the first Manor Lord to make a move against a junior. In the end, he failed to stop the other party, which was even more embarrassing. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, if word of this spread, he would not be able to keep his old face. Bang! The blue-robed old man stomped heavily on the ground. He infused all his remaining quintessence and rage into this stomp. A long crack appeared in the ground. The energy in the crack was like a knife. As the crack extended, it even cut the air in half. "Big brother, what's going on?" A voice came from behind the blue-robed old man. It was the Holy Fire Manor's second Manor Lord rushing over. He had felt the blue-robed old man burn his quintessence and thought that the blue-robed old man had run into a strong opponent. The blue-robed old man calmed himself and said, "That person is Xiao Chen." The gray-robed old man suddenly understood. He said, "The first rank of the true dragon ranking, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, is the prime suspect for killing the first young master? Isn't he only a half-step martial monarch?" Seeing the blue-robed old man's hostile expression, the gray-robed old man quickly shut up. He said, "He ran off just like that? Will he come and cause trouble when we are hunting the Netherworld fire spirit?" The first Manor Lord said coldly, "If he dares, it would be fine if he does not come. If he does, we can kill him as well. We will be able to obtain some of the king's luck he has. Send people to guard the exit. I don't believe that he will not come out. After we subdue the Netherworld flame seed, we will come and settle the score with him. Don't be so rash in the future. Those who can become martial monarchs are definitely not mediocre. I have never seen anyone use essence to clash with quintessence. That is suicide." Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, chided. Xiao Chen had just consumed a 1,000-year-old spirit herb for treating injuries. He refined it for a while, allowing the medicinal energy to seep into his internal organs even faster. After a while, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion looked much better. When Xiao Chen heard Ao Jiao's words, he stood up and smiled. "It's fine. I know what I'm doing." After exchanging moves with that person, I gained a better understanding of my own strength. After the 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen's strength had soared. However, he had not found a suitable opponent. Among the half-step martial monarchs, no one could interest him. The blue-robed old man happened to be an inferior-grade martial monarch. By exchanging moves with him, Xiao Chen could gain a better understanding of his own strength.